that has been established.
And hey, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what his new talking point. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. I literally said they need to understand.
Like this. If they want to be with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
You just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think is okay?
Or Donald Trump is saying a fight with the Pope. Yes, that is right. Donald Trump and Pope Leo are the latest combatants in Donald Trump's willingness and effort to take on literally anyone who says anything even slightly negative about him. Let's get into it. So let me do a little bit of the history of this back and forth, and then I want to talk about why it matters. So last week, Pope Leo, who was born Robert Prevost, he is the first American-born pope, right? He said that Trump's threat to end the Iranian civilization, which was delivered on Truth Social, was, quote, truly unacceptable. Okay. Donald Trump, on Sunday, decided to pop off and respond. I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's really long, but here we go. Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. He talks about fear of the Trump administration, but doesn't mention the fear that the Catholic Church and all other Christian organizations had during COVID when they were arresting priests, ministers, and everybody else for holding church services, even when going outside and being 10 and 20 feet apart. Okay. A little more. I don't want a pope who criticizes the president of the United States because I'm doing exactly what I was elected in a landslide to do, setting record low numbers in crime and creating this greatest stock market in history. Leo should be thankful because, as everyone knows, he was a shocking surprise. If I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican. Okay, so this proves a couple things. Number one, Donald Trump is willing to literally pick a fight or engage in a fight with anyone, including the head of the Catholic Church. I want to get into why I think this matters a little bit, why it is worth your attention. Before I do that, I want to make a pitch to you. I hope you hit that subscribe button. I'm independent, I'm authentic, I'm here every day, okay? I think that matters, and I hope you subscribe. Okay, so let's do a little history before we go to the present. This is actually not the first pope that Donald Trump has attacked publicly. I know. In 2017, the last pope, Pope Francis, and Trump clashed on immigration. Donald Trump attacked that pope, said he wasn't very smart, wasn't very good. And I remember at the time, 2016, 2017, thinking, man, Donald Trump has really crossed every Rubicon. He's willing to attack a pope. I did not think that almost a decade later, we'd be back in this same spot. And yet, here we are. So Trump, I don't think, has a lot of strategy behind this. I will note he is at a very low point. As I said at the top of the video, we are not done with the war in Iran, or at least appears as though we're not done. Trump issued a naval blockade that is starting on Monday morning after peace talks broke down between J.D. Vance and the Iranians in Pakistan over the weekend. His poll numbers are at historic lows. Donald Trump's poll numbers are at historic lows. Gas prices are up. Oil prices are up. And the war in Iran shows no signs of abating. Okay. I'll note that picking on the head, very popular head of the Catholic Church with 70 million Catholics in the United States, 70 million, including the two people, Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance, who are seen as Donald Trump's political heirs, doesn't seem like a really smart fight. And yet, Donald Trump's sort of fascination with picking this fight and playing in the kind of political religious space is not new. As I mentioned, he feuded with Pope Francis over his immigration, his hardline immigration policies in his first term. Before Pope Leo was elected, Donald Trump posted an AI image with him as the Pope. after Donald Trump posted this long thing on Truth Social about how Pope Leo is, quote, weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy, he posted another AI image portraying himself as, wait for it, Jesus Christ healing someone who looked like they were either dying or very ill. So
welcome everybody to Stanley versus the world. Happy Monday, if such a thing is possible. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you happen to be new to the channel, please subscribe and tell your friends. It's happening here. Two things happened this morning. Two headlines. I don't often just actually chuckle at news stories, but there are two news stories that made me chuckle. That was Donald Jesus Trump, that story, and then there's his comment on that thing that he posted on Truth Social. And the other thing is surrounding the defeat of Viktor Orban in Hungary. We'll get to that in a little while. So we'll finish this. Then I have another video of Donald Jesus, the J is for Jesus, Trump. And by the way, everybody support the show by supporting the host. I actually have I actually set up a PayPal account because I've gotten a couple people saying who don't live in the United States have asked me about it. So I went ahead. It wasn't as hard as I thought it would be. Just took a few minutes. So there is another option besides PayPal now. And it should be in the bottom scroll, which isn't running right now. I guess I should start that scroll, huh? And then the other thing, I went ahead and set up a new email account. It's basically, I haven't updated it in the crawl yet, but I will shortly. It's basically going to be Stanley versus the world at gmail.com, and the versus is spelled out. So those are the two kind of housekeeping issues. Support the show. And let's get back to this video, then we'll hit the next video in a few minutes.
That's where we're at now. Couple things. One, Leo does not appear to be backing down. So on the plane to Algeria on Monday morning, he said this of President Trump and President Trump's attacks. Quote, I have no fear of the Trump administration or speaking out loudly of the message of the gospel, which is what I believe I am here to do, what the church is here to do. We are not politicians. We don't deal with foreign policy with the same perspective he might understand it, but I do believe in the message of the gospel as a peacemaker. So Leo not backing down, which is sort of interesting, but almost certainly likely to engender a response from Donald Trump. So we're going to get back and forth and back and forth. Is there strategy here? I don't think so. I mean, it's always, I think with Donald Trump, there's always a debate between crazy and crazy like a fox. But I don't think there's any strategy here. I mean, to the extent that there might be any, it's the same strategy people always cite that Donald Trump is taking when he says something crazy, which is, oh, see, he's distracting from this other thing he doesn't want us talking about, whether that's the war in Iran or Jeffrey Epstein or gas prices or whatever. We're talking about the Pope this morning, not Jeffrey Epstein. Maybe. But again, there are 70 million Catholics in the United States. His vice president and his most trusted other cabinet official, Marco Rubio, are Catholics. This Pope is very popular. Portraying yourself as Jesus Christ is probably like, maybe marginally blasphemous, or not even marginally, just plain old blasphemous. So I tend to think that people ascribe too much strategy, too much three-dimensional chess to Trump. I think he saw Pope Leo's criticism that the Iran war, that calling for the end of a civilization in Iran, as Donald Trump did last week. As Pope Leo said, that was totally unacceptable. Trump got wind of it, and Trump is going to be someone who responds. It doesn't matter who it is. The Pope, portraying himself as Jesus. It doesn't. They're all the same to him. They're just people who are against him. They're his enemies. If you don't say nice things about him, you're against him, right? He has a very Manichaean, black and white view of the world. There are people who are for him and people who are against him. That's it, right? That's just how he operates. Always has been, and I think always will be. One other thing that I will note from the True Social post that I read earlier. Leo should be thankful because, as everyone knows, he was a shocking surprise. He wasn't on any list to be Pope and was only put there by the church because he was an American, and they thought that would be the best way to deal with President Donald J. Trump. If I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican. He is taking credit for the Roman Catholic Church choosing an American Pope because he won the election. This is a man who the entire world, literally, maybe, and the next world too, revolves around him. Leo is the Pope because Donald Trump got elected in a landslide, I might note, right? I mean, this is just who the guy is. So I think it is a great example of Donald Trump as incredibly self-centered. He sees the world like an 8-year-old kid. Everything is about him. And then Donald Trump seeing the world as those who are for him and those who are against him. And it doesn't even matter who those are against him are, including the Pope. If you are seen as against him, if you're even mildly critical of him, and again, saying that it is unacceptable to get rid of a civilization seems to me relatively mildly critical, but even if you are, he will attack you. Does not matter who you are. And I don't think there's strategy here. I think it's Trump being Trump. I think it is dumb. I'm not sure it's a mountain. I'm not sure it's a molehill. It's probably in between those two. I'm not sure it changes the arc of the election, but it is dumb to pick a fight with a popular religious leader of a faith that has 70 million adherents in the United States. I don't think it's that complicated. All right, that's it for me. As I said before.
Yeah, this dude, let me tell you something. I cannot imagine why Donald Trump would want to piss off a core part of his base like this. That I'm gonna be honest with you. I really wonder if dude isn't getting a little spotty there. Sometimes, I've seen it from personal experience, actually, how, when people get older, their mind starts to slip a bit and they get real impulsive. And I wonder if that's not happening. And by the way, if I recall, Fred Trump, Donald Trump's father, wound up with dementia or Alzheimer's, something in that family. So that I'm just saying, if you know that your base includes evangelicals, you don't want to piss them off. And the thing that made me laugh was this particular item right here, where when he was asked about the graphic that had him in the flowing robes healing somebody who's sick, Mr. Trump told reporters outside the Oval Office that the image of him as a robed figure touching the head of a man in a hospital gown was supposed to be me as a doctor making people better. So the image has been removed from his Truth Social account. But how's that even remotely better? It's not as blasphemous, but dude, the dude doesn't have a stethoscope around his neck. He's in these flowing robes. So it actually made me laugh when I said a president actually said that. I'm like, yeah, okay. That's better. So this is a video titled Christians chew out Trump after he shares AI image of Jesus. Punishment like no other. Anyway, let's just watch this. I have not watched this particular one. So
A surreal and explosive image has set social media ablaze, depicting Donald Trump as Jesus Christ, bathed in divine light, flanked by soldier-like figures, with fighter jets tearing across the sky and the Statue of Liberty looming in the background. The AI-generated post shared on Trump's Truth Social account ignited an immediate firestorm, swiftly branded unhinged by critics and seized upon by meme makers, turning the image into a viral flashpoint of controversy and disbelief.
One user quipped that the world had gone absolutely crazy, while another mocked the image by saying it looked like Trump was healing Jeffrey Epstein.
The timing of the post added to the uproar. It appeared just hours after Trump unleashed a blistering verbal attack on Pope Leo XIV, accusing the head of the Catholic Church of being weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. In a series of posts on Truth Social, Trump lashed out at the Pope's stance on migration, the Iran war, and past pandemic restrictions. He alleged that clergy were once arrested for holding church services during COVID and claimed Leo was pandering to the political left. The president went further, saying, "I like his brother Louis much better," and insisted he did not want a pope who thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon, or one who criticizes America's actions in Venezuela. He framed the pontiff's positions as direct opposition to what he described as his own landslide electoral mandate, arguing that Leo should get his act together and focus on religion instead of politics. The president's outburst followed a prayer vigil led by Pope Leo at St. Peter's Basilica in Vatican City, where the pontiff urged world leaders to abandon war and return to dialogue. Quote, "Enough of the display of power, enough of war," Leo declared, emphasizing that true strength lies in serving life rather than asserting dominance. His remarks were widely interpreted as a pointed rebuke of escalating global conflicts, including the Iran crisis. A deepening rift has erupted between the two powerful figures, intensifying over months into a clash of ideology and authority. Pope Leo has repeatedly denounced what he calls the delusion of omnipotence fueling modern warfare, warning that threats of annihilation are truly unacceptable in a world already on edge. The criticism didn't stop there. The Pope has openly condemned mass deportations and sweeping immigration raids, calling the treatment of migrants a direct affront to human dignity. In a pointed rebuke, he reportedly rejected an invitation to join Donald Trump's proposed peace initiative for Gaza, and instead canceled a planned U.S. visit, choosing to stand alongside migrant communities. In a twist of irony, Donald Trump had once hailed Leo's 2025 election as a historic moment for America, but that...
Here, I'm going to skip ahead to see if Donald Trump actually says anything interesting or funny.
Pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world. I'm not a fan of Pope Leo. I would say it's holding well. Their military is destroyed. Their whole Navy is underwater. You know that 158 ships are gone. Their Navy's gone. Most of their mine droppers are gone. We have a lot of people, as you know, at 10 o'clock tomorrow, we have a blockade going into effect. That'll be 10 o'clock tomorrow. Other nations are working so that Iran will not be able to sell oil, and that will be very effective. But what we want to do is we want to, and again, we don't need it. What we notice and what we see and what I think is maybe my idea, maybe not, I don't know. But there are many boats heading toward our country to fill up with oil and then go and take it. So they're not going to go through the Hormuz Strait. And ultimately that'll be corrected. But in the meantime, they're using us. We have more oil because of drill, baby, drill. We have more oil than Russia and Saudi Arabia put together. I think Iran is in very bad shape. I think they're very desperate. We had a meeting that lasted 21 hours. We understand the situation better than anybody, and Iran's in very bad shape. And just so you understand, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. Will not have. There is no way that they're going to get. They still want it, and they made that clear the other night. Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. Oh, I don't know. I don't care if they come back or not. If they don't come back, I'm fine. Their military is gone. Their missiles are largely depleted. The manufacturing capability for missiles and drones is largely defeated. We've been very nice. We haven't ripped down too many bridges. We did one only because they broke their word. They broke their promise. And remember, their promise was that they were going to open the Hormuz Strait. They didn't do it. They lied. We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world. I'm not a fan of Pope Leo. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think this poor man. So let's see. U.S. blockade. Speaking of blockades, and by the way, he's not. Apparently, the Navy is not stopping the Straits of Hormuz or blockading or preventing ships from going through the Strait of Hormuz. They're blockading actual Iranian ports. However, well, let's just deal with this. Basically, the summary is a U.S. blockade of Iran's ports takes effect. That was 10 o'clock Eastern time this morning. Speaking at the White House, the U.S. president says Iran wants a deal very badly, and we can tell. And he was called this morning by the appropriate people seeking an agreement. It wasn't Iran who called. Probably it was either our people, JD Vance or somebody, or it was the Pakistanis. I don't believe. Well, I guess there were direct talks between Iran's parliamentary leader and Vice President Vance. But that's been the only direct talks, and it went 21 hours apparently and then failed. So says here earlier, Iran's parliament speaker said the country would not surrender under threats. There's been no response to Trump's latest remarks. UK Maritime Trade Operations, United Kingdom, says ships in the area may encounter a military presence and a right of visit procedures during passage, meaning they're not going to be able to hit Iranian ports. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Weekend peace talks between the U.S. and Iran ended without a deal. So I think we all know that. So I want to play this video. So an admiral and some army guy talking about this blockade. Oops, sorry about that. The admiral will know a lot about blockades because, believe it or not, years ago when I was in the Navy, The U.S. Basically led a blockade of the Straits of Eilat on the Red Sea side. And I actually participated in that. I, spent time as a boarding party leader. So I used to have to climb up the side of these big container ships. And my folks, basically were in charge of going down and randomly checking cargo for weapons and stuff like that. The blockade was Iran at the time. So I'm kind of familiar. I've been to the Persian Gulf. I've been to the Red Sea. I'm familiar with blockades is what I'm saying. So it's tough work. It is not an easy job. So anyway, let's hear what CNN has to say.
Joining me right now, CNN senior military analyst, retired Admiral James Stavridis. Thank you so much for being here. Focusing in on this blockade that is set to set in, according to U.S. Central Command, at 10 a.m. Eastern. If this happens, what is a blockade going to look like in reality, Admiral? And practically, what is going to be required of the U.S. Navy to pull it off?
Well, let's start with a little bit of confusion over what the intent is here. What we heard from President Trump initially was a full and complete blockade, a shutdown, if you will, of the Strait of Hormuz. What has now developed and what we're hearing from Central Command, Admiral Brad Cooper, the commander, is more nuanced and I think the right answer, which is to blockade the Iranian ports. That's an important distinction. So let's assume it's the latter. How do you do that? You need 1 or 2 aircraft carriers in the region to put up air cover. You need a dozen surface combatants, Kate, so cruisers, frigates, destroyers, to actually station themselves off the Iranian ports. You need a couple of dozen small, fast patrol craft. The Emirates and the Saudis have these kind of craft, corvettes, patrol boats. And then you're going to need land-based air to maintain air superiority. So this will be a huge and resource-intensive effort. And I'll close with this. The good news is, having now pounded the Iranians militarily, this goes after their economy, but it does it in a way that doesn't blow up the entire oil infrastructure. So let's see how the blockade unfolds, but it's going to be resource intensive and it could be very risky.
I'll play something that Democratic Senator Mark Warner said about this and the question on the connection between imposing a blockade and the broader objective of the United States to get the Strait of Hormuz fully reopened. Let me play this.
But I don't understand how blockading the strait is going to somehow push the Iranians into opening it. I don't get the connection there. You're going to see these energy prices continue at record levels, not for weeks, but months and years. And how blockading the strait gets it open suddenly, I don't get that logic.
What do you think of that?
I think that is a very common response across the country, is just head scratching. How does this work? And this gets back, Kate, to where we started the conversation. It's the distinction between simply shutting down the strait completely, which is what I think Senator Warner is responding to, and the more nuanced closure of the Iranian ports, because these are two different tasks. Blockading Iran will, in fact, hurt their economy deeply. They depend on oil coming out of those ports. The second task is to open the strait for everybody else. That's where I think this has landed, in the cold light of a Monday morning. So watch for U.S. Navy and hopefully European minesweepers to go into that strait next, clear it for everybody else while we blockade the Iranian ports. I think that is what the administration is intending here.
Does it effectively do what they are intending, which would be cripple the Iranian economy? Do you think a blockade like this can completely stop Iranians from getting their oil out, or is there are there cracks in the system?
Of course, there will be cracks in the system. Think back to our own history, Kate. American Civil War, the North blockaded the South. Thousands of miles of coastline, took hundreds and hundreds of U.S. Navy ships. Plan Anaconda, named for the snake that constricts its opponent. What the administration aims to do is to accomplish that, but it could take time. It took 3 years plus in the American Civil War to really bring that Confederate economy to its knees. That's the hope here. And last thought, we should recognize Iran will continue to have options here. They can put more mines in the strait. They can use terrorism globally. They can use cyber attacks, perhaps aided by the Russians. They still have cards to play, and the one that worries me the most, they could go after the Gulf Arab states' oil infrastructure using short-range ballistic missiles and terror. So this staring contest between Tehran and Washington is about to come to a culmination. We'll see who blinks.
Joining me now is Colonel Cedric Layton to help us understand this morning's developments. So, Colonel, can you explain to our viewers how a blockade like this would actually work, and what are the ramifications of that move?
Yeah, Manu, good morning to you. One of the things that you have to look out for is, of course, the geography of the place that we're looking at here, and that's the Strait of Hormuz in this case. So theoretically, from a geographical standpoint, this is going to be easier to do than, let's say, Venezuela or Cuba. But there's a lot of traffic that is supposed to go through the Strait of Hormuz, on average 135 ships a day before the war. So there's a lot that has to be controlled here. And so what the blockade would probably look like is that the U.S. forces would principally be focused in the southern approaches, basically from the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea into the Strait of Hormuz, that 21-mile wide gap that we're seeing right there. And the other part of it, the northern part, may very well be controlled by the Emirati and Saudi and other Gulf Arab states. So what they would have to do is they'd have to work together. Now, the president of the United States has not said anything about the Saudis or the Emiratis or the Bahrainis or anybody else getting involved in this. So that's that would make it easier if they did. But let's assume for a second that the U.S. was the sole country to do this. You would have to have basically a fleet of destroyers out there, coupled with at least one, preferably two aircraft carriers that could maintain maritime surveillance over the area. And then what they're trying to do is they're trying to prevent any ships that paid Iranian tolls from getting through the Strait of Hormuz. So if that's the case, that could set us up for a conflict not only between Iran and the United States, which is already happening, but also potentially with other countries such as China, which have paid tolls that allow their ships to go through. So it's an area where we have to be very careful what happens next. But that's basically what this blockade would look like. Yeah. On the surface, it's simple. In fact, it's going to be really complicated.
Yeah, and I wonder, could this backfire in any way, Colonel, this move? Because the U.S., of course, needs the Strait of Hormuz open as well. I mean, couldn't this blockade backfire on the U.S. in any way?
It could. For example, the Iranians could decide to put more mines in the Strait of Hormuz, and that would complicate any mine clearing operations, which, according to President Trump, have already begun.
By the way, the Iranians have said that they have lost track of their mines, which means there could possibly be just random mines out there. I hope they're lying. The last thing you want is random mines. You do not want to lose track of maritime mines. So I'm waiting for some random ship to hit a mine. All hell is going to break loose. I hope they're kidding.
You've got mine clearing operations that could be complicated by extra mines. There could be attacks by small vessels, such as the dhows, which is basically the native ships in the Persian Gulf area, and also the other small boats and fast boats that the Iranians still have. So in spite of their navy being basically decimated, you would have the capability, the Iranians would have the capability of putting a stop to traffic using smaller craft and asymmetric attacks such as mines and other efforts such as even missiles from shore-based batteries.
Colonel, is Iran really susceptible to this kind of economic pressure from the United States?
It depends. To some extent, yes, because 90% of their oil pre-war goes through the Strait of Hormuz and through the Karg Island terminals. So if you combine the blockade with, let's say, an attack on Karg Island and an occupation, even a temporary occupation of Karg Island, that would have a major impact on the Iranians, no question about it. So they are susceptible to this, but there are also other ways for the Iranians to circumvent this. They have a Caspian Sea connection with Russia, for example, so they could use the Caspian Sea for trade between Iran and Russia. It would minimize a lot of what they're able to do through the Strait of Hormuz currently, but it would allow them to at least have a lifeline, and that would not be controllable by the U.S. in any meaningful way. It also impacts the Gulf states, the Arab Gulf states, and they will be clamoring for a resolution to this issue.
With us now is retired General Wesley Clark. He's the former NATO Supreme Allied Commander. So this
Wesley Clark was actually, I believe he was NATO commander way back in the early 90s, and when I was in the Navy.
strait is already effectively closed. Is this blockade likely to either get Iran back to the negotiating table, force to reopen the strait, or does Iran have the leverage here? How are you seeing this?
Well, I see this blockade is helping the United States by giving us leverage. We're blockading not only the strait, but all the Iranian coastline. So you may recall that last week, a couple of Chinese ships docked in Iran, not through the strait, but along the Arabian Sea, and they delivered rocket fuel, or what's required as a component of the rocket fuel, to Iran. We didn't stop that apparently, but we'll stop it from here on. And so this cuts off their ability to do trade. They can't come out of the strait or use other ports along the Iranian coastline. So it definitely gives us leverage. It's difficult, takes a lot of ships, a lot of attention, but I'm sure we're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, tell us a little bit more about that. What's needed here, the military assets, what would go into creating a blockade like this?
The question is, how close can you get to the Iranian coast? And then how much do you need to seize or secure these vessels if they're trying to run the blockade? So we'll take, let's say, 8 to 10 destroyers or frigates, spread them along the coastline. We'll have a couple of carrier task forces behind that, deeper away from the Iranian coastline. We'll have aircraft overhead. We'll be observing. We'll also have satellite coverage. We'll see the ships. We'll know who they are. And the ones that are not affected, not going and working with Iran, no problem. If they're going into the port, coming out of the port, or destined to go through the Strait of Hormuz for Iranian ports or come out from those ports, they will be stopped and seized according to Central Command. So it is a big military commitment. It's both carrier task forces, but that's what they're trained to do.
What about the risk here for the service members?
There's no R&R for the people that are out there. I mean, this is an extended deployment, so they're going to be out there for a long time. Now, we have to be aware that Iran has area anti-access, area denial munitions. As President Trump said, the carrier Lincoln was attacked by 101 missiles. So we're not going to get the carriers very close to the coast. The destroyers will have to pace themselves. Will they be 100 miles, 200 miles? Got to have some standoff. They've got to have air cover on them out there. And so this is a tricky mission. But right now, the ceasefire is still in effect. Now, Iran has said this blockade violates the ceasefire. But it's one thing to say that. It's another thing to start shooting. If the shooting starts, it'll certainly be returned, and it'll be returned very forcefully. So I think this is necessary step up in leverage for the United States. I'm sorry that all of our European allies haven't participated in this, but that's okay. We've got an adequate force out there to do this, and hopefully it will have its effect, and we'll be back to the negotiating table with greater leverage soon.
U.S. Central Command says this blockade.
Yeah, I think I've heard enough. This is not going to be easy. So we'll see. I don't know what to say other than I hope this works is all I can say. So let's come back and talk a little bit about domestic news other than Jesus Trump. Eric Swalwell. I don't, dude. Apparently, this dude is a fucking monster. He is suspended his run for governor of California, and here with this 5 o'clock shadow or whatever you call it, he looks like he is bound for. He doesn't look like he's bound for greatness. But basically, I believe that and there's a guy named Tony Gonzalez, who's a Republican. I think both of them, Swalwell and Gonzalez, are going to wind up being expelled from Congress. It's going to be one of those things where it's a 1 for 1, one Democrat, one Republican, and it doesn't hurt the balance of power. But from what I'm hearing, this dude was a monster. So why is this? I'm getting an error here from StreamYard. Not exactly sure what this error is, but anyway, let me know if you all lose audio. I'll do some sort of reset. So there's Swalwell. I guess, we ought to just listen to some of this if we can. Yeah, let me reload this tab. I don't think it's working. Yeah, let me reload this tab. I don't think. Wow, that's weird. That's still not working. Not sure what's going on here. But anyway, we've talked enough about it. You get the idea. It's weird. All right, so Viktor Orban concedes Hungarian election to challenger Peter Magyar, ending his 16 years of power. Hungary had like an 80% voter turnout, and the new prime minister Magyar got about 54% of the vote. So it was such a large margin, such a large win. And they got like 133 of 200 or so seats in the parliament, compared to like 55 for Orban's party. So essentially, it was such a big win. There was no way the results could be contested. So Orban basically just conceded without a fuss. So it says here, Viktor Orban, who portrayed himself as an anti-globalist but invited foreign companies to Hungary, conceded defeat to the challenger Peter Magyar after 16 years in power. Orban pushed through laws changing Hungary's courts, electoral system, and economy with his parliamentary supermajority, acting as a majoritarian Democrat who believed winner takes all. Peter Magyar defeated Orban by carrying an inclusive national message, as Hungarians felt exhausted by constant conflict and disliked how the rich got richer while the poor got poorer under Orban's rule. So that's the that'll be the end of Orban for a while at least. It is very bad news for the nationalists. But it's even worse than this report. Apparently, Magyar's party won 2/3 of the parliament. So they have the kind of majority where they can make changes to the Constitution. So changes are coming. And this is like a huge thing. They took 2/3 of the parliament. So, everybody's doing lessons learned. This is what we can learn about MAGA, etc. I don't believe you'll be seeing that kind of landslide, an actual landslide come November of this year, but you never know. The main lesson is that an extremely high voter turnout can definitely change things. And, I've been toying with the idea of I'm going to talk about voting towards once I get done with these news articles. I'm going to talk about it briefly. So this is the other article that actually made me laugh. It's called How Orban, a Wizard of Populism, Lost His Magic Touch. The election defeat for Prime Minister Viktor Orban is less the result of an ideological shift in Hungary and more the playing out of a fundamental rule of politics. And that fundamental rule of politics is populists have to be popular. And, it's such a simple rule. When I heard it, I literally chuckled. It's like, gee, yeah, it's in the name. And Viktor Orban, the populist, was not popular after 16 years. And a lot of what he did in Hungary wound up in Project 2025. And I heard today that J.D. Vance is the least popular vice president in American history. That's going to come back to hurt. Donald Trump is at his lowest point as far as approval ratings. So, and then you've got the president, basically comparing himself to Jesus Christ. This is not a recipe for success. And I've said it several times, Donald Trump is literally destroying MAGA's future practically every day, at least every day for the last month or two. Dude is a menace to his own party, and nobody seems to be able to rein him in. What's up, Frost? What's up, Rooster? King Rooster. So, it is Hungary is a done deal. There will be no more Viktor Orban at CPAC. And this is a picture of the new leader, Peter Magyar. By the way, I think Orban is right around 80 maybe, and the new guy's 45. That's another lesson, and I'm going to talk about that later as well. How old is Orban? I'm sorry, he's how old is Orban? It doesn't have here. For some reason, I'm pretty sure he's in his 70s at least. And the new guy's only 45. So anyway, that's it for Hungary. And indeed, Brian, it is bad news for nationalists. But better than nationalists, it's bad news for populists. And as I've said, populism always self-destructs in the end. 16 years is a long time for a populist party, for sure. Of course, you know, they had the kind of majorities where they could modify the Constitution to favor keeping them in power. But this was such an overwhelming turnout that it just didn't matter. Extremely unpopular. So in more bad news for the Trump administration, the president personally, really, judge dismisses Trump's suit against the Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal published something he didn't like. The judge said President Trump had not plausibly alleged that the Journal published an article with actual malice. You know, when you've got, you know, people on the right suing the Wall Street Journal, you know something's amiss. So let's hear about this. Oh, wow. Can't hear this either, huh? What on earth is going on here? Well now. Well, I'm not exactly sure why the newspaper tabs aren't playing, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. You know what? I wonder if going out and coming back in. Let me try dropping out. I'll be right back. All right. Well, let's see. Huh. Let's see if this works.
Mrs. Trump's suit against the Wall Street Journal. This article is by Katie Robertson and read by an automated voice. A federal judge on Monday dismissed President Trump's $10 billion defamation lawsuit against the publisher of the Wall Street Journal over its report of his lewd birthday greeting to the sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Judge Darren Gales in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Florida said in his decision that Mr. Trump had not plausibly alleged that the Journal published the article with actual malice, a legal standard meaning that it knew what it was publishing was false or had acted with reckless disregard as to its accuracy. Judge Gales dismissed the complaint without prejudice, allowing Mr. Trump to bring the same claim again. A spokesman for Mr. Trump's legal team said in a statement on Monday that the president would refile this powerhouse lawsuit. Mr. Trump made a similar comment on social media. A spokesman for Dow Jones, the publisher of the Journal, said in a statement, "We are pleased with the judge's decision to dismiss this complaint. We stand behind the reliability, rigor, and accuracy of the Wall Street Journal's reporting." Mr. Trump's lawsuit centered on a Journal article published on July 17th with the headline, "Jeffrey Epstein's friends sent him body letters for a 50th birthday album." One was from Donald Trump. It described a letter that appeared to be from Mr. Trump in a 2003 birthday album compiled for Mr. Epstein. The article said the letter had a drawing of a naked woman on it with Mr. Trump's signature below her waist, and a message that read, "Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret." Mr. Trump told the Journal that this is a fake thing and said he never wrote a picture in my life. "I don't draw pictures of women." He said in a lawsuit filed the day after the article was published that no authentic letter or drawing exists. Mr. Trump sued the Journal's parent company, News Corp, as well as Rupert Murdoch, News Corp's founder, Robert Thompson, the chief executive, Dow Jones, the Journal's publisher, and 2 Journal reporters. He asked for $10 billion in damages.
Oh, by the way, there's like a whole room full. I saw this maybe a year ago. Donald Trump often doodled in his letters. So that's just an outright lie. It is going to be interesting since the suit was dismissed without prejudice. It'll be interesting to see if Trump refiles it. $10 billion. There's no way, even if he won, there's no way he's getting $10 billion. Of course, it's against a Rupert Murdoch property, the Wall Street Journal is. So, it's not like Murdoch couldn't come up with the money, I guess. But, Donald Trump is famous for being real litigious. So he'll probably refile the suit. But let's move on. We're going to go back to Swalwell. And I mentioned Tony Gonzalez. He's the Republican from Texas, House Republican from Texas, who is in trouble for some sexual misconduct of his own. So this is that weirdo Byron Donalds from Florida talking about it. Given his past, I'm not so sure he's the best person, but what the hell? Let's listen to what he's got to say. This is NBC's Meet the Press.
Growing number of House members say reps. Eric Swalwell and Tony Gonzalez should resign or...
Wrong button.
Final question. I want to ask you about Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell of California, who's facing allegations of sexual assault and misconduct from former members of his staff, allegations he denies. One House Republican has filed a motion to expel Mr. Swalwell from Congress. On the other side, Democrats say they're going to respond with a motion to expel Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez of Texas, who's being investigated for allegations of sexual misconduct. Will you vote to expel Congressman Swalwell, and will you vote to expel Congressman Gonzalez?
That vote comes to the floor, I will be voting yes on both measures. These allegations are despicable, and they demean the integrity of Congress. These things are just completely unacceptable. As far as I'm concerned, both gentlemen need to go home.
I do want to ask you about your colleague, Congressman Eric Swalwell. You heard me discussing this with Congressman Donalds. He's facing allegations of sexual assault from a former staff member, which we should say Swalwell says are completely false and politically motivated. Notable, though, House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, Senator Adam Schiff, Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi are calling for Swalwell to end his run for California governor. Do you think that Swalwell should drop out of the gubernatorial race?
I absolutely do. This is
all right. Well, he has dropped out of the California governor's race. The thing is he had like 50 former staffers, people who aren't even working for him now, who basically said, yep, you need to drop out of the races. So he's got like overwhelming numbers of women and just staffers in general. Dude is toast. He is done for. Um, the only thing is I haven't heard of any sort of criminal charges yet, but his political career is over. So let's go back to Trump and his family. The Biden crime family ain't got nothing on the Trump family. Trump family deal spree could open door for future presidents to profit from office. Why be president if you can't make $1 billion?
New York, AP, for decades, presidents avoided even the appearance of profiting from their office. Harry Truman refused to lend his name to any business, even in retirement. Richard Nixon so feared a brother might profit off their ties, he had his phone tapped. And George W. Bush dumped his individual stock holdings before taking office. President Donald Trump is taking a different approach. The family real estate business is undergoing the fastest overseas expansion since its founding a century ago, each deal potentially shaping everything from tariffs to military aid. Led by Eric and his brother, Donald Jr., the family business has expanded into cryptocurrencies with ventures that brought in billions of dollars, but raised questions about whether some big investors received favorable treatment in return. The brothers have also joined or invested in a number of companies that aim to do business with the government their father runs. Last month, they struck a deal giving them stakes worth millions in an armed drone maker seeking contracts with the Pentagon and with Gulf states under attack by Iran and dependent on the U.S. military led by their father. The White House and the Trump Organization deny there are any ethical problems. Asked about the issue at a recent crypto conference, Donald Jr. said, "Frankly, it's gotten old. The problem of conflicts of interest goes back a decade to when Trump first ran for office, but some government ethics experts and historians argue it's more pressing than ever as conflicts pile up in his second term that they consider unprecedented, blatant, and dangerous to democracy. I don't think there's any line right now between policy decisions and political calculations and the interest of the Trump family," said Julian Zelizer, a presidential historian at Princeton University. Deal-making spree abroad. In Trump's first term, the Trump Organization did 0 deals in foreign countries. In a little over a year into his second term, it did 8, all ostensibly complying with the Trump Organization's self-imposed rule not to do business directly with foreign governments. But governments in authoritarian and one-party states rarely take a hands-off approach, especially when the business belongs to a sitting president. In Qatar, a Trump golf club and villa project is being developed in part by a company owned by the Qatari government. In Vietnam, where the New York Times reported the government pushed farmers off their land to make way for a Trump resort, the country's deputy prime minister signed off on the deal at a ceremony. And in Saudi Arabia, a planned Trump Plaza resort on the Red Sea is being built by a Saudi real estate developer close to the ruling family. Whether the deals played any role in changing U.S. policies in ways these countries sought is nearly impossible to know, but the countries did get what they wanted: access to advanced U.S. technology for Qatar, tariff relief for Vietnam, and fighter jets for Saudi Arabia. And the Trump Organization got something too: tens of millions in fees. Asked about those projects, the Trump Organization said it has done no deals with governments so far, noting that the Saudi company was private, and has said it is collaborating with the Qatari business and had not struck a partnership. With it, that would have broken its self-imposed rules. The UAE, crypto, and Binance. Another deal raising conflicts of interest questions first came to light in a Wall Street Journal article in January, a year after it was struck. Days before the inauguration, the Trump family sold nearly half of its World Liberty financial crypto business to a UAE government-linked company run by a member of the UAE royal family for $500 million. A second UAE entity, a government fund, invested in the offshore cryptocurrency exchange Binance using $2 billion worth of a digital currency called a stablecoin issued by World Liberty. That allowed the Trump company that received the dollars to put it in safe investments such as bonds or money market funds and keep the tens of millions of dollars in interest for itself. Shortly after, the Trump administration reversed a Biden-era restriction and granted the UAE access to advanced U.S. chips. Binance founder, Changpeng Zhao, later got a pardon from Trump, despite having pleaded guilty to failing to stop criminals from using his platform to move money connected to child sex abuse, drug trafficking, and terrorism. A lawyer for Zhao denied any connection between the Binance business with the Trump family and the pardon. Any claim of a quid pro quo by Binance or CZ or preferential financial treatment by Binance is a clear misstatement of the public record, said Teresa Goody-Guillen in an email to the AP, referring to Zhao by his initials. Asked about the pardon, the White House said federal authorities had unfairly punished Zhao in what it called the Biden administration's war on crypto. World Liberty dismissed the notion of a conflict, saying the UAE deal had no connection to the president's chips policy. Crypto billions. World Liberty has also provided a separate income stream to a new Trump limited liability corporation through sales of governance tokens that give owners certain voting rights in its business, though not equity stakes, raising $2 billion last year. That translates into hundreds of millions of dollars for the Trumps through their World Liberty ownership stake and a separate side deal allowing them a cut of these sales. One big token investor was Justin Sun, a cryptocurrency billionaire who, as a foreign citizen, would be banned under U.S. law from making political donations to U.S. politicians. Between Trump's election and inauguration, Sun spent $75 million on the tokens. In February last year, a federal lawsuit charging Sun with duping investors was paused before being settled last month for a $10 million fine. Then there are the souvenir-type meme coins stamped with Trump's face that went on sale days before he took the oath of office last year. Over the next 4 months, the coins generated $320 million, mostly going to Trump-related entities, according to blockchain tracker Chainalysis. That is more than double the money collected in 4 years, running his...
Yeah, I'll go ahead and stop it here. It's a longish article, and we pretty much get the idea. Here's the deal. Trump has definitely set a precedent. For some reason or another, he does not get a lot of pushback for all this stuff from his base. But I can tell you right now, it's seething right beneath the surface, and it's possible that MAGA gets its ass spanked with all this money that's being made by the Trump administration. This bullshit about the Biden crime family, dude, it's peanuts compared to what the Trump family is raking in right now. And it's right. He's right. It's not Trump doing this personally. It's his right and left thumbs, his sons, who are just driving this business. And then you've got Jared Kushner out there, doing part-time diplomacy, and the other half of his day is spent, raking in deals for the future. So it's pretty disgusting. And I think people are, between the comparisons to Christ and, starting wars that are totally unnecessary, I just sense a crash. I think Melania is basically going to be that pivot point. Having her come out with that little speech she gave, yeah, I think the corner has been turned, and she's gonna be like a weird MAGA version of Helen of Troy. She's gonna bring down the whole kingdom. So speaking of profits, if only China and Iran could be dealt with effectively. China Iran weaponized the global economy to beat the U.S. at its own game. Washington once enjoyed a near monopoly over this type of economic warfare, but now American consumers and companies are starting to feel the pain. By the way, because of this blockade, gas is up over $100 a barrel again. So we'll listen to a little bit of this.
Over twice in 1 year, the United States has been
hometown dealership.
You're listening to China. Iran weaponized the global economy to beat the U.S. at its own game. A news story written by David J. Lynch and read by Helen, an AI-generated voice. Twice in 1 year, the United States has been humbled by an adversary's ability to weaponize its control over one of the global economy's main arteries. First, China wielded its dominance over rare earth minerals to secure a truce in President Donald Trump's trade war. Then, Iran effectively closed the Strait of Hormuz, taking hostage global energy markets and leading to a ceasefire in its 6-week war with the United States and Israel. Washington once enjoyed a near monopoly over this type of economic warfare, punishing wayward nations by barring them from using the dollar or enjoying access to Silicon Valley's most advanced technologies. But as faith in global economic integration broke down amid the pandemic, Russia's invasion of Ukraine and souring U.S.-China relations, nations increasingly saw commercial links as potential pressure points. In response, the United States, China, and Europe are all moving to bolster their economic defenses by investing in domestic production of essential goods. The global economy was designed for the benign environment of the 1990s, when we assumed that China and Russia would be our friends. But we're living in a period of intensifying geopolitical competition, said Edward Fishman, author of Choke Points, A History of the U.S. Approach to Economic Warfare. This process is just going to keep going on until you have a new global economy. Exploiting economic dependency is not unprecedented. The 1973 Arab oil embargo, which plunged the U.S. into a stagflationary episode of recession and high inflation, is just one example. But the global economy today offers more opportunities to leverage commercial links for strategic ends. Trade as a share of overall output is twice as large today as it was in 1973. The America First president, who criticizes globalization for draining jobs and wealth from the U.S., often speaks as if his nation exists on a plane apart. Earlier this year, he said Americans don't need anything from Canada, the nation's #2 source of imported goods. He boasts of the U.S. being energy independent, though it relies on imports of some petroleum products, including a minor amount that transits the strait. Some of Trump's top aides see danger in the commercial ties that flowered following the end of the Cold War, especially those that left the USS dependent upon China, its principal strategic rival. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has worried publicly that other nations' economic leverage will constrain our ability to make foreign policy unless the USS diversifies its supply lines. There is virtually none of the leading-edge industries of the 21st century in which we don't have some level of vulnerability, and it's become one of the highest geopolitical priorities that we now face, Rubio said in a speech last year. The U.S. has struggled, however, to adjust to the shifting landscape. In both of his terms in the White House, Trump has been a heavy user of financial sanctions, hitting countries, individuals, and companies. He reimposed sanctions on Iran in 2018, hit Venezuela with maximum pressure the following year, and levied penalties on multiple Chinese entities. This term, he piled more sanctions on Iran, expanded export controls to cover an estimated 20,000 Chinese companies, and tightened controls over advanced chip-making equipment and jet engines to China. But the administration has been caught unawares when other nations have weaponized their economic advantages. Last April.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and stop it here. It is really interesting. I don't know whether, countries have just gotten smarter or we're picking on the wrong enemies, but I have definitely said that where China is right now, they don't have to do what we want them to do. So bullying them just is not going to work. And apparently it's not going to work with Iran either. So I think what Trump is doing is ultimately going to take decades to undo. It's easy to break shit, a lot harder to build shit, a lot harder to repair stuff. So, we'll see how it all washes out. Not yet, Bobby. So, what else do we have here? So, Rory McIlroy. I didn't watch any of the Masters. I haven't watched the Masters in a few years. Used to like watching it on TV, but it's been a while. So basically, this is his second Masters in a row. So congratulations to him. Let's see. This is the one I wanted to do next. So I actually haven't been to the movie theater. When was the last time? I don't think I've been to a movie theater since maybe 2019 or 2018. The last movie I can remember seeing was with my son. It was Into the Spider-Verse or whatever was called, which I actually kind of enjoyed. I'm out of my theater going days. I don't particularly get a thrill out of going to theaters these days. I'd much rather watch it at home. But apparently movie theaters finally emerged from the shadows of the pandemic. So it says here, movie theater owners are facing 2026 with renewed optimism after a strong start. Domestic box office revenue is up 23% compared to 2025, marking the strongest first quarter since the pandemic. A slate of blockbuster franchises and family-friendly films, including Star Wars, The Mandalorian, and Grogu. I don't know how you pronounce it. I've caught one episode maybe on the Disney Channel. It was okay. And Pixar's, oh my God, Toy Story 5 is expected to keep audiences coming to theaters throughout the year. Still, cinemas face persistent headwinds, including fears that studio consolidation will reduce film releases. So, Toy Story 5. Wow, there's still Toy Stories to sell. Well, you know what? There might have been one, Bobby, if Tiger Woods could fucking stop driving drunk. Maybe next year. Let's see here. Wrong story again. So, looks like Mom Donnie plans to open a city-owned grocery store in East Harlem. Mayor Zoran Mamdani announced plans for a city-owned grocery store at La Marqueta, moving to deliver on a campaign pledge. Let's hear about it.
Mamdani plans to open city-owned grocery store in East Harlem. This article is by Emma G. Fitzsimmons and read by an automated voice. Mayor Zoran Mamdani announced on Sunday that New York City will open a city-owned grocery store in East Harlem and Manhattan by the end of his first term, taking an early step to deliver on a key campaign pledge. The mayor wants to spend roughly $30 million to build the store at La Marqueta, a city-owned marketplace under elevated train tracks in a predominantly Latino neighborhood. Mr. Mamdani announced the plan at a rally on Sunday to mark his first 100 days as mayor. As a candidate, Mr. Mamdani said he would create 5 city-owned grocery stores, one in each borough, in hopes of bringing down food costs for struggling New Yorkers. The first such store will open in an existing building in another borough by the end of next year, the mayor's office said. His administration plans to open all 5 stores by the end of his term in 2029. We're going to make it easier for New Yorkers to put food on the table, Mr. Mamdani said at the rally, adding, at our stores, eggs will be cheaper. Bread will be cheaper. La Marqueta has for decades hosted vendors beneath the Metro North Railroad tracks along Park Avenue. It once covered 5 city blocks and had many vendors. But it has struggled over the years and now has a smaller footprint and fewer shops, including a garden center and a vegan soul food shop. Mr. Mamdani said that he wanted the new grocery store to offer discounts on basic groceries and to provide quality jobs. The city will waive rent and real estate taxes for the store. It will be built on an empty lot and will not displace current vendors. East Harlem is a diverse community with high poverty rates. Elsie Encarnacion, the local city council member, said she was excited about the store. This means access to affordable, healthy food that is hopefully culturally relevant, she said. The idea of city-run grocery stores has gained national attention as a way to reduce prices and to address so-called food deserts where supermarkets are scarce. Atlanta opened its first municipal grocery store last year. Plans for a store in Chicago have stalled. Mr. Mamdani's critics have warned that the stores could hurt private businesses, with one, John Catsimatidis, a Republican who owns 2 supermarket chains in the city, even arguing that they could lead to breadlines of the old Soviet Union. Others have questioned whether city-owned grocery stores could substantially bring down prices, and whether 5 would be enough to make a dent in a city of more than 8 million people. Mr. Mamdani is seeking to open the stores as the city is facing a major budget deficit. He proposed $70 million in capital funding to build the stores, which requires city council approval. A spokesman for Julie Menon, the council speaker, said in a statement that she would review the plan and examine the impact on consumers and local small businesses, including bodegas. As our city confronts ongoing fiscal and affordability crises, the City Council is identifying responsible solutions to lower costs and address food insecurity, he said. During the campaign, Mr. Mamdani said that 5 stores could cost about $60 million annually to operate. An estimate by food policy experts found that the cost could be at least $100 million per year using union labor rates. Stephen Zagor, an adjunct associate professor at Columbia Business School who focuses on food businesses, said that grocery stores are difficult to run and have small profit margins. The stores will need financial support for years, like other government-backed services, including Amtrak, he said. It's going to be a political football. There are going to be people who don't want to subsidize it, he said. Still, Mr. Zagor said that the stores could provide price stability and offer residents quality fruits and vegetables to address health concerns like obesity and diabetes.
That's kind of an interesting idea if they're actually going to be like bodegas in the neighborhood. I don't know why that would actually be a problem. I could see where people would basically have a problem with it. You would much rather have those corner stores be privately owned by people, preferably in the neighborhood. But, if prices are prohibitive for local neighborhood investment, I would think the city would be the next best thing. At least the profits can be put back into the store somehow. So we'll see how it works out. If I recall, this is like something that'll be done by the end of his term, but this is some sort of promotional video. So let's have a look at it. Oh, okay. I thought it was actually some sort of
During
ad.
our campaign, we promised New Yorkers that we would create a network of 5 city-owned grocery stores, 1 in each borough. Today, we make good on that promise. Stores where prices are fair, where workers are treated with dignity, and where New Yorkers can actually afford to shop. At our stores, eggs will be cheaper, Bread will be cheaper. Grocery shopping will no longer be an unsolvable equation. One of those stores will be at La Marqueta in El Barrio.
Hey, Stan, how you doing? How you been? Good to see you. I'm going to just quickly run over this story. It just caught my attention. This is some sort of opinion piece in the Atlantic, and it's called "In Praise of Difficult Kids." Anytime I see something about difficult kids, it reminds me of my youth. I'm sure I've been called a difficult kid once or twice in my life, and it's written by either a former or a current I think a history teacher, high school history teacher. Anyway, he says a few years ago, Ned, one of his students, let's see, no. This is the part I wanted to read. Here it is. Okay, it says here, but I've seen a lot of children grow up, and I've come to believe that many of the adults whom we ultimately admire most were not easy teenagers. They were the ones who sometimes seemed irritated at their teachers or alienated from the classroom. These difficult kids aren't necessarily trying to be difficult. Many possess a sort of moral fire, a quality that drives them to ask questions or push teachers' buttons because they believe that the adults around them can and should do better. You know what? All I have to say is there is a fine line between, asking difficult questions and outright disrespect. And I suspect there are a lot of teachers who don't know the difference, and they miss the mark and allow their students to miss the mark. There's a way a kid can be difficult, but yet still stay kind of within the line. Maybe they'll come right up to it, but they don't cross the line. I think the problem is actually more with teachers, in my experience, than with the kids. Experienced teachers don't have a whole lot of trouble with kids. It's the inexperienced ones or the ones who don't care. Kids can sense, whether a teacher cares or not. Kids and animals. So that's my short spiel on that. So now we're gonna go more into the into some videos. One of them, surprise, is a hood conservative clip that he put out talking about, quote, black politics, which anytime hood conservative talks politics, it's probably gonna be interesting, to use a word. So before we do that, let me also do the old commercial here. I want to thank It's My Time for supporting the show. I put up the banner, but forgot to actually announce it. So she is the first sponsor of the week for this Saturday's show. No idea what the show will be about, but everybody, make sure you support the show by supporting the host. I now have PayPal. And that's to accommodate some of the folks who live in Canada and England, and I think there's some other places that I get heard. So don't be shy. The systems are in place. The Sovereign Beer Fund is always looking for investors. So thank you again to It's My Time. So this is Hoodservative, apparently the National Action Network. I knew they were having some sort of like a conference, but I didn't know much about it. You know, I don't generally pay attention. CPAC sometimes I'll pay attention to, but until, you know, campaign season rolls around, I don't really pay attention to these conventions. And to be honest, I didn't even know National Action Network was a Al Sharpton thing, but apparently it is. And our friend and my YouTube content creator colleague, Hoodservative, had words, and it was such a provocative think piece that I actually took notes, which I usually don't do, because I wanted to make sure I get the critique right. So we're going to watch this. It's almost 12 minutes, and there's some interesting things, some themes that come up every now and again in these YouTube streets, and we'll talk about them as Mr. Servative talks about them. Oh, and by the way, while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to go ahead and drop the panel link. If anybody wants to come up and help me critique Hoodservative's thoughtful, his really good think piece. And I use think in quotation marks, by the way. So let's see here. Oh, you know what? I need to put it in StreamYard. That way it'll go to the other platforms. Race Hustler Sharpie. Let's see. Panel link equals. So there it is. Feel free to hit the link and let me pin it. Oh, and just so everybody knows, I'm actually also streaming on Twitch and also on Kick. Not like I have people watching, but on those two platforms. But at some point, I'll figure out how to get some viewers from those platforms. I haven't quite figured them out yet, but we have growth plans. So anyway, let's see what our Hoodservative has to say.
We've got to reconcile our differences. So we need a Secretary of Reconciliation, just as we have a Secretary of Education, a Secretary of Labor. We need a Secretary of Reconciliation who would report directly to a president, not this president, directly to a president. And the job would be to reconcile our differences, and that reconciliation for me, I say this with no shame, no embarrassment. I am unapologetic.
If let me know if this video, it looks choppy on my phone, and I'm not exactly sure how to fix that without tearing down the whole browser. So let me know. I may have to just stop the browser and restart it, but I really don't want to do that.
Unapologetically black, and I say this, that would include reparations for the 240 years of free labor that people still benefit today from, and that we were locked out of opportunities along the way while they were benefiting. So I believe in reparations. And Reverend, there are some people who don't want reparations, but here's my solution to that. I'll take their share.
Step up, tell us your name, and briefly, what's on your mind? Where's Denise?
Melody.
Hey, yo, as I look around this room, if you're 35 years old or younger, raise your hand. 4 people. So here's the thing. Y'all in trouble.
And the reason I get so passionate about this, that's why I wanted to correct whoever that was that's talking before I got up here. The reason I got so passionate about this is these super duper militants that divide our community is the reason why Donald Trump got elected and Kamala lost. They get enough of them to get some folks disgusted with the system, and all they need is a few to flip the election. Trump needs ignorance in order to stay in power. We need enlightenment to stay.
By the way, he's actually right on that point. The less you know, the better Trump's chances. That's why, Ron DeSantis and governors of that ilk want history taught a certain way. Patriotic education is literally a way to teach what they want you to know.
And up for our community, young, old, bold, it doesn't matter.
For the last week, Al Sharpton has been hosting his National Action Network convention. The NAN is Sharpton's political action group. It's obviously a Black censored group around Black people and Black issues. And it's been going on for the entire week. And I've been kind of keeping an eye on it. A lot of speakers came. Mayor Mamdani from New York City. Kamala Harris was there teasing another presidential run. But as I watched the event play out over the last couple of days, there was something about the makeup of the crowd that I just couldn't help but to notice. They were all very old. All of them. With the exception, I guess, of yesterday being the last day, they had their youth day. And while they were having their youth day, someone got up on the mic. They invited some speakers to just come up and give their statements or whatever. Like in church, you give your testimonial. And so they invited like some random speakers up to the mic. And one of those speakers actually stood up to Al Sharpton and called them out for how old they are. And he mentioned some other things about reparations and all that. But I just thought it was interesting that they got called out for being basically old and out of touch.
Briefly, what's on your mind? Where's the next?
Let me hold it. Hey, yo, as I look around this room, if you're 35 years old or younger, raise your hand. 4 people. So here's the thing. Y'all in trouble. Yesterday, you had Al Green up here talking about we need a Secretary of Reconciliation, and then that's going to include what he said was reparations, which, by the way, wasn't reparations. Reparations is more than a check, but the very first thing it is a check. And come this year during the midterms and in 2028, if you don't have our check, you won't get no vote. No check, no vote. Yeah, I know that ain't what you want to hear, but that's what's happening. All of y'all in here, with all due respect, you're beautiful, but you're old. You're not talking to the youth. You don't know how to talk to the youth. You're trying to tell us what to do. We're not having it no more. So if you want our vote, you got to come with our paper. We're not scared of Trump. We're not scared of anybody. Biden is a racist. Trump is a racist. Kamala is a racist. And if you don't have our money, you don't get our vote. Yeah, not. Who are you? Oh, all right, yeah, so like I was saying, I'm gonna land my plane right there, but the Democrats are no better than the Republicans. No check, no vote. Y'all take care. And somebody get my man a tissue. He need a tissue.
Thank you. First, let me clarify something. There are many young people that are part of the National Action Network. I happen to be one of them. I may look old, but I'm not old.
So the Democrats have a problem with the Black vote. Ever since Trump came along, a lot of Black support has been trailing away, moving toward the right wing, toward the Republicans, toward Trump. A lot of that is Black men. And it's very, very on brand that it was a young Black dude who got up and was making some disruptive comments at the National Action Network.
Oh, I have all kinds of critiques. I'm going to let this go a little bit more just so hood conservative can be hood conservative.
Convention. And I don't think he's all that wrong. The one thing he didn't really mention was the immigration issue and how a lot of the Black vote has basically been sold out and co-opted by immigration. I mean, what's the point of having a Black congressional caucus if they're all speaking a foreign language and they're all caucusing for a completely different racial ethnicity? It doesn't make sense. And so I think on top of that, like I said, this is a very old boomer group. Black politics is effectively a boomer sport. And I think that's what this young man was railing against right now. And then also, if you really think about it, a lot of the older Black boomer establishment, they've made their money. The National Action Network has been around for 30-something years, collecting all kinds of fees and whatnot. And then, you know, all the other Black speakers that got up there, they found a way to make their money. And they...
Yeah, there's so much bullshit that's not well thought out in this that I'll stop it there because he's got some more. But first off, the Congressional Black Caucus is fine. It's been around for quite some time. This bullshit about nobody speaks English. First off, there's no such thing as a racial ethnicity for starters. Ethnicity has nothing to do with race. So let's start getting the terminology right. And that YN that was talking earlier, these people think that not voting is actually hurting Democrats. Well, guess what? There's a reason that conservatives, especially in the southern states, want to basically do voter ID and other things that are just barely or outright unconstitutional. The fewer Black people to vote is always going to work in the favor of Southern Republicans 100% of the time. Why do you think they don't want more than one voting district, majority Black voting district in places like Louisiana? Fewer votes, it's better for the red team. The other thing is, if this YN is so politically astute, why aren't young people running for office? Why are the young people not challenging the boomers instead of sitting their asses on a sofa complaining about old people? Why don't these young people come out and run for office or challenge or rally for a candidate? All they're doing is doing what they call the couch vote. They're just sitting on their asses complaining. So someone needs to be a YN of action instead of getting in there and just in broken English criticizing old people. What else did I have here? This thing about Blacks, these MAGA Blacks and the anti-Black Blacks have bought into this idea that immigration is somehow affecting Black people more than other minorities. I haven't done a whole lot of research, but you know what? If you're not out there picking fruit or working in a chicken processing plant, and not only that, why are we raising our kids to compete with illegal immigrants? Okay, aren't we supposed to be You know, I heard Judge Joe Brown earlier today. I was watching a video considering maybe whether I should show it today or not. Joe Brown, and I disagree with a lot of his politics, but the one thing he did allude to that I agree with is why the fuck are we still competing after all these years? Why are we competing with immigrants in the first place? You know, he was talking about Asians, you know, how Asians can come here and all of a sudden, you know, over a fairly short amount of time become the top earners income wise. How can they do it in decades when we've been here for hundreds of years, Black people? And the answer is his thing is we're not aiming high. We're basically you know, kind of, well, I think he points to a victim mentality, and that's exactly what that YN was doing. It's a victim mentality. Oh, the boomers made their money and they're not giving us some. Motherfucker, go out and earn it. Why are you expecting boomers to hand over money? They need, dude, even if you are fairly well off, you're 1 or 2 hospital stays away from bankruptcy. Medical bills are high as fuck. And, you know, just because you got a couple $1 million that you saved up over, you know, 40 years, that $2 million can be gone if you have to wind up, you know, getting expensive surgeries or, you know, cancer, and then there's nursing home care. Oh, $2 million is nothing if you have the right sort of medical problems. So instead of sitting here whining about boomers not giving you fucking money, how about go out and earn it yourself? I find these sorts of arguments just borderline disgusting. That YN, dude, dress for success for starters. And yeah, it is a problem if the National Action Network is not figuring out how to get young people into the chairs and into politics. However, maybe these young folks, he was there. Why didn't he bring his gang or, you know, whatever organization he was representing? Why didn't he bring his peers? Bottom line is these YNs, they need to stop complaining and they need to start doing. If you, instead of sitting on the couch, why don't you run for office? And to be honest, had I been the dude holding the mic, I would have asked him if he was a felon. Okay, if you're a felon, you might not be able to run for office. Okay, that's what we need to be doing. Maybe if you can keep out the streets and stop having 88 baby mamas, you might be able to run for office. But sitting here complaining about the boomers, that ain't a plan. And the other thing that annoys me is these idiots who are in their 40s acting like they're still young. Dude, I don't want to hear some 40-year-old complaining about his parents or his grandparents who won't give him money. That is literally, I'd be ashamed to sit here, you know, yelling at my grandpa because he's not dying fast enough to will me some money. It's disgusting. It is literally, in my opinion, it's a mask for laziness. Get off your ass and run for office. And by the way, fucking put on a tie. So anyway, let's play some more of Hood Servative's thought-provoking comments.
They've been promising reparations to the young people because they have no other way to get them to make money. They don't really have a plan to bring wealth to Black America, but they found wealth for themselves. And so you have this issue where you got a very young disgruntled voting bloc who sees all of you guys doing well. They want some for themselves. You're promising them money. The money's never going to come, and sooner or later, it's all going to come to a head.
Our young people are rehearsing, getting ready for this afternoon is our youth day. I heard somebody talk about young people that tell them to just stay around. They're gonna see two people, afternoon. All of the youth in there, and I don't know, but you get provocateurs because anybody that is talking to somebody younger than them holding the mic, then you know that they paid agents. And if you're in the room,
Al Sharpton reacts to this totally in the wrong way. He should be saying, well, son, what have you done? Are you out knocking on doors? Are you running for office? Are you running a campaign? What are you doing besides complaining about your grandpa? Like there's a whole hell of a lot of generational wealth in the Black community to be passed down. Okay. You know, years ago, and I told this story probably 2 or 3 weeks ago, back in the 70s, I was watching an episode of The Jeffersons. And as usual, George and Wheezy are, kind of sniping back and forth. And Wheezy says, well, George, you're not a millionaire. George goes, well, I'm a thousandaire. Bottom line is the Black community doesn't have the kind of generational wealth that the white community does. Last time I thought about it, the Black community as a whole has like 10 times less generational wealth. So if you're waiting for grandpa to pass down, some money to you, you're going to be waiting a long time because as a demographic, we don't have that kind of generational wealth.
don't like me saying that, I'll say it again. Because you cannot get reparations without putting people in office that's going to pay them. So talk that ignorance somewhere else.
Well, Ola, why shouldn't he be in politics? All I have to say is even if he's over the hill and even if you don't agree with Al Sharpton's politics, he's doing something about it and has been doing something about it. Old YNs and actual YNs who are waiting for grandpa to will them some money, I think they're the problem. They're the problem, not Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton won't be here much longer due to biology. It's the old YNs who are taken up for the actual YNs who probably, their baby mama's kids. They're the problem, not Al Sharpton.
People talking about we have been for all of our existence fighting for reparations, made every candidate pledge to it. You cannot get reparations unless you elect folk that's going to pay it. Who you going to pay yourself? So you can, on one hand, say, don't vote for everybody, they racist, but I want reparations. Who going to pay you? So either you paid or you stupid or both. I mean, I don't see nobody standing up. I didn't see whoever it was, but yeah, okay. I was at college and
again, the Black community, the Black demographic, the legacy Black demographic has 10 times less wealth than the white demographic. There may not be anything to leave. Back in the day, like sitting on the sofa, not voting, waiting for grandma to die, so you can get a couple $100. It's shameful. Go out and make your own money.
The guy stood up talking about, I don't believe in all that nonviolent stuff. Y'all need to get out the way and da 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 and da 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 da. And all you punks, I said, hold it with the punk stuff. I said, because you got one punk out. You go to the second punk, you're gonna get the best nonviolent whipping you ever got in your life.
So there's Al Sharpton basically clapping back at that young black guy who more or less stood up to Al Sharpton in his own house at the National Action Network convention.
Yeah, he stood up to Al Sharpton, all right. Dude, conservatives' politics suck. And this bullshit about black males voting for Republicans. Well, two things about that. It was nowhere near an overwhelming majority. It was still like in the 80% range of black males who voted for the Democrats. So it's not some overwhelming number that's really going to make that much of a difference, especially come 2026. And whatever it is, the old YNs either didn't vote, because people like Hood Conservative, they'll talk about this shit, but they don't vote at all. I guarantee you Hood Conservative didn't even vote. So that's a problem in and of itself. Is he the right spokesman for this sort of stuff? And then number two, I kind of shake my head at any black male who winds up voting for a MAGA candidate come the fall. Trump's administration in this first year has been a fucking disaster. There's almost nothing I can think of that I would point to other than closing the southern border. Other than that, what really has Trump done? Nothing that I can think of. I'm sure there must be something I'm overlooking.
And he called out Al Sharpton's group for being old and out of touch, in which Sharpton responded to by saying, well, today's Youth Day. And I guess this being the last day of the convention, this is when they saved, all their Youth Day activities. They were having a fashion show, I think, at the end of it all, which is, who needs a fashion show? Like, fashion is going to help black people. I thought this was a political convention. But it only highlights the lack of substance that they have to offer black youth. The boomer class has pretty much got what they were going to get out of life. It's the youth who are looking for their.
No chaser. Voting is the end all and be all. What people don't seem to understand is that individual votes don't really do much, but block voting. Viktor Orban, you might not have been here. I'm sorry, Ola is who I'm talking to. You weren't here when I was talking about Viktor Orban losing in Hungary. He'd been in office or in power for 16 years. And his party had gone in and done, some changes to the Constitution to kind of guarantee his party stays in power. Well, 80% of the electorate turned out and got him out of office by a big percent. He lost by double-digit percentage points. So voting can be the end all and be all if a lot of people vote. You tend to lose power, especially if there is some agenda item that the black community wants. If people are staying home sitting on the couch, there's a lot less of a chance that some agenda item gets passed. And again, that old YN, instead of staying home and sitting on the couch, why isn't he out there actually expending some shoe leather or sneaker rubber out there, either running for office or working for a candidate who suits his agenda? And then the other thing I want to point out is voters who are single issue voters are a problem. reparations are going to be difficult, even if you had an overwhelming majority of politicians who were willing to explore it. I don't think reparations will ever happen. However, there's nothing wrong with asking, but staying home on the couch is not accomplishing the goal. And if you think that even Democrats are going to feel threatened if a bunch of YNs who probably can't vote anyway because they're felons, if you think Democrats are going to be intimidated by a bunch of YNs staying home, sitting on the couch, it hasn't worked so far. The only thing that happened was Kamala lost. And if you think Trump is thinking about reparations, you got another thing coming.
Is now, and what do you offer the youth? A fashion show. And on top of that, once he brought his youth panel out to speak, I couldn't help but notice who was leading the panel. A homosexual.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. It's afternoon now? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. Let's all try to find our seats, please.
So after watching the National Action Network convention play out, I think it's fair to
Now, what I want to know is how did Hoodservative know that guy was a homosexual? Was his gaydar firing off alarms, or how did he know? Maybe he knows the guy, because I'm assuming this is up in the New York area. I'm guessing Hoodservative knows a lot of homosexuals in the New York area.
Describe Black politics as effectively a boomer sport. And going forward, once the boomers kind of fade away and retire, the reins of power will be handed over to young Black women and young gay men. Heterosexual Black men need...
Hey, you want to know why? Because all the heterosexual YNs are going to be sitting on the couch. They're going to be sitting on the couch complaining about Black women and gays instead of getting off their asses and being political.
Not apply. And I think this is all but written on the walls at this point. So you guys tell me what you think. Was that guy right for calling out Al Sharpton and pointing out how old this boomer con really was? And what do you think the future of Black politics is going to be once the boomers are out of the way? You guys tell me in the comment section. Like, share, and subscribe. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys later. Peace.
And somebody get my man a tissue. He needs a tissue.
The ancients were about virtue, and the moderns are about freedom. We have a crisis.
The other thing that somebody who subscribes to Hoodservative and goes over to his shows needs to let him know that I would have left a comment on the video, but he's disabled the comment section. So he's saying leave a comment. He needs a comment section to do that. Maybe Deacon Dave or somebody can let him know. Deacon Dave, why would I go back just to identify somebody as gay? That's gay. It would be gay if I went back to identify the gay, don't you think? The only thing I have to say is apparently you've got a finely honed gaydar, as does Hoodservative. My question is why? But I am impressed that you all just know it by seeing and hearing somebody on a YouTube video. It's pretty impressive. So the next thing I wanted to talk about is I on Sunday did a couple videos concerning manosphere and stuff like that. It's my time. I'm not too old to recognize. I'm too old to care. What the fuck do I care if some gay man is on a YouTube video? Why would I care? It's kind of weird for people to care enough to point this out in a chat. So let's anyway, this is Harvey Mansfield, and this is actually not the video I want to show. This is the wrong one. So I'll start with this one. This is this damn, you know what? This isn't the video I wanted to show either. Hold on one sec here. You know, I take all this time to go and line up these videos and still get the wrong ones. I am getting old. So give me one sec here. But anyway, I think a lot of people who talk about politics clearly know nothing about politics, except, you know, the pedestrian stuff like, oh, a YN makes a good point, and the guy holding the microphone is gay. That's pretty much the two highlights of Hood Conservatives' critique. And I'm just like, dude, it's just kind of sad. And I was actually thinking about talking about Sharon's show earlier today. There was a point that was brought up, and it was kind of an odd point where, at least the part that I caught, was a premise that young Black males should be making six figures or above in order to dramatically improve their lives, which I found crazy. Like, this is what happens when you get a bunch of, and I'm gonna be blunt here, when you get a bunch of big city northern Blacks talking about shit they don't know about. You can live in the South, where I live down here in Georgia. If you're making 50 or 60,000 and you're not living, you know, above your means, you can do just fine. Especially if you do things like garden. You know, there's some things you can be doing. You're willing not to have a new car every couple years, that sort of thing. $50,000 or $60,000 in some, you know, in Darien, Georgia, or Jessup, Georgia, or Waycross, Georgia, you'll be doing just fine. Where are they getting this? You got to be making $100,000 from. Like $50,000 is not enough. That's that big city, New York or Oakland, or, you know, this big city northern Black attitude. I keep telling Nightish, for instance, that these, you know, being a Cali Black, you don't know shit about being Black. That's the people who know something about what it is to be Black. We all live down south. So you can keep your big city ways and your six-figure salary. Keep that shit up north where you need it. And by the way, making $100,000 in the New York City area, you're still going to be at best lower middle class. So I don't know what the hell they're talking about. So, but that's the kind of dumb shit that these shows, these YN-centric shows, talk about constantly. The fuck? You gotta be making six figures. I recommend that all the young Black men be making six figures. Dude, that's just retarded. So there's that. So I'm gonna go ahead and call an audible. Since I had my fill of Hood Conservative today. This is a guy named Ed Post talking about Black MAGA and why Black capitalism won't save us. I really haven't watched much of it, but it's an interesting topic. So let's have a look at it.
Even like, you know, in the time, Dred Scott time, there were still some ascendant black folks during that time who were favored by white society, even as they were denying everybody else the rights to participate in the system. There was always a Jay-Z. A Jay-Z is not a new concept. You know, during the time of Dred Scott, there were some black billionaires, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 of them. There were still people who write books kind of like people like us, like we're different, we're better, we're ascendant. As long as we get the benefits of racism, capitalism, and militarism, then we're going to have to turn a blind eye to what the black masses want. So is there a pattern recognition to say that this isn't a new problem? All these people we're talking about, they always existed. And it's not just celebrities, it's also politicians, right? Like we're letting some black politicians off the hook in this conversation as if they're not every bit as problematic as Jay-Z.
Oh, hey, by the way, his hat says "Make Africa Great Again." I think that's pretty funny, actually.
And some of these others, right? Like they haven't bought it.
I'm sorry.
No. I mean, like, listen, he's one of the ones that gets that critique. Cory Booker, right? You know, and other. Where's your money come from?
Yeah.
How come your policies seem weirdly, like, not necessarily out of New Jersey? Your policies seem a little bit global in some ways. Your money does too. It's weird. You seem to be like controlled opposition, and that might be worse than Jay-Z.
It is Freedom Friday, and you are still not free.
Welcome to Freedom Friday. It is Friday, and you're still not free, but hopefully you're freer after this hour with Ish, Sharif, and me. Today, we want to talk about Black MAGA again. We talked about them before. Why are we talking about this week? Well, let me tell you just a quick story. So first of all, I'm going through TikTok this week.
Okay, yes, it is okay to make $50,000 or less. What the fuck are you talking about? Dude, everybody has to start somewhere. Okay, what we have listening to these fucking old YNs like Sharon is people graduating from high school and expecting to make $100,000 right out of high school on their first job. That's one of the problems we have. Old YNs setting unrealistic expectations. I think it's a huge problem to have somebody on a YouTube channel talking about everybody needs to be making at a minimum 100,000. It's ridiculous. There are places you can live and not make 100,000 a year and be just fine. So yes, it's okay to make $50,000. Just don't live above your means and don't be having a bunch of baby mamas. Okay. If you're a single guy and you're making $50,000 a year and you live, say, in the Atlanta area, you'll be fine. It's when you start taking on the extra responsibility that salary starts becoming a major issue. If you can figure out how not to be a baby daddy at 19, you'll be okay.
And one pops up that says 90s Legends Tour. And, you know, that gets me mad instantly because that's calling me old, talking about, blah, blah, Legends Tour. But on this tour, there was TLC, Salt and Pepper, and En Vogue. And the thing that made me stop and respond was the fact that I didn't think that TLC belonged in that group. Now, here I am, a TLC fan from way back, and I loved TLC, maybe a little bit more than I should have loved TLC, but, you know, I felt some kind of way about them. But TLC is the largest selling female group, women's group, girl group in United States history, and that includes everybody, like the Supremes.
Are you serious?
Yes. This was the point of my, like, listen, y'all who are not Gen Xers, don't be putting them in the same group. Salt and Pepper had like two hits, maybe 3, possibly. En Vogue had 1, possibly a second one that charted, but, you know, wasn't amazing. TLC is the largest, with exception of the Spice Girls, who are from another country. They are definitely America's largest selling girl group in history. 80 million albums sold. 80 million albums sold worldwide. Definitely got certified diamond. They were the first girl group in American history to get certified diamond. They're one of the only groups that, you know, got to diamond. And it was even not just national, it was global. I mean, in Japan, they're like one of the best selling, girl groups of all time and blah, blah, whatever. So people don't know what they're talking about sometimes, especially youngins. Oh, legend tour. No, they don't belong on a used to be tour. They belong on their own separate tour. Let me give you one more stat about them, because now I'm going to throw them under the bus after I'm done with this, right? So the last stat is that in 2015, the record industry had done them so dirty that they are everything I just said that they were in terms of top selling, and they were also broke. How you are the largest selling girl group in history, and you got so screwed by the industry because the industry is dirty and has always been dirty. That's crazy. But in 2015,
go ahead.
They were like, you know what, we should make a reunion album and come back and blah, blah. And I thought, oh, that's a no brainer. Like, get you some good producers. They had good producers before, Dallas, Austin, Babyface, they had other people in the mix. And so they said, we're going to start a Kickstarter. We're going to crowdfund our next album. That's how bad the industry is. They had to crowdfund. When they put that out there and they crowdfunded, it was the fastest growing Kickstarter in history.
What's that even mean, though? They crowd started album. What is
so Kickstarter is like this,
donations or something?
It's like GoFundMe. Yeah, it's like GoFundMe, but when you have a good idea, you're like, I have this good idea, something I want to do, something I want to create or make. Will you donate to it? And you'll get first dibs on it when it's done. They did that with their album. Their comeback, they wanted to make a comeback album. They put out there. The fans put up all this money for them to do it. Now, let me throw them under the bus, right? Because I made that TikTok. I put it out in the world like, I'm going to stand with TLC. And the very next day, it came out that Chili from TLC is a Trump supporter and actually had donated money to the Trump campaign. And that came out on the same day that it came out that Nick Cannon also is a Trump supporter and is MAGA. And that got me to thinking, Lil Wayne and Lil Kim and Nicki Minaj and 50 Cent and
let me make one point here, and thank you, Deacon Dave. Salute to you. You've always been a big supporter of this show. So once again, you don't know how much I appreciate your support, and it's your time. I'm sorry, it's my time. You as well. It means a lot to me because, it's a small channel and I ruffle lots of feathers. So the people that support me are a hardy bunch. I'm actually gonna say, and I need everybody to know this. I have a problem with MAGA blacks, and they'll vote for anything apparently. However, I'm never going to have a problem with anyone voting. You can vote for who you support. I have a problem with who you support. But if you voted, you're good in my book. You voted your choice. You voted your conscience. Even if I don't agree with your choice, at least you voted. You're never going to have me say you shouldn't have voted. I will never say that. I want everybody to vote, and I want everybody to vote their conscience. In our particular African American heritage, we had people die for that vote. So I don't care who you vote for. I will mock you. I will mock you for some of your candidate choices to vote for, but I'm never going to mock you for voting. So let me just make that clear.
And Mike Tyson, I could keep going down the list. We have now this long list of Black individuals who, through their support behind a man who has done everything, we don't even have to catalog the number of anti-Black, but anti-everybody, who's not white, who's not male, who's not straight, Christian, nationalist, whatever, anti-everything. They threw their weight behind him. And the only thing that I can think about this is that there's two reasons why. Two possibilities. One is that they're all Black capitalists who we keep holding up as if they're more than Black capitalists. We keep talking about these people as if they're friends, like we're in parasocial relationships with them, as if Jay-Z didn't tell us, I'm not a businessman, I'm a businessman, right? He is a business. They are all a business. They all want a tax cut. They are all afraid every year when they pay their tax bill that they could go from an A-level celebrity to a B-level to a C-level to a D-level, that they all could become broke. They all have the same accountants, and their accountants don't look like us. They all have the same attorneys, and their attorneys don't look like us. As a matter of fact, it was one of the attorneys that they all share in common that got Snoop Dogg to be at Trump's crypto ball because he had the same attorney that Lil Wayne had. And Lil Wayne actually had that same attorney and all of a sudden came up with a pardon, right? Nicki Minaj wanted a pardon for her, sex offender husband. And all of a sudden she's a Trump supporter, right? And when I say two possibilities, one is the black capitalist angle, that they're black capitalists. And that's one reason for them to throw to not just throw their own support behind him, but to fool their followers into believing that this is even an option, like that we should be talking about. The second possibility is that some of them are stuck on stupid when it comes to the divisive stuff around trans stuff, right? Right before we started, Ish and I were talking about Nicki Minaj. She's made her entire career partially on a gay audience, right? Who held her up and, wanted to beat her, dress like her, act like her, whatnot. She threw them quickly under the bus with this anti-trans stuff in support of Trump.
Look, Dave, I get what you're saying, and I kind of actually agree, but I also have to say, I'm not exactly a boomer because I'm right at 1965. Just as rap, like I stopped following rap right about the time 2 Live Crew and Naughty by Nature, they were kind of out at about the same time. I pretty much lost track of rap right in that early 90s time frame. So I never got into gangster rap or anything like that. I was in the Navy and I was always gone. Like I remember coming home from my first deployment, and I had a guy who worked for me who was really into music. So, I asked him, "Hey, Petty Officer Akey, what's hot right now, on the charts?" And he told me about damn it, what's the name of the group? Nirvana. He's like, "Oh yeah. You wanna get Nirvana's album." So I got back from my first deployment just as Nirvana was like at the very, they were like hot. I had no clue because you don't get a whole lot of, that sort of radio back in the early 90s. It's not like the internet wasn't a thing on ships yet. So anyway, so I get what you're saying, Dave. I don't get why people are so into rap, other than, it is like poetry. There are a lot of earworms or whatever, those lyrics stick in your head. But I don't get why, a 50-some-year-old is up there, acting like, I don't know. I'm with you is what I'm saying. I don't really fucking get it. But, when people say I'm kind of a square, I don't ever run from that. I don't ever run from that criticism.
She comes out giving a speech about how she loves Trump or whatever. Amber Rose is another one. Amber Rose made all of her money and lifestyle and whatever thing out of the black community, out of being associated with, Kanye West and everybody else that, wanted to catch diseases, whatever. So like she shows up at the National Republican Convention saying, "I used to be a Democrat, but now I'm not. Whatever. Now I'm for Trump," right? Anyways, this is where I want to stop this, because you all have both said to me in the past what Malcolm said, which is we are the only ones that lift up entertainers as leaders. And I had to check myself with my own parasocial.
You know what? Judge Joe Brown pretty much said the same thing. I understand historically why. Because back in the day, you would have like a Paul Robeson or a Sidney Poitier, Sammy Davis Jr. These celebrities actually would be out there putting their life in danger. Sidney Poitier and Harry Belafonte took I want to say it was like $50,000 or something. They threw it in a car and drove down to Mississippi because MLK needed it. I think that's how the story goes. But no, these people were driving to, places like Mississippi, putting their lives on the line. So, back in the day, entertainers were out there on the streets. Not so much these days. So, maybe that's kind of the origin of how entertainers, back in the day, entertaining and entertainment was really how you made money, unless you could do something like a Madam C.J. Walker, where, you've got some product that Black people have to have. I take the criticism, but that criticism only goes so far given American history. But I think there's a lot of truth. But I think that the way American culture works, you got a bunch of white kids who are into the rappers, and it's the way it goes. It's up to parents to orient their kids towards success.
Relationship with TLC because they were part of my cultural 90s lifestyle, right? Like in the 90s, it was like
Chris had a crush on TLC.
Mostly T-Boz, if I'm being real. Left Eye, yes, but blah blah. But I mean, all kidding aside, on that point, there was a 90s soundtrack to my life in general. And it's because you were this was the wallpaper in the back of your life when you were having some of your formative experiences that you think of them fondly. You think of it, think back to, all a 90s song comes on now and I'm kind of like, oh yeah, I remember when this was out, blah, 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 whatever. Doesn't mean that they're my friends. Doesn't mean that I should be looking at them as anything other than a capitalist, right? They were selling me a product. We bought a product, but I still do expect, we, all three of us were Public Enemy fans. We would be a little weirded out if Chuck D all of a sudden came out and, did something silly, right? Like this, like what we're talking about right now. It's because we expect more out of them. We do expect them to be leaders. They have a platform. We expect them to be leaders. So I'm going to stop there and see what you all have to say about this Black MAGA situation.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if Chuck and PE is the right analogy, because I think, I don't think you like TLC because of what they were saying. Maybe how.
No, I did. No, I did.
You did?
When they were saying,
their lyrics. When I look at when I think about Chuck D's lyrics, and I think of some other entertainers' lyrics, they're not saying the same stuff. You know what I mean?
No, they're not saying the same stuff. They're just.
That's what I mean. That's why I would be shocked.
Your body, right? They're appealing to different parts of your body. So Chuck D says some stuff from my head.
This is about to go left. This combo about to go. So I'm saying so Chuck, because of what he stood for, yes, I would be disappointed. Everybody else, I don't know. I'm just not, I don't know. They're just talking, you know what I mean? They're singing and talking. So I don't put much stock in it. So I'm never disappointed. I'm trying to think if there's ever.
Well, what would you say about somebody like some of the other rappers, like a Jay-Z, a 50 Cent, those others where you feel like they have said, they've been a voice of the streets. They have said, 50 Cent got
voice
got
street
shot.
Capitalism. They're saying, right? I sell drugs. Now they're like, I'm with Trump. I'm like, it's pretty consistent to me. I'm selling drugs to the black man down the street, so I don't like black people. Now it's like, hey, I don't like black. I think if a Chuck D who were making political statements that was very consistent with my worldview, if he did a 180, I'd be like, dang, Chuck, you know what I mean? Anybody else, I don't bat an eye. I don't know. I'm just like, eh. And
Well, okay,
look,
so let me just
listen,
add here.
I'm not going to front. TLC, maybe some of them were broke because they had to rebuild mansions, because they you burn the houses down. You might have to. Insurance may not. I don't know. I don't know whatever happened to that. Insurance may not have.
Her husband paid for that one. That was his house.
Okay.
That wasn't her house. Yeah, that was like, he's an athlete.
Yeah, he didn't sue or anything. Like, yeah, I mean, he may have sued the whole group.
I think he refused to participate in any prosecution of her or whatever. So, I mean, good for him. I wouldn't, listen, if I was, with that left eye, I wouldn't, sick the police on her. She crazy, but she some other things too.
She mine.
Anyways, Ish, what do you say, man? Like the test for us would be Chuck D then. Because we would be surprised and we would have to say to ourselves,
yeah,
we would have to be like
Chuck D or KRS ended up saying something or showing up at the what's the new ballroom and performing there, I'd be like, all right.
Yeah, I think it speaks to like a deeper nuance, because even like Chuck D or KRS-One, and I think of like Yasiin Bey, right? Their political analysis is very astute. It's also not tied to, corporate Democratic Party, which unfortunately some other, musicians and rappers and stuff associate themselves with heavily, even going on stage just in the other, for the Democratic Party rather than the Republican Party. And they would even probably critique that type of movement. And I think it speaks to just the intellectual legacy that, a person like Chuck D or Yasiin Bey represent. They're aware of the historical context. They're aware of that, both parties aren't necessarily, shut them down, like on the benefit of Black people. And
not a cassette tape.
No, I got cassette tapes in shoeboxes, bro. I'm with you on that.
Stop it. Stop it.
But like when we're talking about like, these other folks like a Nelly or Snoop Dogg or, Amber Rose and all Nicki Minaj nonsense, I always view that as like these folks represent the same type of like, germinated seed that Trump and white America represents as a whole, right? This oversimplified black and white dichotomized idea of what is and what's not. And then they're leaning into it because they do see some benefit, because what matters is their self-interest, their own individual kind of positionality within the society, which they benefit from. And so like they don't have a compass or a grounding such as Chuck D, right? They don't have that type of like understanding and know-how about how this society works, how they're being used, quite frankly, as being paraded across stage. And like I was saying before, that also goes for other performers who get paraded around stage by Democrats, right? We've talked about Megan Thee Stallion, doing her thing at the Democratic convention. Now, do I like her better than I like Nicki Minaj? Heck yeah, because of that. And even Cardi B coming out now. But do I think Cardi B should have a street named after her because of it, like they're doing in Boston right now, based on what she talks about in her lyrics and the images that she portrays? No. And see, like those are like the levels of contradictions in which we exist in, because regardless of our love for Chuck D and KRS-One, they don't go diamond. They're not popularized in the same way as like kind of like this stripped down kind of cultural kind of like malaise that a lot of these other folks represent, where they're using Black culture as kind of a vehicle to step up and be on the larger stage, but then divorced of any type of responsibility of what that actually means for our folks.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only thing I agree with Chris on this was T-Boz was fly. That's it. Other than that,
and so was Left Eye. Chili was never my favorite, actually, of the three. She was never, she was the singer. She wasn't the rapper. She wasn't the like the she wasn't the kind of gritty one. Face type. But let me just challenge something. Let me just challenge Ish's misogynoir that he just did there. So let me just challenge this misogynoir and his classism of what he just said, right? So let's just, because I don't think y'all pay attention to your classism, right?
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
So people coming out, I want to make a difference between the folks that went on the stage with Kamala Harris last year versus the people that are signing up to be with Donald Trump. That is two different platforms. Those are entirely different situations. Megan Thee Stallion. See, nobody says anything when a Viola Davis or Denzel Washington comes on stage with Kamala Harris, because they're
not usually twerking; they're usually talking.
Well, first of all, she didn't really twerk. People should go back and look, because this became more of
Who was it? It wasn't her. Who was the other one? Who was the one that was doing?
Megan is the one that they said did that, but I want people to go back and look at it, because Megan put on a pantsuit like she never wears. And she went out there as an educated person who was in school at the time, finishing her college degree, who was telling her fans to go get your education no matter what. But see, she's supposed to be hood. She's supposed to be a street thing, so she's not supposed to be there. Denzel Washington's supposed to be there. Viola Davis is supposed to be there. They're all supposed to be there. But when you get these other folks who are showing up saying, yeah, y'all know me for X, you know me for this other stuff, but I want to tell you right now, this is an important election that even you in the hood should be paying attention to. Even you, if you follow me.
I had only heard that they were up there. I never saw a lot of
that
these.
That became the mythology of the moment, especially that mythology started with some of the Hotep brothers, like, oh, we supposed to fall for it just because Megan Thee Stallion is up there, blah, 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 whatever. And they were doing that because they hated Kamala. They did it because they were hating on Kamala.
Oh, by the way, just a quick update, because I talked about Eric Swalwell earlier. He just resigned from Congress, so it won't get to him being expelled. So just a quick update there.
So badly, and they were
so they sucked me into the manosphere.
The manosphere is where that was coming from, and even then, they were going after Megan. They were going after Kamala. One of them, Lord Jamar, said, "I ain't never gonna vote."
I mean, I don't know that I would have a problem. Look, my show's small, and I think what it is, because I get. On an average show, I'll get like 140, 150 people. A lot of times people come for like 5 or 10 minutes, then leave because a lot of the stuff I talk about is dry, which I'm fine with. It's what interests me. And, sometimes somebody's got to cover this stuff, I guess. But I hope people do clip it. I don't have a problem with people clipping it as long as, their critique is substantive. I may agree with the critique, I may not, but I'm not that concerned. And I don't know. I think Nightish every now and again, he's watched a clip or two, but it's not real. It's kind of boring stuff. It's not stuff that people are that interested in. I mean, I don't expect Fatty or DJ Hamp or Jay Prince to be swinging by and clipping my show. It's not the kind of stuff they tend to be interested in, it seems.
For no woman. I ain't never gonna be voting for no woman. I don't care if you bring Megan Thee Stallion up, blah, blah, blah. Ain't no woman gonna be no president. No woman gonna be ever. He literally said this to his millions of followers. And this became a discussion online, right? So Megan Thee Stallion putting on a pantsuit in Texas, where she is from, when Kamala comes to Texas to say to her fans, this is a moment to be serious. This is like, we do all this other foolishness in the world. But if you follow me, I want you to know that this is a moment to be serious about something, whatever. That is eminently different than Nicki Minaj, who's not an American citizen, thinking she's going to get a green card by doing a speech on behalf of Trump, right? Trump promised her some sort of whatever, and he gave her a Trump gold card, which she thought meant she was getting citizenship. And it was worthless.
I did read something about that.
Bruh,
one of his staffers is like, nah, that ain't a green card. That's a gold coin or something. I
right. Now, this is where I'm willing to be wrong, though. What I just said is it's actually saying the Republicans and the Democrats are different. And anybody can argue with me on that. So this is where I'm saying is like, this is me making this point in that I do think it's different being on stage with Kamala Harris last year, in the context of last year, in the context of what was on the table in terms of policies, right? We had a choice to make. Neither of the choices were perfect, but one was definitely worse than the other by far. And we're living it out right now. Right now, we're living it out. I don't think that Kamala Harris would have had 13-year-old boys being zip tied in Chicago in the middle of the night from Black Hawk helicopters. I just don't think that would have happened. So you can say, well, maybe she would have done some things, but if you're that 13-year-old boy who got hogtied in the middle of the night, you may see this situation a little bit different between Lil Kim and Megan, like doing what they did. I feel like if you're going to be a hood star, you're going to be a star from the hood, and you're going to have hood followers and whatever, blah, blah. That's not bad by itself. What's bad is when you don't show up at opportune moments to use your platform. I don't think that Cardi B should be a leader. I don't think, I don't know about the issue. You said street named after her. They try to name a street after Cardi B. I don't know that I would be considered that wrong if the street is where she lived and she came from, for number one. And number two, as long as she didn't show up to a Trump rally, I guess. I guess I'm wrong. So anyways, all right. I said a lot there. Y'all push me back on your massage noir and your class.
Let me put it to you this way. Again, I don't have a problem with people getting involved with politics, but, I agree with his critique, but, in the end, for whatever reason, Cardi B is for Trump because a lot of people are for Trump. I was watching something earlier today that Fred sent me, my buddy Fred, and it was a Kenyan female scholar that works for the Mises, I pronounce it Mises, but it's probably Mises Institute, which is basically a far right or libertarian right think tank. And her thing, she's Kenyan, PhD in law from University of Cambridge in Britain, but she's talking about American history and basically saying that the Dunning School, basically the states' rights, slavery wasn't a bad thing, et cetera, et cetera. She's literally standing up before a bunch of white men saying this. And this is like, I think the video was maybe 4 months old, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, somewhere in there. So here's this Kenyan woman, accent and all, basically saying that someone like Eric Foner is a Marxist and therefore his history is revisionist. Dunning, who is a professor at Columbia University way back at basically the beginning of the 20th century, his version, the history that inspired Birth of a Nation, that's the actual real version of history that's based on facts. It shocked me. So what I'm trying to say is people who aren't necessarily deeply rooted in American history and Black American history specifically, they have all kinds of weird notions about, the Black community and its history in American history. So, voting for Trump, Cardi B being a Trump person, doesn't surprise me.
Well, I do want to correct myself. Cardi B wasn't a street. They made a Cardi B Day, April 2nd in Boston.
I wonder what happens on that day. What happens on that day? What do you do?
I have no idea.
I'm interested.
I'm thinking of the song that her and Megan Thee Stallion did together, but that's a whole nother conversation. But I do want to push back, and I'm not saying, throw out the baby with the bathwater and all that. And I think that's where someone like Chuck D is a very nuanced person. He's very critical of the two-party system, yet still has admitted to vote for, Harris and voting for, Obama and supporting publicly Bernie Sanders, you know what I mean? But he said, like, Obama was a good captain for a bad ship, right? And I think that nuance is lost.
That's deep. Yeah,
in the sauce, right? So there's a difference of that, but not to just go hook, line, and sinker and say, this is the solution, this is the answer, this is going to protect you from all the evil in the world, right? But saying, like, this is probably what we need to do. And I think that's the argument you're trying to make, right, with the policies that Trump has pursued that has been on the front page, right? And I don't want to make it seem like I'm bashing all these folks when they're doing this, but we also got to be very aware about how these corporately sponsored entities use them as props in the show that doesn't necessarily benefit Black people as a whole.
Yeah, and I would just be cautious about, I mean, my worldview is I feel like if I had a professor, it would be Malcolm, and so I can't help but to use his critical analyses around these kind of situations. Like I do firmly believe that both sides are, two wings on the same bird. And while, yes, I agree with you, there would be some policies that would change, but then there would be other policies, just the style of implementation would change. It'd be more sophisticated language, less crass behavior, but the end goal, all of that would be the same. Let's talk about, and then again, I served under the Obama administration, and after that, I don't remember if it was first term, second term, but drones were being used to kill people, without a trial. The tons of people who were arrested and deported, just quietly, more stylish, stylistic. They're saying, they just weren't going out there frothing at the mouth and saying, I don't even know who his defense secretary. I don't. I probably heard.
What's going on, Dave?
Not much, man. How you doing, Stanley?
Pretty good. I can't complain.
I came up here to be 100% fact-free, all critique.
Well, hell, good. You got a critique of this video?
Yeah, this video and every other video like it. Where are the masculine left-wing men? These guys come off just as soft as the guy that said that was in Hood Servitors video.
Okay.
Just soft, and they do.
Look, I don't know what you and Hood Servitive has a fucking lisp. Why the fuck is he calling anybody gay?
Just because you have a lisp doesn't mean.
Okay, listen to what I said. A lisp is a classically gay trait.
Is a big forehead a gay trait too? It's something you're born with.
What?
You can't
I
change.
don't know. I don't know about that, but I do know that a lisp is will open you up to the will open you up to the kind of critique that the Hood Servitive wanted to give to that fella. He didn't have a lisp. His voice was a little high pitched, but he didn't have a lisp.
Nah, man, he had that. He had that. I know the flavor of dick voice. That's what he sounded like.
All I have to say is I never hear anybody. You hear Judge Joe Brown talk about the Black community idolizing entertainers like no other community or no other demographic. Well, he also mentioned that apparently if you're not speaking Ebonics and dress crude and rude like you're from the hood, you're gonna take flack for being quote beta. I don't get it. None of these guys strike me as anything other than probably kind of bookish.
I don't even want to give you that, but I'll give you that. But
wait, hold it. This dude's got a bunch of books behind him. How is he not bookish? I'm assuming he's read.
That's why I said I'm giving you that, but I don't want to. I think it's more to it than that. These are the guys. They do everything to maintain that black card. I don't give a fuck about it. I could just tell the difference. They quote rappers.
I don't think these guys are trying to maintain a black card.
Absolutely. He just said that the left wing and the right wing are two different wings of the same bird.
Okay,
why are you on that side of the bird?
How is that observation black?
Because it's the black thing to do to vote left. It just is. It always has been. Well, not
Okay,
always,
I'm
but
sorry. I'm sorry. There were a bunch of Bernie bros who were not black. As a matter of fact, Bernie didn't get much of the black vote in places like South Carolina because he basically said reparations, smeparations. We're not doing that. So Bernie did not get a lot of black votes, and he's on the left. So what do you mean? What? Give me it. Why is voting on the left?
What is this whataboutism? Why are you bringing up Bernie?
No, it's not whataboutism. Bernie
It
is
is.
on
You
the
just brought
left.
Bernie out of nowhere.
Bernie is on the left, and he did not get a lot of black votes in a Democratic stronghold like South Carolina. So what do you mean
That is
voting
such
on the
a
left is
random
a
ass,
black thing?
very specific example.
Okay,
That's
no,
not proving
it's not
anything at this
random
moment.
at all. It's not random at all.
It's
It
specifically
defeats
random.
but what it is it defeated your point, and now you're all lisping and mad.
I really don't know what your point was. It didn't defeat my point.
Yeah, okay.
You just brought up how I was so
My point is voting on the left is not a black thing. That's my point.
It is today. You vote on the right. You vote. You're automatically MAGA black. You're anti-black. You're misogynist because you can't vote for the black woman. You're all these things if you voted Republican.
Well, you've been listening to me too long. I'm not the only opinion.
Well, they're saying the same thing, and I don't know who's up here, but go ahead. I can't.
Deacon Dave.
How you doing?
Greetings.
What's going on?
Hey, how are you? You say, why is he bringing up me? I have an opinion like everyone else, and my opinion is not against yours. I agree with some of the things that you're saying, but for the most part, I have my own opinion.
Well,
wait,
you have
referring to me, or you referring to Stanley?
I'm referring to anybody that's listening. I have my own opinion.
You have to excuse me and Dave. We've known each other a bit, and we
I'm good with
tend to
both
go
of you.
back and forth.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of things that both of you have said. I'm not coming to debate anyone. I'm just coming up to come up because I'm tired of texting.
Oh, good.
There you go.
Well, you're welcome.
That's just it. That's all. I'm not coming up to debate. I'm just coming
It's
up
even
to-
better if you just pick somebody to disagree with and just shit on them with your regular. It doesn't matter.
No, I'm not coming up to disagree because I have no argument. I have no dog in the fight. What is what is. And whether we agree or disagree, we're in a mess.
Well, like I said, I mean, as long as you vote, in the end, at least you voted, whether it's someone that, whether even if it's for Trump or, someone who's Trump-like, at least you weren't just sitting on the couch doing nothing.
We have that right.
So, Dave, as horrible as Trump is, you didn't waste a vote. You're just pro-awful. You're pro-awfulness.
Submitted my vote. I have my reasons. I have my reasons, and every time they always render down into a monetary gain.
Holla, come up.
Well, that was actually another thing I was gonna say. Single issue voters are problematic because oftentimes that one particular thing they agree with with their candidate, everything else is awful. So you'll vote someone like Trump in because he's pro, whatever your issue is.
Yeah, that's true.
And quite frankly, gas is going to wind up being higher. These tariffs have driven up prices, and inflation grew. What was it? 3.3% It's, basically inflation is rising, and a lot of it can be directly tied to Trump policies. So, who knows where we'll be next year, but I'm doubting prices will be cheaper.
Right, right. I think when gas is up, prices go up, and that's because of the
Well,
war.
well, yeah, but I mean, gas was, I'm sorry, prices were increasing, but not at the rate. I just think that this war, Iran wasn't about to have a nuclear weapon in the next year. This is just a bad time. Let's get the economy heading in the right direction. Because, in my opinion, it's really been kind of sideways. It hasn't been good. It hasn't been bad. And, when it's on the fence like that, something like this war, um,
It's
it's
been
just not.
bad.
Yeah, he could have waited a year.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't know if he's really getting anything out of it. You have to back him off of that.
We will. Well, apparently his family's getting something out of it. This war. I did a story earlier. His family's getting stuff out of it. There's a reason Jared Kushner's over there on the negotiating team. I'm sure there's some sidebars that are going on.
Name a president that didn't benefit from being a president.
Name a president
Well, I mean,
name a president that wife has exposed him.
Well, I don't know.
Obama.
No.
What did
You're
Michelle Obama
you're laughing,
expose?
but Michelle had Barack's back on every hand, and he didn't cheat on Michelle. So, you have President Trump, who has been mentioned over and over in the Epstein files, and she exposed him. His wife exposed him.
Oh yeah, go ahead and lay that one out.
I mean,
Yeah,
why wouldn't I?
lay that out for us, please, if you can. How did she expose him?
How didn't she expose him?
Well, I'm curious
I mean,
too.
the Trump laugh. Go ahead.
Well, all she said is she was innocent. She didn't say
because
anything
she's
about
gonna
him.
save
As a matter
face.
of fact, she didn't. I don't think she mentioned him at all. Did she?
Of
Maybe
course.
she did.
She just said
But
she wanted
she didn't
those
say. She didn't say
that
he
was
was innocent.
corrupt
She
to
just.
be locked up and and treated for what they did, and he was
Okay,
included.
well, wait, hold on. What did Trump do that's been proven? I mean,
What
you got to be
didn't he
careful
do?
about the guilt by association. He hasn't been accused of doing anything. It's kind of embarrassing being an associate. There's some timelines, and he is mentioned quite 30,000 times or something in all these Epstein
Trump was
files.
involved,
But
Stanley,
he
and
hasn't.
it.
Well, I don't know anything. I'm very legalistic. She didn't implicate him. She basically, the speech was about herself.
Okay, somebody said this lady is lying, so
She could be
I say
lying,
no
but you
more.
know what?
I say no
Opinion
more.
is
Trump was
everyone has an
involved.
opinion.
I'll say
Everyone has
Trump
an
was involved, and it's
okay.
proven.
Which part? Okay, we heard you once. How many times are you gonna say it?
I'm not going to say it again. I'm getting ready to get off your
Okay,
panel.
good. Now let me say nothing's been proven. So, you got anything, Dave?
No, I didn't mean to put you on the spot like that. It's just that you
Oh, well,
did say
no.
it.
Hey, you know what? Everyone has an opinion, and I respect everyone's opinion, but she's not. There was no smoking gun that she pulled out.
No, not at
It's
all.
pretty
That's
much
just my belief.
Now, I would tend to agree. How are you mentioned 30 some thousand times and not something happened, but exactly what?
Yeah, that's all I'm
Um,
saying is something happened. And she made aware of the fact that they needed to be prosecuted, whoever was involved, and her husband was
okay, well, she
involved.
didn't tell us. She didn't tell us anything we didn't already know. Of course, they should be
True. True
prosecuted,
that.
but it's not going to happen. And by the way, whether we like to, especially the Trump voters, look, Supreme Court has pretty much said, hey, he could call out SEAL Team 6 and maybe get away with it. So
You guys
people are
can
not going to be that.
talk and not let me talk or whatever, not let me
Okay,
state my
ma'am,
opinion.
ma'am.
Sir.
This is not a democracy on this panel. I'm the host. It's my show. I get to do the lion's share of the
Okay.
talking.
I'll drop before you drop.
No, hold on.
Drop me.
Don't drop. Don't drop.
I don't have a problem
Yeah,
with
I'll
that.
drop because I don't have time for the bullshit.
I copy that. So
Yeah.
as I was saying, Trump is going to get away with this scot-free because there's always that imminent threat of his immunity that the Supreme Court granted him.
Well, then
in
Diddy
my
should have
opinion,
got away with it.
okay, well, Diddy's not president.
And he was at the Diddy parties.
Trump was?
To my knowledge, he was.
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
Look, take another look.
I don't care that much. Probably, as a matter of fact, I happen to remember.
No, I'm not Mella's sister.
Denzel.
I don't know Mella, but I like her a lot.
Denzel showed up at one of Diddy's parties and didn't stay long because he was disgusted. So,
Yeah,
a lot of people.
they just went in on TD They didn't go in on Trump. They went in on TD because he's a black man.
No, because he's a pastor, and that's not.
Yeah,
really
he's a pastor, but they just made Trump Jesus Christ. Yeah. Keep going. Let's go.
Keep cooking. I like where
So,
you're going with this.
anyway,
somebody said, "Don't come up here scared." I'm not afraid of you guys that think you know so.
Okay, well, I didn't realize
Hey,
this
much
was
respect
some
for
sort.
that. Much respect.
I didn't
for
realize
that.
this was some sort of verbal UFC match.
I'm just
Let
saying,
her get her shit off, man.
Don't act like Trump has done this and done that, and you're so against him. Then you come and try to affirm
Okay, I
him
have
or
no
make
clue
him
what you're talking about.
the greatest.
Like I said, I
Make
tend
up
to
your
be
mind. That's all I'm saying. Make up your mind.
okay.
Yeah, Stanley,
Okay,
make
well,
up your mind. What the fuck is wrong with you?
well,
Yeah, make up your damn mind.
let me tell you how my mind is made up. There is no evidence proving your claims, so that's my mind being made up. When there's evidence to
Either
when
he's
there's a
good or
smoking
he's
gun,
bad.
when there's a smoke,
He's good or he's bad. And I don't think
okay.
he's
Well, ma'am,
good
I
right
don't know.
now.
I don't know what your 63 years have been like, but
And
my
I don't know
life
what
is
your
never.
64
Okay, I don't know why you're
years have
interrupting
been
me.
like.
I
Because
do not know
probably
why
was
I
one of
can't
them
get
fire,
a
old,
Stanley.
word
Friendly
out.
old
fire.
head babies.
Stand down, Stanley. This is friendly.
As I was saying before I was rudely interrupted, my life has never been black and white, yes or no.
My life has never been that either, Stanley.
My life has been full of grays and nuance and stuff
Stanley,
like that.
I'm not into the black and white stuff. I am not into that.
Wait,
why would you accuse her of being in the black and white stuff?
I'm talking about my life. I don't know. I literally said, I don't know about your life, but my life has not been a lot of black and white. There's usually nuances involved. I'm talking about my life, not yours.
Trump has not he has not interrupted any of my life. He's interrupted.
Wait, hold on. Who hasn't?
Trump hasn't interrupted my life. He's just a little red-faced man that's trying to be very, very carnal and very, very he's very, very I can't even think of the word that I'm trying to use.
Well, my word would be
very, very whatever a takeover. Damn, he's
Well,
not
the
a
word I
king.
would use
He's
is
never
Trump is
going to be a king, but he's a
Trump is
takeover man. He wants to
Trump.
take over some shit that he's never going to be able to accomplish. Trump is going to be impeached.
Well, my word would be he is brutish.
He's simple.
Yeah, he's simple.
Very simple. Trump is
All right, well
simple.
let's get
Because
back
he's
to
in a place of empowerment, because he's our president of the United States. And literally, my Bible tells me to pray for them that have rule over you. But what can I pray for him? That he
well, I
loses
think
his pride. That's all I would pray for Trump today, is that he loses his pride. Because pride makes you feel like you can never be wrong. And Trump is wrong for what he's doing to the United States. He's really like, I'm in a place of empowerment and I can't lose. But Trump is losing drastically. And he
It
needs
feels
to
like
step back and look at what he's doing to our country. And now, can he do something to make it better? No.
well, I think Trump is just finishing the
He
job.
can't do shit to make it better.
It's been going downhill for about 250
And no, I'm
years.
not drunk at all.
Wait,
I'm
who
telling the
said you're
truth.
drunk? Who said
Somebody
you're drunk?
said this woman is drunk, but whoever you are,
You
check
might
yourself
not
before you
you
wreck
might wanna
yourself.
you might want to ignore the chat. They get pretty
I mean, I'm looking at it on my TV, but I'm talking on my phone. But you know, if I look at this stuff, I'll probably get off your channel and not even, you know, I won't stick with, you know, and people like that come on your channel, would you have give me a wrench, I could get them gone, but I'm
well,
not.
except he's got a wrench
Yeah.
too.
Well, I wouldn't do that to anyone. I wouldn't do that to you as you giving me, you know, a wrench. I wouldn't do that to anyone. I'm not going to
Well,
delete
I mean, I don't
anyone.
have a problem with, the little timeouts,
Yeah.
blocking someone
I wouldn't
outright.
time out anyone.
Blocking someone, well, I mean, you got a wrench, but blocking someone, for any length of time, I
Yeah,
definitely want to
but
be
that
involved
little
in that.
shit like that,
Oh my
it
Lord,
doesn't bother me because I feel like
let me
everybody
finish
has
it.
an opinion. He has an
Let me
opinion.
finish a sentence, please. I was saying that I don't necessarily have a problem with like 5 or 10-minute timeouts, but blocking someone for any length of time, I definitely want to be a part of that decision.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
Well, good. So we ready to get back to this video?
I just don't like being disrespected because I have an opinion.
Okay, well, one thing that this chat does is they will take you to your limits. It's always been that way. It's the kind of crowd
No,
I've
because
attracted.
I would drop out and go on with my day, you know. But this was a good
Okay, well,
discussion, a good
I would
topic.
hope that you'll allow people free speech. I mean, as long as they're not cursing you out, it's okay.
Well, then they gotta allow me my free speech as well,
Well,
you know.
You are free to type anything you want in the chat.
I'll go back in the chat.
Well, okay. You can say what you want to say as well, but I'm not going to say I'm a free speech absolutist. I have my limits, and this isn't a democracy. However, I'm kind of a
And that is the
one-liner
truth. Trump
sarcastic.
is doing everything that
Let me
he
see if I
wasn't
can
told
maybe
to
finish my
do.
sentence here. Can I finish my sentence?
Yeah.
I'm kind of a one-liner, kind of a sarcastic guy, and I have attracted a lot of people that are kind of those one-liner. Shoot, I take show titles from people's sarcastic comments. So I if I laugh at a comment, I'll tend to make it a show title. So it's how the chat works.
How the chat works is if you get back in the circle, is if you diss somebody that everybody doesn't agree with. That's how you get back in the circle.
Well, nobody did pretty much. You know, if you haven't noticed, most of the people that are in the chat on any given day are on the right. Like Deacon Dave, Trump voter, he and I disagree on almost everything politically. So I
Deacon
literally
Dave has
have
some
a
good points,
I
but
literally have a show that's a nest. It's a MAGA nest.
That all
They-
came from the John Galt side of things. But no, I
yeah.
knew you before that. But
Well,
it's
yeah,
good
but
to have a
but
nice mix.
I mean, I knew John Galt's audience. I don't have a problem. As a matter of fact, I almost prefer being one of the few people on the left because it makes it more interesting. Yeah, if I
talk about
agree
the
with
Absolutely.
you,
blue.
I
No
need to
echo
Talk
join.
about
chambers.
that
No
blue
kings.
suit you had on. That was pretty interesting today. That
What's
blue
that?
nice suit with the long hair.
Oh,
That was
well,
nice. Why don't you show that today?
why don't I show it? You mean the picture that Nidus showed?
Yeah, that was cool.
I don't own it. He does.
You didn't like
As a
it?
matter of
I thought
Oh
that
no,
was cool.
that thing's been around for months. I've been meaning to buy it from him. But look, they have that's not the only, picture. Here's the funny thing about it. I like it. I think it's a good picture.
Thought
I
it
don't know
was
why
cool.
he
You
thinks
should show
I
it.
don't
Show
know
it.
why he Okay, well, like I said, I need to buy it. It's his intellectual property. I think it's a good picture. I don't know why he thinks it's a diss. I think it's a compliment. He took all that time just to do a pimp picture of me. I think it's flattering.
I think it's flattering how you set people in the corner like they can't talk, like they're your child or something.
Okay, well, let me put it to you this way. I'm not going to change.
Oh, this is awesome.
I have no, there are things I can learn. There are things I can do better, but I'm not going to change. And I don't expect you to change.
Saturday, but I wasn't on your show when Stanley was going to be nice for the day.
Well, today's Monday. That ship sailed Saturday. Now, maybe this Saturday, because I actually do plan on, Saturdays, it'll be Stanley Makes the World Happy or whatever. But today's Monday. We're back Monday through Friday. We try to do some hard topics and that sort of thing.
Put the little guy on timeout. The guy
What
that
little
says I'm
guy?
so toxic. Put him on timeout.
Why would I do that?
Because he's like he's kind of disrupting
How
a
so?
lot.
He's only disrupting if you look at what he typed.
I mean, I don't know much about him. He doesn't know much about me. We're just talking, and nobody's getting mad or anything.
She's just commenting on your
Oh, it's a
comments.
lady?
You know what? I don't know. No, it's Aries, aren't you Harry? He's a guy that I've known for a while also from Britain.
Oh, he's a white guy.
I think that's Harry. I'm not sure.
You better be careful.
Of what? Oh, it's Harry. I've known Harry for years.
Harry.
He's a good guy.
My
No
good guy,
problems.
Harry.
I have no problems with that comment. Just type something back.
No,
Call him a limey bastard.
No, I'm not gonna do that. Hi, Harry. I'm sorry you disagree.
No, Harry is a wit. If you hold on one second. Let me show you something here.
Hi, Harry. My brother's name is Harry. Harry
Oh, wait,
Jr.
hold it. Let me go back.
My daddy's name is Harry, so I can't even dislike you. I like your name, Harry.
Oh, he'll try to make you dislike him. Now,
Oh,
now
God.
you,
I wouldn't
now
dislike
you're
Harry.
presenting a challenge.
He's no factor.
Okay, so right here in the channel description, it literally says, "What's up there, soldier?"
What's up,
It
y'all?
literally up here at the top it says, in the channel description, it's news, politics, culture, and thoughtful conversations. Characters welcome. So I have a lot of characters in at any given time on my chat. Just kind of the way the show has evolved. So let's go. We can go back. Any comments? How long have you been here, there, soldier?
I just got here. Just now seen you was live.
Oh, okay. Well, we've gone through all the news stories. Where basically this video is about, well, kind of like politics in the American Black community. These guys are pretty much leftists. Probably to the left of probably more like DSA types.
Where do you guys hang out on that pendulum? You guys rock with the left?
Oh, I'm pretty much a center left person.
Yeah, I'm a fascist.
Me, I'm not really political at all, really, but I would consider myself like a conservative, just because I'm a Christian, so I rock with more so of anti-abortion, anti-LGBT. I don't, you know what I mean? If people want to be that way, then be that way, but don't promote it to our children. Quit promoting it. You know what I'm saying? If that's who you are,
salute to that.
You know? Yeah.
What did you think about Trump's Truth Social post? Did you see it?
Are you talking about the one where he said like, no? Okay, I'll just say no.
Okay, hold on one sec. He basically put out a Truth Social post, which has been taken down, by the way. But it kind of has him. The implication is pretty clear. This basically depicting himself as a quote Christ-like figure. That got posted. I don't know if you can see it on the on his Truth Social, where he's kind of dressed in the robes and he's got the little glowing hands.
Yeah, trying to look like Jesus.
Right. And the evangelicals and basically the religious people that are kind of in his base just kind of, they got after him, to a point to where he or whoever took the post down. So I don't know where he got the idea that his base was going to tolerate something like that. Hey,
God
Kimmy,
Soldier.
where have you been?
Can I say something to God Soldier? Do you
Oh, sure.
agree that there's no power that can compare to that of Jesus Christ?
I would agree with that.
I do too.
Yeah, Trump's kind of weird doing that. And I also seen the other day, I don't know if it's true or not, but supposedly he's selling Bibles too with his name on it.
Oh, shoot. He's been selling Bibles since his first administration, I think.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, the Trump Bible, Lee Greenwood. It's like a Lee. I know when they first came out, like they've got the lyrics to Lee Greenwood's song. I think the first few, either Lee Greenwood autographed or Trump autographed. I can't remember. But yeah, you remember that one picture where he walked across from the White House to that church and he was holding up the Bible. It was upside down, by the way, but he had a picture of him holding up a Bible. If I recall, that he started selling Bibles shortly after that. It is a Trump Bible. Now I may have the timeline wrong, but I think I got it right.
Either way, it's weird. It's not right, man, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I'm not going to lie. I think Trump being in office is probably better than, you know what I mean, Biden or anybody else being there, just due to the fact that he's got nuts. You know what I mean? He stands on business. You know what I mean?
He's got nuts for brains.
Right. Yeah, no shit. I like that he's doing away with, you know what I mean, letting kids have sex changes. I like that he don't, you know what I mean, put the rainbow flag up. You know what I mean? There's things that I like about him, man.
Well, he allowed the rainbow flag, I think it's a rainbow flag, to be put up at the Stonewall site / exhibit. So, but Kim says she thinks the story of Christ and Trump are similar. Trump came to help everyone, and they hate him just like they hated Yeshua, Jesus / Joshua.
Nah, you don't compare. Well, that's
Kim,
where it's kind of blasphemous.
I could not disagree more.
Right.
Trump was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Yeshua was not.
Yeah, to me, that's blasphemous shit, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't compare Jesus to nobody on this earth.
I don't either, but I would say I would agree with one thing that she is saying. He compares himself to Jesus Christ, and Jesus was deprived of being who he was, and Trump is being deprived of who he thinks he is.
I think that Paul, the white person, who to me is a false prophet, a false gospel, she was at an Easter dinner with Trump, and she said those things she said exactly what that Brooklyn lady just said.
Really?
You know what I mean? And to me, it's sick, man. You know, no disrespect to you, Brooklyn. No disrespect to you neither. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's that health, wealth, and prosperity gospel people that do that kind of stuff, man.
Oh wow!
He was the son of God.
Oh wow!
I think that's better than that.
Well, I guess if you put it that way, that is funny. That's the funniest thing I've read in quite some time. CKJ3 says, well, Stanley, he was the son of God and born with powers. I think that is better than a silver spoon. Oh man, I think that's going to be a show title. If I can, let's see if that's hopefully all that's less than 100.
Trump is just a straight out narcissist.
Oh wow, I must have this as tomorrow's show title. I have a show title for tomorrow, but I think we're going to preempt that one.
Yeah, who's better, Jesus or Trump?
He has time to repent, but yes, we'll never know until it happens. I don't think that he's kept from God's grace. I think that he has time to get it right, as we do. But if he's not willing to do that, well, God said, choose this day who you'll serve. But if he thinks that everyone's going to serve him, well, then I feel bad for him.
I heard it years ago. Trump, they asked Trump about being a Christian and asking if he's asked for forgiveness, and he says that he don't sin. So
and that's a damn lie. Doesn't it say? Doesn't it say, that if you say you have not sinned, then you lie, and there's no truth in you?
Absolutely. And
That's
how's that
all I
guy going to
have to
do that and
say,
also
even
sell
though you and
Bibles?
I didn't agree in the beginning, I truly agree with you today. And I'm glad I'm being able to talk with you today. I truly agree with what you're saying today.
Right. Well, I mean, if you love the Lord, you're not going to, you don't roll with, I don't care who it is. You know what I'm saying? You got to stand up for what you believe,
Yeah, and I'm not ashamed of the gospel of Jesus Christ, and Trump is not Jesus Christ.
Absolutely. Shout out to you, sister.
Thank you.
Yeah. But that's
All
just
right,
the
well,
world we live in. We all live and walk differently, so we don't agree on everything, But
True.
when you're a Christian, you do have certain grounds to stand on where you can be in unity with the Bible, But we might disagree politically, how we see the world. It just happens how we grow up, kind of.
But I thank God that the Bible says love never fails. When we love each other, we come to this agreement that love never fails. And I don't believe that our country is is a downcast. I believe that our country is one of the greatest countries ever. I still have faith in God and faith in the country that we were born in. I believe America is the greatest country ever.
It is, but I believe
awesome.
it's
Can we get
improving.
back to the video now?
Yeah. Sorry, Stanley.
Hey, Kimmy, Kim, if you, oh no, Kim, if you have time, hit the link. Where have you been, by the way? I've missed you.
Thank you, sister.
Give me 1 sec here. Let me do a quick edit on tomorrow's show title. All right. So this, just to remind everybody, this particular video is called Black MAGA and Why Black Capitalism Won't Save Us. And then I also want to do the commercial. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new to the channel, please make sure that you subscribe to the show and check us out. We tend to be an eclectic bunch and not everybody's cup of tea, but those who know stay. What's up there, Lord ADS and Kimmy Cakes? You didn't change your name there, Lord ADS.
Oh yeah, I accepted now it's his new title today on his channel, so I plan on using that now for
Okay.
a while.
Well, don't as long as you like it, I guess I'll have to like it. Any comments on what we've been talking about? It's turning slowly into a tent revival, but I guess if you two may have comments, go right ahead.
It's interesting, right? Very
Hey,
interesting.
Kimmy.
Hi. Hi, everyone.
Stanley,
Hi,
I've
Stanley.
actually been listening to you for years, but since
Kimmy, what up?
I've been listening to you since you've been on John
Hi,
Golf,
Dave.
but I just
Well, then
never
you know.
came up or said
Wow, I
anything to
didn't know
you.
that.
I've been
Oh,
listening
so
to you
you're an
for a
old timer.
long time.
You've
Well,
been
I
listening to him
apologize.
sit up here
I
and run his goddamn
apologize for
mouth every day.
everything. Yeah, I'll have a lot to apologize for.
No, you're just fine. I really enjoy. I learn a lot. I take what I can get and what's useful, and whatever
Well,
I.
you may actually have more of a reason to I mean, if you've been a long time listener, then maybe what you're saying I do need to take under account.
I just don't watch the news. I don't watch the news, but I see a lot where I don't have to watch the news. I watch a lot of Trump's, when he comes on to give his speeches, I watch that.
Uh-huh.
But then I look at you and I see a lot on your channel, and it makes good sense to me to just be in tune with what's going on in our world, and whether I have a opinion of it or not, it's going on, you know, and there's nothing I can do about it but pray for those who have rule over us, which means I have to pray for Trump. And I don't mind doing that, but whatever I pray for him is between God and I. And it's a lot, you know. I do think that he has a spirit of pride. And I will admittedly say that it's hard to pray for Trump because I don't know where he's going to go from one day to the other. You know, but him thinking he's God.
Well, I mean, he took it down, so obviously he has decided he's not.
Or they took it down.
It's his account. I can't imagine, you know.
I think it has to do a lot.
As a matter of fact, he commented on it, so he knows about it. So
He knows exactly what he's doing.
With his permission.
Wait, do you all think it has to do with the med beds?
I think he was just making a joke, to be honest, since he's been in a squabble with the Pope.
Because isn't he working on like releasing these like med beds that's supposed to heal a lot of diseases, and like he's working with scientists to finally try to find a cure for AIDS and stuff like that? No, like this is for real. It's not a
Scientists
joke.
would be the first to say they're not Jesus. Shit.
I just don't know if it has to do with the aspect of healing more than like anything else.
I guess Trump.
Trump
put his hands on his own ear and healed it.
There was no stethoscope in that picture, by the way.
Did Trump put his hand on his own ear?
You all talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Did Trump put his hands on his own ear and heal it?
When he got shot?
Yeah.
Well,
that
Trump
was
never
a
said he
good
was
one.
God. Let's start with that. You know what I'm
We
saying?
already know that he really
He
didn't.
never said he was God. Y'all assume that he said he was God.
No,
He
I'm just
said-
saying, who healed his ear? There was no more talk about that.
Well, who saved his life, believe it or not? Because that bullet was meant for him.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was meant for him, but
It's a small
it
price
was-
to pay for a chip on your ear versus your whole life.
And
that
you know,
was
God
a sharpshooter.
God
That was
created
a
God created us
sharpshooter.
God created us so well that we have our own healing abilities. Like I burned myself in the kitchen the other day. 2 days later, I'm healing. Like our bodies can repair itself. I mean, sometimes it can't in really extreme cases, but for the most part, if we're not severely damaged, like we were created and designed so well that we can heal.
That is true. I agree with you on that. But I don't believe that was. I think that had something to do with votes, so he can get more votes.
I think it might have to do with the med beds, and I know he has been talking for a long time, even since 2016, about wanting to cure HIV. He said because there are cures on the market, but they're just not like widely available. Not on the
And-
market. There are cures that exist, but it's just not widely available in the public.
And him and Clarence Thomas have done more for black people than what Barack has done. You know what I'm saying? Let's just keep it real. I mean, in an abortion, that was 24 million saved. And then on top of that, let's be honest, the 14th Amendment was meant for us, right? So why is you know what I'm saying? He's the only person talking about that type of stuff or bringing it before the Supreme Court. And yet, look what black folks are doing. You're following people to your own demise.
See, I am a free speech advocate because I think you sound ridiculous.
Really? Explain why.
Yes. I don't think Clarence Thomas has done much of anything on the Supreme Court. It's not an executive branch. And Trump has pretty much done nothing. But I also don't think that I don't think presidents are supposed to concentrate on one particular demographic. They're presidents of the whole country, not just one demographic.
Facts. But to say that this goes unnoticed to me is a travesty within itself. So you haven't noticed that he focused on the 14th Amendment. Yeah, I hear you up here screaming about he thinks he's Jesus. He
Okay,
never
well, the
said he was
14th
Jesus.
Amendment,
You
the
assumed
14th,
it.
okay, the 14th Amendment came about because of slavery, African slavery, but it actually
African
applied to
slavery.
more. Okay, it yeah, the
So
slaves
so
in
my people
America.
fought
Okay,
here in
do no
Atlanta.
no no
No,
no
no, the
no.
Civil War. No,
Hold
no, no.
on,
My people fought here in
hold
Atlanta.
on.
Just for you to give it to everyone
This is
else.
not Nidish's show, Lord ADS. I'd
I
like to
don't care
finish the
whose show it
sentence.
is. I'm a free.
Okay, so bottom line is you need to understand the history of the 14th Amendment. It came about because of African slavery. However, there were other
Hello?
demographics,
Are y'all there?
namely gypsies. There was a Romani community down around New Orleans. The way the history works, it came about because of slaves, children of slaves to be specific, but it wasn't just for slaves.
So you keep dropping me because you don't want to have this discussion. Because
No,
my
I
people actually
dropped you
called. No,
once
no, no,
because
no, 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 no.
okay, once again, this is not Nidish's panel. I will finish a sentence and then you can go. One mic, sir.
Well, I'm saying this, Stanley. My people fought in the Civil War, actually, on the side of the Union. They fought in the Battle of Atlanta. Thank God, you know, saying that for Abraham Lincoln and the Emancipation Proclamation, even though it wasn't meant to even free slaves, it was meant to stop South Carolina from conceding. You know, people don't even understand that, right?
Okay. Okay, well, people aren't taught history.
No, you should be.
They're taught patriotic education. History, in detail is something that high school students don't get. Even the AP history, which my son took AP American history in high school, even that wasn't, up to my standard, but it was better than,
Thanks to the
than most.
Department of Education.
I think the Department of Education has nothing to do with education locally. Education, like policing, is a local matter. So, nope, nothing to do with the Department of Education. So, we ready to go back to the video, or any other comments on Donald Jesus Trump? Mm-hmm.
I have a comment.
Oh, okay.
It's good to see such a great panel here today. You have a lot of people on the panel. It's a great panel here today.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself.
I am enjoying it.
By the way,
Everyone on the panel. It's a good panel here today.
Let me answer. There's a question here that Ola asked. Exactly what is center left? Well, I have done a lot of thinking about it. Unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, because of the way I was educated, I am a creature of the Enlightenment. Even though, frankly, the Enlightenment invented race. When I say I'm a center left person, what I really mean is I'm a capital L liberal, as in liberalism. And the funny thing about liberalism, it essentially is the founders were considered Enlightenment, people. There are a lot of problems with capital L liberalism, but there are a lot of good things about it too. So I'm one of these people that I abhor extremism, whether it's on the left or the right. I think that, DSA, and especially left of DSA, is extreme. I think MAGA is extreme. I'm not that much of a
progressives
populist.
are extreme.
I think a lot of well, progressives can be. They aren't necessarily. I don't think DSA is that extreme, but left of
Gentrification,
DSA can be.
globalization, and
Okay, don't
feminization.
know why I can't finish a sentence here. I think that if you are MAGA or to the right of MAGA or progressive or to the left of progressive, to get your agenda into government, you're going to have to use force. People are not going to voluntarily go with a MAGA agenda, a Project 2025. They're also not going to voluntarily go with a straight DSA platform. That's the wonderful thing about the capital L liberalism. The way the government is designed, and it doesn't seem to work very well of late, people have to compromise. And both extremes, neither extreme seems to be in a mood these days to compromise. So that's where I stand as far as center left. There are people that are center right, maybe more conservative than I tend to be, who are comparable. So, for better or for worse, you could pretty much say I'm a moderate. So that's hopefully that answers some questions there, Ola. So what were you saying, Lord ADS?
I mean, if black people really knew the history of the 14th Amendment, you wouldn't put it this way. Abraham Lincoln only fostered it in. Ulysses S. Grant is the one who put it into place. Andrew Jacob said there was no reconciliation in the South. So Ulysses Grant kept his word to the slaves who fought in the Civil War because they didn't want us fighting in the first place, and said, we'll put the 14th Amendment in place, basically making you citizens of the United States of America. Not some gypsy bullshit that you talking about.
Okay, well then
some people ain't fighting no war.
Sir, you don't know the history of the 14th Amendment.
You don't know the history.
Let me also say that the 14th Amendment also started out as a civil rights bill of 66? And they were afraid that at some point the law would be repealed, so they decided to make it an amendment. It started out as a civil rights bill. Anyone else?
I want to share something. Abraham Lincoln, his home was in Springfield, Illinois. That's where I was born.
Hold on one second. We'll let It's My Time finish.
His home was in Springfield, Illinois. That's where I was born.
Let me read this off from Google.
Okay, so I don't know why you're interrupting another panelist, ADS.
Why does anybody interrupting me? I was talking. Y'all was talking.
Let her speak.
Go ahead.
His home was in Springfield, Illinois, and the Abraham Lincoln home was like across the street from my mother's sister's home. And it was a speech about when Martin Luther King was doing his speeches. He would like when black and white kids would come and be together and eat together and play together. And we all used to go play in the yard of Abraham Lincoln's home. We used to go tour his home and stuff. And we all used to play together in Abraham Lincoln's home. It had ropes and stuff where you couldn't go like so far. But all the black and the white kids would play in that ground. And we really had a good time. And I remember that as a young child, how we all used to just play in that ground. We never understood what Abraham Lincoln did, but it was a speech that was proclaimed, and it really came to pass where white kids and black kids would play together. And I literally experienced that. And it was something where people from all over the world would come and visit and tour that site, where it was just something normal to me, to to play on that ground where Abraham Lincoln lived with his family. So
Got it. So
yeah,
what do you have to say, Lord ADS?
Let me start by saying this. Abraham Lincoln was born 150 miles from where I was born in Henderson, Kentucky. He was born in Hodgenville.
but he
So I
lived
know
in
about,
Springfield, Illinois, where
I
I
know
was
about,
born.
if he wasn't born in Kentucky, then it wouldn't matter, would it?
But
So,
he lived in Springfield, Illinois, where I was
yeah,
born.
because he worked as a senator up there, right? And all that good jazz. Yeah,
Yeah,
I know that. And a
he
lawyer. He
lived
was also a
where
lawyer.
I was
Actually,
born.
he was in the house.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and a lawyer. And a lawyer.
and we
So,
played in his backyard as kids. And it was a speech that what Martin Luther King had said. He had a dream that black and white kids would play together. So the diversity of being so separated and stuff, it's beyond me, where things are so divided and how now today where we have a president that will come in and try to divide us and try to bring us back to
Got
the
it.
day where we
go
would be
ahead, get the
like
Trump Derangement
white
syndrome
only.
out.
No,
Get it
I'm
out.
being
Hold on.
serious.
Go.
I'm being
Let.
serious. We're
I'm
going
being
Let.
back to the
serious.
day where Trump is really trying
It's
to bring us
already
back.
Okay.
here.
Well,
It's
hold
been
on.
there.
Hold on. Let's not go to Trump just yet. We were talking about the 14th Amendment.
Okay, so can I read off what I just Googled so everyone know? That way we got a
Bringing you
baseline, right?
back to where
Luther B.
where
Hayes
we
was
at
the
and where we're
president
trying to be brought
immediately
back
after
to.
USCS grant the 14th
We're
Amendment was
trying to be
primarily
brought back
for
to a place where we
newly
Okay.
become
freed
Well,
slaves
hold
in
on.
Black
Only one
America
person
to
can
ensure
talk.
citizenship.
I'm trying to talk.
Yeah, she's trying
We're trying to
Okay.
to
find
land
more
her
about
plane.
Trump.
We've come so far from a place where
Really?
we're trying to be brought back to, but Black America is so strong. We'll never
Shut
be
up,
brought back
Dave.
to that place. So it's
Really?
stupidity to think that one
What
white
was strong
man can
about
bring
Black
us back
America?
to a place where we're too strong to go back to. You understand what
Okay.
I'm
I have.
saying?
You
Yes.
almost got replaced by progressives. They weren't replaced with other groups of foreigners.
We're never going back there again. That's all I'm
And
saying.
then let's be honest, the crack epidemic, the culture, if you talk about hip hop, rap, and all this other crap, nobody reads anything. Nobody really knows anything in the black community.
We're never going back
You
there again.
hope
Nobody.
not.
It's
You
stupidity to
hope
think
not.
that we'll ever go back there again.
You've been there the whole time. Look at the South. Look at the South.
We ain't been there. This is people
The
that are
South is
stuck.
always been
Black
segregated
people are so
and traditionally
powerful.
always
Come on
will.
now.
Powerful in what?
We would
What power
never
we
go
have?
back there
The only
again.
power we got is our influence. That's the only power we really got.
Black people are too powerful. And
Really?
it's been proven. And
Okay,
you
so
would have to be stuck to think that we would ever go back there again.
Yeah, ADS, you've seen Get Out. Black people are
yeah,
powerful.
there you
Right.
go.
Right.
I
Black
agree.
people
Get
would
Out was a
never go
great
back
movie.
there again. So a person would be stuck in stupidity if they would even be afraid of going back there again. Black people are too powerful. Even the stuff that happened in Minneapolis, Black people didn't even get out of their bed to go protest. They said, let the white people do it. That's their
That's
fight.
just
That's not our
laziness right
battle.
there. That's just
That's not our
laziness.
battle.
That's you depending
I
on
didn't
another
even
group of
leave my
people to
home to
save
go
you again.
protest. I said, let the white people do it.
That's
You
you
know,
Well, let
depending
me
on
ask
another
you a
group of
question.
people to save you again.
Even
I was
though,
in
even
Minneapolis when
though,
all that stuff took place. And you know
even
what?
though, even though you two disagree politically, you're both very people, very devout people. So just make sure, even though there's a disagreement, that you pray for each other tonight.
That's right. And even though all of that ISIS stuff was going on, do you know ICE
There
was
you go.
outside of the nail salon when I was getting my nails done? I was relaxing. I said I have nothing to do with it. And even though I have black skin, dark, very black skin, I wasn't afraid to walk out of the nail salon. because I could have showed them my ID or whatever. I wasn't going to get attacked.
Why would you? You're an American. You're clearly an American.
But I look like an African. I look very African.
You do.
You know,
You look American to me.
I can say that
The hair, the nails,
the screen,
American
whatever
made,
that stuff can make you look brighter or whatever else. I look very African, but I could have very well been questioned or attacked or shot or whatever else. It was a very scary time for Black Americans in Minnesota. You could have been attacked or whatever. You could have been shot and killed for just being Black in Minnesota. But I didn't let that
could have happened
bother.
anyway. People forget about
I didn't let that
not
bother
before
me.
George Floyd. Who was the dude before George Floyd? Who had a permit for his gun? The car was shot there in up in Minnesota.
Or what is it? Castillo.
Yeah. So it's been
Wasn't
that
it?
way the whole time.
Castillo?
It had nothing to do with ICE. Yeah, Castillo. It's been that way the whole time.
I'm just saying we come too far. That stuff is beyond us. And people that want to be stuck, they just have to be stuck. But we've come too far. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen where we're going to be going back to the place where we were. Trump's not going to bring us back there. Hear me and hear me clear. Trump doesn't have that much power to bring us
Well,
back.
I don't think ADS wants us to go back there.
Yeah, we're not going back there. I mean, it's just a scary
I don't think
tactic.
Trump wants to take us back there. I think progressives were
Yes,
going to
he
take us back
does
there
want to
faster.
take us back
I
there.
think that progressives were going to take us back there faster than Trump would have.
Trump would love to bring us back
You
there.
got globalization,
Come from a whole
feminization, and
family of
gentrification. You
Black
can't afford to stay
supremacy.
where you live. Your boys are being
Let me
feminized,
ask you a
and you're being
question about
overrun by every other
globalization.
group of people.
Let me ask you a
Go
question
ahead.
about
Go ahead. Go
globalization.
ahead.
When do you think globalization actually started?
According to what I understood, 1998 was when the first
Okay, well let me
occurred.
give you you were talking about history earlier, and to be honest, I just recently learned it. Another friend of mine who's a frequenter of the show put me up to a book called Empire of Cotton. Cotton was literally the first global commodity. Probably you could probably argue maybe tobacco or tea, but cotton basically, I had no clue, but cotton, the spinning and the weaving of the cloth and all that, it was literally what ushered in the Industrial Revolution. It was a global market back then. So globalism has basically been around since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution.
But there are different types of globalism. Those are different.
It doesn't matter. That
Yes,
doesn't
it
really
does.
matter.
Context
My
matters.
point, no,
Context
actually,
matters.
it doesn't. Globalization, my point
Yes, it does.
is that globalization has been around since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. Of course,
Fear
things,
not, God is with
of
us,
course,
has been
of
around
course,
since the beginning of time.
okay, how that matters, I don't know, but my point is that globalization is not a new phenomenon.
Well,
But
Trump's
this
not God.
brand of globalization, well, there you go.
I don't think, I don't know how that really changes my point.
Well, you got to remember that initially, remember, cotton was so powerful in the world. You're absolutely correct, Stan, that South Carolina conceded from the United States and planned on doing business with England, and Stan
Correct.
conceded from the United States because that's how powerful cotton was back in the 1800s. You know what I'm saying? That they could
Yep.
build their own market, build their own
And the
economy.
reason that in the end, the blockades and all that stuff, they were able to get cotton from other parts of the world. So globalization is why Britain never like supported the South to any large degree. They could get cotton from other places.
How many of us are sleeping under cotton sheets and cotton pillows, and we did not do any of it? We did not
Okay.
pick any of it. So
Well,
quit
wait,
being
whoa. We weren't talking about
being
picking.
stuck.
Okay, I don't know how that came up. We were talking about globalization, the
I mean, you
phenomenon
don't
of.
cotton.
Okay, please. Okay, cotton.
You know what? She's
Decide
right,
to be
Stanley.
stuck.
You didn't
And
pick
we're
that
not
cotton.
stuck.
The immigrants did.
Okay,
We're just
what the
not
fuck does
stuck.
that? No, wait, hold it. What we're sleeping under today has nothing to do with my point about when globalization started. And what I was trying to say before I was interrupted was shit. You know what? I don't even remember what I was trying to say. I think I was
Because
trying to say that the
because you
reason the South never got Britain and France's support is because cotton basically they had to develop the cotton the bulk of it. Basically they shifted to Asia, India specifically, and China to a degree. Egypt was another place. So that's why Britain, kind of said, hey, look, we can live without your cotton slavery, because they'd outlawed it there. And by the time the Civil War had come around, I think they outlawed slavery in their Caribbean colonies as well. So my point is, globalization played a part in the Civil War, and it's why the South never got the support that they thought they might get militarily.
there's more people working in factories that's making cotton pillows than we could ever know.
Okay, how is that relevant to my point?
I'm just saying, quit being stuck.
Okay, don't just say, make it relevant.
I'm making it relevant. We're not picking
Ooh,
cotton.
you are literally taking a
Black
logical
people are not
crowbar.
picking cotton
You're
anymore.
taking a logical crowbar and forcing that door
You're
open.
going back into the cotton picking days. We're not picking cotton anymore.
Okay, I was making a historical point about
I
globalization.
know it's very historical. It's back then. We're in the now. Faith is now. Believing
Okay,
what we do
you
not
well
see.
let me warn you right now. You don't want to go down that road.
I do.
You do not.
I exactly do.
I forewarn you. I blaspheme. You think Trump is blasphemous?
But you ain't heard nothing to hear Stanley blaspheme, brother. It goes from the top
Trump
of the
is a
rafters.
rank amateur. Ma'am, I am a failed Catholic. I can do some blasphemy like you wouldn't believe.
And I am a
I
perfect.
But do you
What,
get my
Stanley?
point, ADS? Because I want to make
I
sure
get your point,
that you
Stanley.
get,
I do.
if you got a rebuttal.
Well, let's talk about a couple things, right, Stanley? What do you think about how the Pope is behaving?
I think he's acting fine.
No, he should not be involved with politics in the least bit. I think he's clout chasing, to be honest with you, Stan.
I think
really do.
when he talks about war and peace, he's within his realm of expertise.
Well, he talks about that the Catholic Church has never stood for war. I laugh when I hear that because he forgets the Banties of Bondsville, the Crusades. He forgets the Old Testament. Saying where lands were conquered, right, by soldiers of the Lord. And it's like he forgets all that.
Okay, well,
Instead, what he does is,
the Catholic Church, I happen to be, I was raised Catholic. I went 1st through 12th to Catholic school. They are very New Testament focused.
yeah, I've learned that too over time, that our church really focuses in on the New Testament and getting through the homonyms, right, of the months. So
you don't have Jesus without the New Testament.
We sure don't, and I'll say that too. But even Jesus said he did not come for peace. He came as a sword to put brother against brother, father against son. Yeah.
So no more. You wanted to talk about the 14th Amendment.
Yes, sir. I think that's ours, Stanley.
I'm not saying
We
it's
are
not
that.
ours, but I'm also saying if you go back if you go back and you look, the part about the loyalty, that sort of thing, they weren't talking about Africans. They were specifically talking about Indians. The allegiance part that John Sowers was talking about during the Supreme Court hearing, he's way off base. They weren't addressing African slaves or any other group. It was specifically the Indians, because at the time, reservations were considered sovereign, basically.
Well, Stanley, Rutherford B. Hayes, the president immediately after USC Grant, stated.
Oh, I know.
He
He's
stated it was primarily for newly freed slaves. He stated that.
Okay, and he would be wrong.
So the people who put the 14th Amendment in place are wrong, but everyone around it that tend to be using it and taking advantage of it are right. Explain that.
Okay, well, how about where I'm coming from? And I haven't done the work myself. I'm using more or less secondary, like, historians, and I'm just trusting what they're saying. But these people have gone in and they've looked at the legislative record, like what the debates were before it became an amendment. So that's where I'm going with it. What Hayes basically was the result of the Compromise of 1877. Republicans are just as guilty of allowing Jim Crow to happen as the Democrats were.
Well, the South was never truly reconciled as it should be, as we should have been citizens back then. The reconciliation only happened 3 or 4 years after the Civil War. And even then, Juneteenth was actually occurring before the actual reconciliation took place, right? But one thing you leave out in here, Dred Scott versus Stanford. Remember, that was a decision stating that blacks should not be citizens.
No, it didn't say they shouldn't. It didn't say they shouldn't be. It said they weren't. It literally said that the Constitution did not consider black people at all. There were no rights that a white man need, be concerned about. I think the Dred Scott decision is actually a truer interpretation of what the founders meant. But my point isn't about Dred Scott. My point is that Compromise of 1877, where Hayes got the presidency, Republicans compromised and allowed the South to institute the black codes and all that stuff. Remember, the Compromise of 1877, part of the compromise was pulling the federal troops out of the South. My point is that the Republicans are just as responsible for Jim Crow coming about as the Democrats. And you didn't make the argument. Please understand, I'm not talking about anything that you've said, but there have been folks who basically say, well, the Democrats, they were the ones responsible for Jim Crow and all that stuff. Republicans are just as culpable. That's why I bring it up at all.
There are two different. I think there's far less culpability on the Republican side during that era than it is on the Democrat side.
You and I will disagree on that.
Because remember, culpability doesn't mean you participated or actively participated.
Culpability, or let's just call it an accessory.
Let's just call it you people.
Remember, the Republicans wanted the presidency, so they got something out of it. And the South, the Democrats were willing to let them have the presidency as long as you pull those federal troops out. It was a compromise. And by the way, Rutherford was not a radical Republican. The Republican Party was bifurcated. Rutherford B. Hayes was more into business and stuff like that. They were more interested in the economics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, Stanley?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you for the great debate, sir. I'm getting ready to go
Oh,
cut
I
this pizza up.
appreciate, dude. You should not be a stranger.
You know, I come out here every once in a while, standing to raise hell.
You
It
do.
happens every, yeah, but and you do, and like you say, you make sure I understand that this is your show. I better not come over here starting that shit because Stanley will check
Well,
me.
no, I don't mind it. Just let me get out a sentence. And quite frankly, I'm long-winded. I realize that. A lot of times I just drone on and on and on. I try to be brief, but sometimes I'm old. You're still in your 40s.
You're wise,
So
Stanley.
I gotta, sometimes I gotta get that thought out or I will forget it.
You're wise, Stanley. Go Navy.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Thank you, sir.
No, I appreciate it.
Facts.
I just have a problem with people being stuck.
In what?
I just have a problem with people being stuck in the way it was. It's not the way it is. I feel like people have come a long way and it can never be the way it was.
Well, I agree. I don't think blacks are in any particular danger. I don't agree that. Well, I honestly do think that if Trump and some of these, there's a whole conservative movement that's attached to MAGA. They are basically, well, the pejorative is they're illiberal. They call themselves post-liberal, and they basically believe that democracy or liberalism with the capital L is over. It's done its job. They're almost in a way like Marxists in that we need to move on from this stage of liberalism to post-liberalism where we have someone, don't worry about the democracy, we know what's better, and basically we want to take Christian principles which should trump, no pun intended, democratic principles. And I think they're absolutely wrong. We are who we are. And, if we're going to be, Frederick Douglass probably knew it, as far as, I don't know, abolitionists and, the Black community at large. He's the perfect example of a person who knew how to use the Constitution against itself or for it. He knew the Constitution well enough and the way rhetoric works. I think what a lot of these post-liberals want to do is have their cake and eat it too. They want to talk about the Constitution while defying the Constitution. The 14th Amendment is a perfect example. They want to act like it was just for slaves while basically saying it's not for slaves. Okay.
The people
They
don't
want
believe
to
in
do,
God,
they want,
Stanley.
well, Clarence Thomas, for instance, is not a big fan of due process. Due process is in the 14th Amendment too. So they want one part of the 14th Amendment, saying it's just for Black people, while the next clause where they're talking about due process, they have some doubts about it. And the 14th Amendment was not just for the slaves. It came about because of the slaves. Primary beneficiaries were the African and African descended slaves, but it's in the U.S. Constitution. Therefore, it is for U.S. citizens. Just that little bit of rhetoric should be enough.
Yeah. Only the strong will survive. I believe that.
Well, I
Black
think
people,
only the I think
believe
only the
Black people are
strong-willed and
one
the
of the strongest.
strong-minded.
Yeah, that's true. And I believe that our people are very strong, and it's been proven. I don't believe that anything will happen that's not supposed to happen. I believe that it will be according to the plan of God. You know, everything that is happening is biblical. If um if I can say this, everything that is happening is biblical. And we just have to stay in line with love and brotherly kindness and just being fair and being just staying focused on the promises and whatever God has for us is for us. And whatever else is out here, if we believe it, we just better be very careful, because this is a day when we have to make sure that we be careful to listen and agree to what we need to agree upon. It's not about Trump. It's not about, he is our leader, he's our president, but we have to just be careful to understand that in these last days we've been warned, and we just have to be careful.
Did you say last days? We're in our last days?
I believe we are. Yeah.
Well, you and I will definitely disagree on that one. Oh, you mean age-wise? Like we're both in our
okay,
60s. We
let
are
me
in our last days.
okay, let me just say that biblically, according to biblical promises, we're in the day where people are going to turn from um the ways of believing, and because of so much there's been a lot of um discouragement in the body of Christ. But it's not about people, it's about if if you if you love God and you just believe in the truth of God's word, you just have to just believe in what is righteous and what is right to believe. And all of the other stuff you have to lay aside, and you have to let that stuff be what it is. And you just have to believe, because in these last days, there's going to be people that's going to come and try to fool you and try to come with trickery and deception. And you're going to have to know to be able to discern or be able to understand what is good and what is evil. And from this day until those days, until this day forward, you're just going to have to understand what is good and what is evil.
Okay.
That's all I
Well,
can
I
say,
think
you know.
I think
And
okay, how long
everybody's
is
going to
this?
have an
Oh my
opinion.
Lord.
Every day, everyone's going to have an opinion, and everyone's going to have what they decide what is right and what is wrong. But you're going to
Let me
have
know
to
when you're done.
deeply discern and deeply stick to, and you're going to have to be grounded in your beliefs and what is good and what is evil. Me, myself, I have a blended family, so I can't choose white or black. I have to choose what is good and what is evil. And I don't have no I don't have no decision in the fight. I have to really discern what is good and what is evil. And, you know, that's all for me. You know, I just have to believe what I believe, and I believe we've come a long way. And I don't believe that one man is going to be in control of this whole world. Not no, I don't believe Donald Trump is going to be the end of our history.
All right. Well, I think that we will be fine in spite of the
Yeah,
Bible.
I agree.
So let's see, where were we? Um, actually, let's do this. I found something that I probably would enjoy fussing about more.
And I do want to say, Stanley, I love your channel, and I love
You
that
love my
we're
bad boy
talking.
ways.
No, I love that we talk about this because it needs to be talked about. You know, because we are facing a critical time, but it is nothing for us to be worried about because Donald is not in control. He is not
Well,
in control
that part we
of
can
our
agree on.
livelihood. Yes, absolutely.
He is out of damn control for sure.
He's not in control of our livelihood, but we do have to pray for him because he is making decisions right now, and he is our president. And so we just have to pray for him and make
Well,
sure
I
that
have to correct. He is the president.
he's the
That part.
president, and we have to pray for
He
those
is
that have
the
rule over us.
president.
And he's making some very critical decisions right now. And it's to be concerned because I believe he's kind of sick right now. And I pray for his health, and I pray for his mind and his heart, because some of the decisions he's making is because of his background and his lineage, is things that he's grown up to understand. You know, sometimes we understand that children don't even understand prejudice unless they've learned about it. And I believe he is, God help
Well,
me,
you mean they don't know about race?
they
Everybody
don't
has
know about
prejudices.
racism until they learn about it. And I believe that he's came from um, a family that has been into oh, this is hard to say, but I believe he's came from a family that's been into racism, and he's trying to hide it, but it's hard for him to hide because he's stuck in a hard place. I honestly think that Donald Trump knows he needs us Black people, but he doesn't know how to.
He doesn't know how to be. He doesn't know how to be down.
Pretty much. That wraps it up.
If
That
he was
wraps it up.
down, he'd know how to act.
Yeah, supremacy is a hard place to get out of when you grown up in that lifestyle of white supremacy. And he is a supremacist. He very well has made that known that he's a white supremacist.
Got it.
And I hate to say that about, our president, but
Well, you didn't grow up in the South, did you?
I grew up in Springfield. I told you I played in
Right.
Abraham
Well,
Lincoln's yard. I played in his
Gotcha.
yard,
So the
you know,
answer
with
is you
white
didn't grow up in
children.
the South.
With
So the
white
answer is,
children.
oh my Lord. The answer is you didn't grow up in the South, correct?
I grew up in Springfield, Illinois.
So that's
And
not the South. So you didn't grow up in the South, and I'm going somewhere with
I
this,
grew up on a
which
farm in
is
Bowling Green, Missouri. You know, so
well, Missouri says they're the South, but I don't think so.
and I grew up
But
with Midnights. Midnights. I think I'm
no idea what
pronouncing
that
it
means.
right. With Midnights, taking
Oh,
care of our farm.
Mennonites. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well, they're
like
definitely,
they're
you
like
don't find them in the South
pilgrims.
that much.
Yeah. So when you're
So
talking
where
about
I was going
slavery,
with this
when you're talking
is
about slavery,
no, I haven't mentioned
and black
slavery in a
people have
bit.
never owned
No,
slaves.
wasn't talking about slavery.
No, I'm just telling you, Stanley.
No,
I grew up
don't tell me what
watching
I'm talking about.
white people take care of our farms. You know,
No
but
idea
we
what you're
didn't treat
talking
them
about.
as slaves. We treat them
Don't
as
recall talking about
family.
farms.
I'm just telling you the truth.
Okay, stop telling me and let me talk. I was
Well, you
going
don't want to hear the
somewhere.
truth.
I was going somewhere with the "you're not from the South" point. And where I was going is that black people and white people tend to get along in the South, and you know
One
who
thing about
can't get.
you,
Okay, I
you don't
don't know
when
why I
you'll
can't finish.
stop me
Ma'am,
when I tell you
ma'am,
that black people
ma'am,
have did
I would
well.
like to fit. Okay, don't make
When
me put you
you
in the back.
stop black people when
Okay,
they talk
well,
about
okay. I will finish my sentence with or without you. When I start talking, let me finish, please. The problem, or actually the good thing about the South, is you tend to know who can be around each other. Race matters, but sometimes not as much as my experiences in the North. I don't worry about, I don't think you can grow up in American culture and not learn race. You basically, if you're a person of goodwill, spend the rest of your life unlearning what you experienced in school. And I was up on well, I wasn't up, I was in Nidish's chat this morning, and you know
wow.
what? There was nothing but race. It was a bunch of black people calling each other in this and in that. That's nothing but race. I was listening to Sharon's show today. Nothing but race. You can have a panel full of black people and they're all racists too, because you tend to learn it as part of American culture. You have to actually work not to be a racist. That's
Yeah.
been my thinking and my experience. So I'm done
So
now.
what if you grew up and your dad's best friend was white and he fixed all of your woodwork and your background furniture and your godparents were white that took you to a Lutheran church all of your life? And what if you grew up with, white people working on your farm and
Well,
they were
let me
like
know when I can
pilgrims
answer.
and they were little kids that couldn't talk to you, but they had to work for you, but you didn't treat them differently. You know what I'm saying?
Anytime I
I
can
was
answer
telling you
your
that
question.
on your show, but you don't want to hear that because
No, I
you
don't
can't
think it matters. Let
you
me
can't
know. Let me know
picture
when you're ready for me to answer. Okay.
Stanley, you're not ready to even hear this.
Okay. I'm gonna hear it for the next 10
I was born
minutes
in
if I
63
can't
and I
answer.
grew up on a
I can
farm
literally
with
give you an
white
answer right
people
now.
working for us.
So
So
what?
I
Did
don't
you know?
know where you're
Okay,
coming from.
once again, I'm trying to answer. You asked me what I think, and I'm about to tell you. Did you know they were white?
I knew they were white, but they were
Then
little
you
kids
have
that
proven then you have proven my point. If you knew they were white, you learned they were white. When I say American culture, if the farm was in
my
America,
mother and father wasn't
don't
in
know
the
why
house
I can't
teaching us
finish what
that
I'm
they were
saying.
white. My mother
If
and
you knew
father was
they were
not,
white,
but on
if
the
you
other
knew they
hand,
were white, you have proven my point.
but on the other hand, we don't know what their mother and father was in the house teaching them. You know, my mother and father wasn't in the house teaching them that they were white when my grandparents were native, you know, and they were white. You know, it's just a big thing
Well, let
where
me ask you a question. If you know someone's white, you know their race is white, correct?
they weren't racist.
Okay, listen, I didn't say they were racist. I said if you knew they were white, you know what their race is, correct?
No, because most black people in their
You're literally
household,
saying black and
most
white.
black
If you
people
knew
in
the
their
difference
household
between
we
Oh my
didn't grow
God.
up teaching our children about the hate
You know
white
what?
people.
You
It was
just don't want
most
to hear
white
the truth.
people.
You
It,
just
it was
do
most
not,
white
you
people in the
don't
house
like,
teaching their children about black people. Black people really didn't do that. Yeah, you
again,
can laugh or
if
whatever,
you
but
knew, if you knew they were white, you've proven my point.
most black
If
people
they
didn't
knew,
teach.
if they knew you were black, you've proven my point.
Well, my oldest brother, that would be probably 78 right now, he had a baby by by a white woman. So we kind of didn't teach that in our household. So maybe they did in their household. And my dad's best friend was a white man. They fixed all our lawn furniture, and our godparents were white. So we didn't teach that in our household.
You
You
didn't teach
know,
race at all, huh?
no, we didn't.
How would
We
you know they
we
were white?
didn't. And my grandkids are
How would you know they were white?
biracial.
How would you know
Um,
they're biracial?
because I
You
grew up in
but
Springfield,
the
Illinois.
racial part of biracial means you know what race is.
Of course I did. I grew up in a
Okay.
town where it was
Hence
all
my
white
point.
music.
It is pretty much impossible to grow up in American culture
Well, some
and
black
not
families
understand.
grew up in
Don't
their
know why I
home
can't finish
where
what I'm
they
saying.
didn't go.
Seems to be a problem.
It's not a problem. You just
If
aren't
you
right,
know
Stanley.
what race is,
My
pretty
dad
much
went to the
American.
army for
Oh my
30 some
dude,
years.
this is
We didn't
so
teach
fucking
that in our
frustrating.
household.
This is
We did,
literally frustrating.
maybe our dad didn't want us to be stuck. You
No
know,
fucking idea where you're going with this. My simple point is that if it's really hard to grow up in America, if not impossible, to grow up and not know about race. It's a racist culture. Okay, nothing you said disproved my point. Whether you want to hear that simple truth, that's not a me problem. And by the way, do not overtalk me. This is not a democracy. You don't have to have your say. Stop it.
To determine today whether or not there should be a challenge hearing.
The Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections met to determine whether there's enough grounds to move forward with a challenge hearing for District 5 Commission candidate Tiffany Henyard.
And the reason we are here has to do with residents.
And previously served as a Democratic mayor of Dalton, Illinois, and supervisor of Thornton Township. But
I have no idea. How is she even eligible to run for mayor in Georgia? She just moved here. Let's see. Constitution was written during slavery, blacks having right to vote, not even 100 years ago. No idea what that means. Folks lost their lives to have a normal daily life for us. And black folk constantly want to debate what oppressors say. No idea what that means either.
Lost her re-election bid in 2025.
We have seen a lease for May 1st, 2025. And on that same date, she was also still the mayor of a city in Illinois.
Her time in office drew significant scrutiny, including multiple investigations and lawsuits over spending and governance. Atlanta News First went to Hinyard's listed home address in Fulton County, but no one was there. We did speak with her boyfriend on the Ring camera.
That makes a difference.
It's just they just BSing. That's all. We've been living in Atlanta for well over a year, so everything that they're doing is bogus.
Hinyard has also faced.
Now, I wonder if her boyfriend's Nathan, what's his name, who was the boyfriend of Fonnie Willis. You think that's her boyfriend?
Personal legal troubles. A judge recently ordered her to pay $10,000 in back rent and damages after she and her boyfriend were accused of not paying rent on a home in Illinois.
Live there at the house.
Okay.
You can go to the neighbors and ask the neighbors. You can go to the front office and ask the front office.
And back here at the Department of Registration and Elections, Hinyard's boyfriend told me that she would be giving me a call, but that hasn't happened yet. Meanwhile, the board voted unanimously to hold a challenge hearing next Friday, April 9th, and invite Hinyard to testify on her own behalf. In Fulton County, Adam Murphy, Atlanta News First.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So we got to talk about former super ghetto mayor Tiffany Hinyard, who is trying to escape.
You know, I didn't realize, who was it? Was it you, CKJ3, who told me I need to every now and again have a look at what is his name? Ghetto Black Conservative. Black Conservative Perspective. I've known about him for years. I didn't recognize the name because I really never watched him that regularly. He was a favorite of Portia's. But anyway, so dude sitting here with the sleeveless t-shirt, the chain over the t-shirt, and his hat on backwards every show is calling somebody super ghetto. That is a very interesting thing to call her.
Accountability and justice for her disastrous tenure as mayor of Dalton, Illinois, and the supervisor of the Thornton Township by moving to Georgia and running for super ghetto Fulton County Commission as a Republican, right? She moved to Georgia and decided just a few days before the deadline to register to be on the ballot that, hey, I'm a Republican now, right? Even though she's been a Democrat her whole life, I'm a Republican now, and I am going to run for office, right? She's running for Fulton County Commission as a Republican. Now, I've already talked about this and how Tiffany Hinyard is clearly not a Republican. She's not a conservative. She has no association whatsoever with us, okay? And again, I don't speak for all Republicans. I don't speak for all conservatives. I'm just saying, me personally, this is how I feel. I feel like she should not be embraced. This is not an open tent, right? Like, no. Okay, big tent does not mean obvious criminals, right? No, we're not trying to open up the party to everybody, right? I'd rather lose, okay, than to be associated with individuals like her. Okay, I'm just keeping it all the way 100. And Fulton County residents are actually pissed off. Black voters are pissed off. They're actually pissed off at Democrats for allowing her to be able to run in the first place. Yes, they're blaming Democrats because there is a lot of argument right now about whether or not she's even eligible to run. technically she's supposed to be a bona fide resident, a citizen for a few months. Okay, I think it's like up to a year or something like that before she's actually eligible to run, which, makes sense, right? People shouldn't just be able to flee another state, to flee accountability, to move to another state and then immediately run for office, right? Even though they barely live there, right? Crazy stuff. But that's what Tiffany Henyard is doing. And the residents in Fulton County are saying, no. We're not okay with this. And they're blaming Democrats. Take a look.
So in 2021, the sheriff said that it was a myth that if you want to commit a crime, come to Fulton County. This was a post that he posted back in 2021.
Wow.
And
look at that hair.
Fulton County turns,
she kind of looks like a dinosaur.
And as we open up the Fulton Steam files, guess what we find off in there? All of you. Tiffany, how is that so that she is able to come to Fulton County that is becoming a hub for corruption, deception, manipulation, and be able to just sign in? Now, keep in mind, I feel like she was sent. I feel like it was something done by the Democratic Party.
That
yes,
he did, Dawn.
That's just allegedly by me. That's my opinion. Because how is
by
it
the way,
that
I didn't
she's
say
a sheriff in a whole other state?
Dawn, I didn't say hello. My bad. I saw you there and probably responded to you a couple times. So hello. Good to see you.
I'm here able. This is just showing the disconnect of the work and the leaders that we have here in Fulton County. Because she's registered still as a mayor in a whole nother state and able to come here, the hub of corruption in Fulton County, and register.
Okay.
And y'all are sitting up.
I am expecting her to either tweet like a cardinal or roar like a dinosaur. And by the way, dinosaurs are thought to be birds are thought to be descendants of dinosaurs. So she's got to do one, either tweet or roar. Like the tattoo, by the way.
Here confused. But then Julie, Jason, they can't even get a seat at the table to do right by the people because of the corruption of the Democratic Party. Now, this is for our Black people because Harriet Tubman want to know, Malcolm X want to know, when is integrity going to step up to the plate? Because, see, here in Georgia, Black people wasn't even supposed to be sitting in front of nobody.
That's your time,
Get it
ma'am.
together.
Thank you.
Now, you're probably going to let Tiffany Henyard run for county commissioner, aren't you? That's what you're going to do, aren't you? She hasn't been here a year like the law
Time is up.
says she should be.
Good evening. How are you? My name is Nurse Lashley. I'm actually a resident of Henry County, but I want to first start off by saying thank you for addressing the issue that I brought to your attention about Tiffany Henyard and how long she's been in the county and her not really being able, in my opinion, from what I reviewed, to run as commissioner. It is disheartening to hear everything that I hear your residents saying because I do go to a lot of board meetings and listen, and this sounds very repetitive. So basically, I pray that you guys ensure that you don't let Tiffany Henyard come into this county and do what she did on the south side of Illinois, leaving it more than $200,000 plus in debt in the section of the PD, $3.1 million lawsuit that she caused from her neglect and much more. So with that goes to say, I want to say thank you so much for even this addressing this particular issue today.
Yeah, so you see that, you heard that. Some of these residents are saying that this is a Democrat plot, right? That somehow, some way, Tiffany Henyard running as a Republican in Fulton County is a plot from Democrats. And I got to tell you, I believe it, right? I believe it. I believe there's some shenanigans that are going on here from the Democrat Party, right? I do believe it, okay? I believe it. Somehow, some way, Democrats are to blame for this. I'm telling you. There's something going on here, right? So with that being said, the Fulton Elections Board had to reschedule the hearing over the candidacy of the ghetto supermayor because they failed to invite her to the hearing, right? So I guess they forgot to invite her to a hearing. Like, I guess she's required to be invited to the hearing, right? In order for them to actually have the hearing on whether or not she's eligible. And they just didn't do it, right? Which means they have to reschedule. They have to have another hearing on this. This is, again, a very weird situation. So without further ado, let's get into it.
Special challenge hearing scheduled in Fulton County has now been postponed. Election officials failed to properly notify and invite a controversial county commission candidate at the center of all of this. Atlanta News First Adam Murphy joins us live outside of the Fulton County Government Center in downtown Atlanta. So, Adam, what is this all about?
Well, the issue centers around District 5 commission candidate Tiffany Henyard, and there was supposed to be a hearing for her today that revolves around whether or not she's lived in Fulton County long enough to be on the ballot. But we should also point out she's also a former Illinois mayor with a troubled political past.
We did not send that hearing notice properly.
The Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections admitted they made a mistake when they failed to invite commission candidate Tiffany Henyard to her own challenge hearing. County officials said they tried to email Henyard, but an apparent typo prevented the email from going through. The county also acknowledged they never even tried to call her.
We are required to give her notice of a hearing, and that's what we did not do.
The purpose of the hearing was to determine whether candidate Tiffany Henyard should be on the ballot for next month's primary. She is running as a Republican and previously served as a Democratic mayor of Dalton, Illinois, but lost her re-election bid in 2025. Now officials are trying to determine if she has lived in Fulton County long enough to run for office.
This is just showing the disconnect of the work and the leaders that we have here in Fulton County.
Residents spoke out against Henyard during the meeting, arguing that she shouldn't be allowed on the ballot. Her time in office in Illinois drew significant scrutiny, including multiple investigations and lawsuits over spending and governance. Henyard declined to do a recorded interview with Atlanta News First on Thursday, but sent this statement saying, "What we are witnessing right now is not about residency. It is about desperation, a desperate attempt to silence a voice, to block a candidate, and to prevent the truth from reaching the people. Let me be clear. There is no question about my residency."
Basically, I pray that you guys ensure that you don't let Tiffany Henyard come into this county and do what she did on the south side of Illinois.
Wow. Now, at the end of the day, the board decided to reschedule that challenge hearing for Monday, April 20th. We will be here and update you once that happens. We're live here in downtown Atlanta. Adam Murphy, Atlanta News First.
Yeah, I don't blame them, right? I do not blame these Fulton County residents for their opposition to the ghetto mayor trying to run for office in their district, right? Because ultimately she has not lived there long enough to be making any decisions. I mean, seriously, right? How do you move to a place and you run for office immediately, even though you haven't lived there long enough to make any decisions? Again, we're not talking about running for statewide office, which even that I feel like, living there, for a month, right? Less than a year is like, nah, you should be running for office, right? But we're talking about local elections where, you kind of need to live there for a long time in order to understand the issues, right? You need to actually be a part of the community. She's not a part of the community. She hasn't been there long enough to know what she's doing, right? To run anybody else's community. So it's insanity that she's been allowed, or put it this way, it's insanity that this is even a debate, right? Because I think the law is pretty clear that she's not eligible. But who knows, right? Democrats are running this stuff, so they may just allow her on the ballot as, somebody that they know is not going to win, right? A Democrat is going to win because it's a heavily Democrat district. So it's like allowing her on the ballot basically just gives Democrats somebody to run against that they can point to and say, hey, look, this is how bad the Republicans are. Look how corrupt the Republicans are, right? This is a representation of Republicans. And this is why I say, no. She's not a Republican. I don't think we claim her, right? Again, I don't speak for Republicans. I only speak for myself, right? I personally I'm not buying it, right? I'm just not buying this, all of a sudden I'm a Trump supporter. I'm a Republican, I'm conservative. No. You can't just say the magic words, right? And all of a sudden we believe you. No. The FBI needs to hurry up with their investigation. Let's get some indictments going, some arrests going here. She should not be allowed to run. And that's where I'm at this point, right? I feel like these residents have good reason to be very concerned about her running for office and how this is probably something that should not be allowed. But hey, let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
Well, I feel like Tiffany Henyard is very Trump-like in wanting to upend processes and do shortcuts. She is MAGA. She is a MAGA Republican through and through. She can just go somewhere and automatically, because she is who she is, she should be taken seriously. That is Trump. She is a Trumper. So y'all need to deal with it, MAGA Republicans. So let's see. Is there anything else? Because I know this I've been on for a while. We're at 4:45. What's up, dirty dude? How are you feeling? I meant to ask you that. I saw you there, and guess I was in the middle of something. Either way, 90. Yep. But you can't tell them they're sorry sacks of shit. They think they are a sack of gold. Let's see, what else do we have in here? You know what? Maybe we'll just go out on this person here, and I'll start it because I started it the other day, and let's see, what is this? We'll just go back to the beginning. So this is another MAGA Black or something of that sort, and this point, or this show is the cost of anti-assimilation, why Black progress stopped in the 1960s. And I'm sorry, I have to do the translation, which is, why didn't we just capitulate? Blacks should capitulate. That's what this should really be called.
Blacks have had an anti-assimilationist thought process since the mid-60s. And it's this thought process that I believe has hindered us from a lot of growth in America.
It is our task to carry forward nothing less than the full assimilation of more than 20 million Negroes into American life. This is not to be an assimilation of bland conformity. Our object is not to make all people alike. It is, as it has always been, to allow ready access to every blessing of liberty, while permitting each to keep his sense of identity with a culture and a tradition.
The main reason I believe that people have been anti-assimilation in the Black community is because they think of it as joining forces with whites, or basically becoming more white. And for that reason, a lot of people have rejected it. This came
it's not
from back in the days with SNCC, also known as the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, or Student National Coordinating Committee. Later, as they became more militant, they got rid of the nonviolent portion and changed it to national. You can look at the history and see where things kind of went off the rails in terms of people labeling, basically assimilating to American ideals to be something that was white rather than American. So because so many blacks in America were seeing or thinking of assimilation as something white, many of the black folks who had already seemed to have assimilated in many ways, they were looked down upon.
In my mind, there is no black middle class. It's impossible for it to exist in this country. We have those who aspire to be a middle class. And to that group, I would say that they have been almost totally, 99% negligent in their response to the struggles of the masses of black people in this country, and that they have, in many instances, in fact, hindered that struggle by moderating the genuine and legitimate radicalism of the masses.
The black middle and upper class were the groups that were looked at as having had assimilated or become more white. And some of them even thought of themselves as such after so much provocation from the other side.
I'm born and reared in New York, always having been in a kind of a middle class structure. Never suffered too terribly. Went to integrated schools, got an education in the New York school system, a college education. For some reason or the other, I never associated myself with the welfare recipient, the unemployed person. And now I realize that these are my people, that I should be able to do something for them or with them. But yet I haven't. So that, I think, is where the guilt comes in. I have empathy for my people, but yet in my middle class value.
Let me do a quick commercial before I just turn into a raging maniac at this vanilla looking guy. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the show, please subscribe. Whoa, hold on one sec. If you're new to the show, please make sure that you subscribe. Check us out. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but if you like Earl Grey, please subscribe and support the show by supporting the host. I have PayPal now, so that information, Cash App, PayPal, all that stuff in the crawl. And I think I have updated my email address. It's Stanley versus the world @gmail.com. Should be, and versus is spelled out. So do email me with show ideas. Most of the links that you're seeing in on the show are in the show notes. So what's up, Ruthless?
Let me take my shoes off.
No. Oh, you recognized it, huh?
Let me say what's up to all the queens. All the queens.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? My buddy Yeti777, he made me laugh when he typed it. and we're all Cuzzos now.
Yeah, but you know, Brownville is bad for the community, right? He's bad for
develop that point. I wouldn't have gone that far.
Yes, I'm going that far. And let me tell you
okay.
Let me tell you why it's bad, because you're telling men that no matter how degenerate your woman acts or how disrespectful she is, that you need to be stoic and you need to lay down and just let her.
Well, they don't know what the fuck stoicism is. Stoicism doesn't mean you take abuse.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. That's what men are doing right now.
No, it's not.
Yes, and I'm gonna tell you, there's different forms of abuse, Stanley. It's not just physical; it's also psychological. and women are playing psychological warfare in their homes. And that is a form of abuse because,
well, that's because men are letting them.
well, you don't know, they don't have a choice.
No, they don't.
No,
Okay.
because the men, the women, the man, they're in so much with this woman, right? That if to walk away, he's not going to most likely find nothing better. And to stay is part of what he signed up for. And the women are taking advantage of this, right? Women are taking advantage of the stoicism, this, I'm going to work this out because I love you no matter what, right?
Okay, well,
This
what if he
unconditional
just
love I have for you.
What if he just walks away?
It's just not that easy.
Oh, sure
It's
it
just
is.
not.
I have done it plenty of times.
Yes, but
Like,
once
look,
again, we're not.
I am not going to stand here and listen to you yell for no apparent reason. See you when I get back. At
But
least you know I'm coming back. I'm just not telling you when. Dude, there are ways to handle, problems without making final decisions. Not every action has to, have dire consequences. Women, at least my wife, like, oh shit, he's so pissed off. I don't know when he's going to come back. You don't have to make final decisions, but you do need to convey that if we are going to have a productive conversation, it's not going to be on these terms. That's
men are
stoicism.
doing it. See, Stanley, that's what men are doing though. The women are leaving, not the men. Right? So you ain't got to tell me.
I'm out of that game these days.
Huh?
I'm kind of out of that game. I'm telling you what I would do, which is I don't want to divorce you just because I'm walking out. Who knows how long? I could be going out to the yard to mow it. I could be going down the road to watch the Redskins game. You'll see me when I get back.
And those days were those days, right? Women have evolved so much.
I don't think women have evolved. Like my wife, women haven't evolved that much in the past 15 to 20 years.
A lot more. And a lot of that is because the access that they think they have, right?
To what?
See, back then, women were more
access to what?
To creating their own life and their own happiness. And their own.
Well, I'm assuming, and from my vantage point, I was married with a child. She wasn't just gonna go out and create a life because I told her you'll see me when I get back. Again, I wasn't making final decisions or anything dire. I needed to convey the message that as this stands now, I'm not going to stand for it. See you when I get back. I'm not going far. It's not forever, but God damn it, I'm not going to sit here and go toe to toe with you. I'll be back.
But you got, and that's what most men are doing.
And you got to be calm. You can't be yelling and flailing about.
Look, most men are accepting it. Most men are sucking it up. Most men are walking away.
Well, then they're not men. Then they're not men.
What you mean? Because they're doing the same thing you did?
I literally mean if you're accepting arguments on a premise or a basis that you don't want to be a part of, don't stay there. You don't have to divorce, you to go out and fuck some other woman. But if you need to step away to preserve your sanity and not do violence or whatever, you don't want to lose control. The minute you lose control and get all emotional, that is a problem.
Fact.
If
but
she is elevating it to the point that you can't deal with it, walk away and come back when you're ready.
And that's what you don't understand. That's what you don't understand. Men are doing that, Stanley. They are walking away going out, hanging
Well,
out with
you
their
know
friends.
all the men then.
So
I'm just
so
telling
listen.
you what I would
Let
do.
me. Right. So what I am saying is most men are like you. Most.
Okay.
Only ones who's really fighting with their girls are the Pookies and the Ray Rays, right? Those are the degenerates. But most men who work hard working men who, day to day, he's not arguing with his woman. He won't do it because it's just too much out of it. It takes too much. So he'll walk away. And that's fine, right? But the problem is a lot of women are walking away and they're not coming back. That's the problem, right? They're saying, I'm filing for divorce because we've grown apart. I'm not happy anymore. I'm going to chase my happiness and whatever. When I'm sent to Brown Bill.
Well, okay. Go chase your happiness. Leave the kid.
It don't work like that.
That kid,
Don't work like
that kid is just going to be an anchor on your happiness.
Nope. She's taking the kid because that's her paycheck.
Well, no.
She's taking that.
Not necessarily. No.
Yes, necessarily.
I think if she says, "Hey, I'm gonna chase my dream of being a Nashville country singer," I think a judge might go, "Well, gee, that can be a dangerous life and maybe not a life for a child. Your husband has a stable home, good job. You'd be surprised."
But and that's the crazy part because women have it better than any time before, but they're leaving more than any time before, right? The men are standing there and accepting the psychological abuse she's laying down.
Well,
And
let
then
me
she
ask
turns
you a question. These are men that aren't on like DJ Hamp's panel or Fatty's channel. Those aren't the men you're talking about, right?
They're men too.
No, I see a bunch of fucking old YN flakes on those channels.
Well, women are running the show. 2026.
Sharon's channel, it's even worse. A bunch of fucking flakes.
Well, I'm saying is Brown Bill and a lot of men are telling a lot of men to take it. And a lot of men are taking it. And me, I'm telling men.
Then those men are following fool's advice.
Yeah, they are. They are.
I mean,
so that's the Sharon panel, right? That's them.
If they can't see through Sharon's reverse red pill advice, and you know what? I would suggest you go to a father or a male relative who knows you well. Anyone who takes advice from a YouTube panel, like relationship advice, really that's just not the thing to do. You cannot get good relationship advice on a YouTube panel. Doesn't matter the panel.
I agree with you, but you can get perspective though, right? You can.
I don't think you can get perspective. I think YouTube panels are for entertainment purposes only.
You can get perspective, right? In essence of communicating your situation, right? Learning your situation. Now,
I think YouTube panels are the worst possible place to get advice because it's a bunch of old YNs.
So where are you going to get advice from?
Your parent or an uncle, maybe a good friend who's married, someone who knows you better than a YouTube host would.
Those people are out of date, right? And that's the problem with a lot of.
So the YouTube panel is up to date, and your mother, your father, your uncle, your brother-in-law, those people are out of date.
Yes,
they literally know you. They know you day to day, maybe, but they're out of date.
Yeah, they're out of date because so much has evolved. So much has changed.
So your mother, who you call once a week, or your father, is out of date. They've known you all your life, but they're out of date.
Yeah, 100%.
Interesting.
Yeah, they're out there because they're stuck in the past, right? Of the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. This is 2026, man. Women have taken on a new identity. Women are moving in supremacy now. They think they're better
What
than
kind
men.
of supremacy are they moving in? White supremacy, female supremacy?
Female supremacy. That's what they're moving in.
Interesting.
They're moving to take over men. They're not looking to cater to men. They're looking to find a nigga that can serve them and worship the ground they walk on. And then you got Brownville, right, who comes in and doubles down on the female perspective that a man should always take the blame, even though his woman is in the wrong. That he should always take the blame and be stoic and be understanding.
Wait, hold it. So Brownsville talks about stoicism
all the time. That was his number one word at one point.
Dude, if you're coming in, taking off your shoes and dude, he's not my idea of stoicism. I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, so and listen, I just think men are delusional and they're trapped. So they're just going to get crushed. Pretty soon I wouldn't be surprised to see women walking around with men on dog chains.
I think weak men are going to get crushed no matter what.
Yeah, facts. They're going to get trusted. I don't think necessarily because they are weak for women. Yeah, they are weak for women. But that's always been.
If you're weak for a woman, you're going to be weak. You're just weak. Weak people are weak.
Yeah. And that's what. And then you got Brownville coming on talking about to all my queens, and anytime you try to say, well, she cheated on me. Oh, well, something you did. And a lot of men take the side of the woman no matter what wrong she did, right? And to have the conversation.
You mean men who want her father?
Yes. Yes, because most girls come from single parents, single mothers. So ain't no fathers too much. At that much.
Was the point to take most women, most girls?
What'd you say?
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying, if you think that girls or women who come from single parent households are a problem, well, hold out for the ones who come from two parent households. They're a little bit more rare statistically, but hold out. You might be 60.
Women are holding out for the guy who's going to do the fuck.
I was talking about guys. We were talking about girls who come from single parent homes. I'm saying if you're a guy and you prefer a woman who comes from a two parent household, you might have to hold out, but do hold out. If you think that girls who come from single parent households are going to be a problem.
I think it doesn't matter.
Oh, so it doesn't matter if a woman comes from a single parent household or a two parent household. They're just going to be a problem because they're women?
Because they feel that they're independent. They feel that they're, boss bitches or boss babes or whatever. All this is all in their ego. This has nothing to do with their dad and their mom. It's all within them.
Well, where do they get the ego from? Is it genetic or where are they getting that inflated ego from?
From society and genetically.
Ego is genetic. Interesting.
Yeah, because women naturally, they think, they manipulators. They come out naturally being manipulators. They want their way. They want things.
So
That's what
there's a
women do. Right?
manipulator gene.
Oh yeah, they come out being manipulated off the top.
Really?
Off the top.
So a female, say 1 month old, is more manipulative than a male 1 month old?
Oh, no doubt. Men, we're not really manipulators we're more.
No, I'm talking 1 month old, 1 month olds, not men.
Yeah. So once again, babies, boys are not manipulators.
Even 1 month olds. There is that kind of differentiation at the 1 month old age range.
Yeah, I think women they're already born to be manipulators.
We're not talking women. We're talking 1 month olds.
Yeah, I said they're born to be manipulators.
Okay, and I'm asking, when does that differentiation begin? At birth or at 6 months, at 1 year? I'm asking you, a male 1 month old, a female 1 month old, which is more manipulative?
It definitely would be the female.
Interesting. Okay, at 1 month. Okay.
Yeah, because the female is in her gene, just what she does, right? Men, we're more as babies.
Okay, I'm not talking about men. I'm not talking about adult males. I'm talking 1 month old males versus 1 month old females. They're not adults. They can barely open their eyes and see. You thinking? You Googling?
No. I'm just saying women are born.
Okay, 1 month olds are not women. 1 month old females are not women.
Well, babies, when they're born, babies, girls are instant manipulators automatically.
Okay, and you're basing this opinion on what?
The genetics. The genetic of a woman.
Okay,
of a baby.
Your opinion about the genetics based on what?
Growing up with 6 sisters.
Okay, growing up with six sisters is not an argument for genetics or one way or the other.
Yes, it is, because I see it firsthand.
Literally is not. Dude, I'm fucking offended. And let me tell you why. I have taken a couple genetics classes and I'm offended. They never talked about a manipulation gene. I literally have taken some college level, everything from cell biology to genetics, etc. No, your experience is not science. It is formulative of your opinion.
That's my opinion.
You making a genetic argument based on your uneducated opinion is offensive to a black man who literally put in time in college to learn this shit.
Yeah, that's my opinion.
I literally have studied this, like, in detail. And
yeah, but I think it's my opinion.
It is offensive for you to act like your opinion, because you grew up with 6 sisters, is a genetic argument. I studied it.
Well, I'm just my opinion. It's just my opinion.
Okay, well then always preface something like that with your opinion, and so I can tell you or ask you, have you studied it? The answer is no, you have not.
Yeah, I have studied. I observed. You could have studied by observing.
Okay, motherfucker, observing is not studying it to the level that I have.
Yes, it is.
No, it is
yes, it
not.
is.
Have you sat in a class? See, let me just put it to you this way.
Motherfucker, it is.
I don't think Brownsville is a problem. I think people like you are.
Oh,
You will literally talk about genetics, motherfucker. You literally have never studied it. You haven't,
I
dude.
study.
Have you ever taken a biology class?
Yes.
Where, in high school?
Yeah, and college.
Okay, well, Bio 101 does not qualify you to talk about genetics. I've had classes and I would never talk about it unless I could back it up with some form of evidence backed up by someone who studied the science. Your opinion is not a genetic argument ever. It's just an opinion. It's embarrassing for a grown-ass black man to even say genetics when it's just your opinion based
So can
on
I ask you a
growing up
question?
with
Can I ask you a
sisters.
question?
Hold on, I'm not done yet. Based on your experience growing up with sisters simply is not genetics.
Can I
So
ask you a
go
question?
ahead.
Can do science study by observing?
Are you a scientist?
No, I'm just asking. I was just asking a question.
Okay, well, let me tell you about it because I never did science as a profession, but I was trained to be one. Science is you record your observations, you do it systemically, you record it in graphs or charts or some sort of data set. If you don't have a data set to document your observations, it's not science.
So once again, can
Your
observation be a form of study?
observations have to be systemically recorded. Where's your data
Okay,
set?
okay. I'm not disagreeing.
The
Can
science is
observation?
in the data. Where's your data?
Okay. I just want to ask a question. I'm just asking questions for clarification. Can observation be a form of studying?
If you record it and there's a data set, yes.
Oh, so yes. So that's a yes.
Where is your no? You see, you want to hear the yes. You have no yes. Where the fuck is your data?
I can compartmentalize.
See, the other thing you don't seem to understand is you can record
You
all
lose.
that data.
You just lost your argument.
Okay, son, I will put you in the back because I'm going to teach you about science tonight.
I know you will.
Okay. When you
made my
come to
argument.
a conclusion based on your observations that are recorded in a data set, your conclusions have to be peer reviewed and replicated. You growing up with sisters is not a data set. There's no recording. Your observations, the conclusions to your observations cannot be replicated because your experience is something called unique. What you experienced growing up with your sisters may not be the same experience of someone else who grew up with another set of sisters. You don't know shit about science. It is truly embarrassing for a black man who spent time learning the science and studying and having to take tests. Hearing another black man talk about his experience growing up with his sisters and calling it science, it is insulting, if not outright embarrassing.
Okay, so question. Can one compartmentalize his observations?
Did you do observations? I
Of
told
course I
you
did.
how. I told you what you need to do with your observations.
That's not the. I asked you a question. You're not even answering my question.
The answer is define compartmentalization.
So,
What does
okay.
that even mean?
That means if I'm observing, right, and I'm seeing
Did
things,
you
I
write
can
it down?
compartmentalize.
Did you write it
I can
down?
compartmentalize.
I told you
compartmentalize
there needs to be your observations need to be written down in
They are written
some
down in my
form
mind.
of a data set. A data set is compartmentalization, but apparently you haven't written down your observations, so you can't even compartmentalize it.
Okay. So can a brain be considered a computer?
No.
Oh, come on. Now you know you're wrong. You just want to win, Stanley.
No, I don't.
You just want to win.
I don't think I'm wrong. Let me tell you something weird. Let me tell you something about computers. Even they can record data. You can print it out. You can save it to a disk. You can do something to store those observations. A brain. See, when you are using your brain to make observations, you put a pencil or some form of writing device into your hand, which is controlled by your brain, and you write down numbers or some form of observation. If that's not happening, your brain can't be a computer if you're not writing shit down and recording it. It's just a brain.
Okay, so can I rebuttal?
Rebut? You don't rebuttal, you rebut. Rebuttal is literally a description of a rebut.
Okay, so let me rebut your argument. A brain can store data.
Really? Can it store data that someone else can look at? How does someone do they have to split your head open to see the recording?
No, just ask you.
Okay, no, sorry. That's
science.
That,
hey, whoa.
No, science is not asking. I'm sorry, son. Asking Ruthless what he saw. Have you ever known or heard of the phenomenon where a witness can literally sit down and see something, but two different witnesses have different versions of what they observed? That's why it's not data.
No, it's data. It's data.
No, it's not data.
It just might not be. It might not.
It's an observation. It is literally opinion at that point.
It's still data, though.
No, I'm sorry, it isn't. I'm sorry, it isn't. It is not. Okay, son, you can say it. Hey, it's almost like you saying, women. It's almost like your genetic information. It's just your opinion. It's just your opinion.
The United States court system recognizes
the United States court
what
system.
comes out your brain as data.
Have you ever, okay, dude, you are so predictable. Have you ever heard of reasonable doubt?
Yes.
Okay, so if if one witness says he did it and the other witness says he did, the chances of that person being just based on what they said, there's reasonable doubt. Who knows if he did it or didn't?
And people still get convicted no matter what. So once again, right?
And sometimes they don't. O.J. Simpson, good example. O.J. Simpson, good example.
But O.J. Simpson didn't have a witness at the scene of the crime.
There was physical evidence, correct?
There was plant evidence. We know that there was manufacturing evidence.
Okay, I didn't ask you whether it was planted or not. There was reasonable doubt.
Yeah, because they were manufactured
evidence. Essentially, there was not a reliable data set that there was enough contradictory evidence that there was reasonable doubt. Hearsay, and one witness account versus another witness account. Just because some people get convicted, there are people who don't get convicted. It's not a data set. And let's take it all the way back before we get too far removed from the original point. Your experience with your sisters, it's not genetics. It's
so once again
your experience.
Stanley, Have you ever heard a thing called expert testimony?
Are you a genetic expert?
Have you ever heard of expert testimony? Yes or no? Simple.
What makes the testimony expert?
When the courts say, when they be bringing an expert in some sort of field, a certain field.
Look at you running away from the question.
Let me answer the question.
What makes the testimony expert?
If a person in some field or some sort of information that the courts value his expertise, they will call him up to give his expert opinion, which is data.
What would make a court respect that person's opinion?
Rank, past historic history of whatever it is that he's expert in and is reputable.
Let me use the words you wish you could use. They literally have done study. They will have some sort of degree or something that makes them an expert, a PhD in a topic, an MD on a topic. You have like 50 years of experience doing something or another.
That's what I just said.
Okay, thank you. I just made it more succinct. Now, what experience makes you an expert on women being manipulative?
Through observations.
Okay, you don't have observations. How can you prove you've observed? How can you prove you have observed other than you telling me you have?
By situations after situations that confirm.
Listen to what I just said.
That these observations are correct.
You telling me over the internet that you have experienced situation after situation after situation. What if I just say I don't believe you?
Okay, so let me give you a situation. If you don't believe me, then
no.
Right? I'm just gonna give you.
I need you to prove it.
Be fair. Let's be fair, Stanley.
Have you ever heard of something called proof?
Give me a fair chance, Stanley.
Give me proof that you.
I am.
Give me proof that you're even who you say you are.
Fuck you, Stanley.
Hey, you're just some voice on the internet.
So, Stanley, let me make this. Now I'm gonna say this to you. Be fair with me. I'm gonna break down something with you real quick, and you tell me if you don't believe me. You have that right, or you believe me.
No,
through my observation,
I have that right.
through my observation, I observe that women are very emotionally unstable, and more times than not, and a lot of times they move with their emotions, which causes them to do things that they later regret. And that's my observation. I've compartmentalized that. Do you agree with that, or you don't agree with that?
No, I don't know. I don't know whether to agree or disagree. Now, can I ask you questions?
Sure.
Did you cause them to be emotional?
No.
How do I know you're telling the truth?
So let me give you an answer, right? Or let me give you the situation. So me and my ex, right? I took her to Bloomingdale. I got her like a shirt or something. We walked out of Bloomingdale. We're in an outdoor mall, and I walked out the mall, and I sneezed, right? And I had my hand over my mouth, and I was like, man, I need a napkin. And right in front of us was a Starbucks, right? Which I always go to, and they got napkins. So I told her, I'm going to run in here and give me a napkin to wipe my hands because I just sneezed. And I went in there, and I got a napkin. I came out. She said, you went in there to see some other bitch. I said, what the fuck? How did you get that? How do you come up with that conclusion? I was in there less than 3 seconds. I don't care. You was in, what bitch is in there? Da, 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 da. That was all in her mind, all in her little internal conflict she was having, her insecurities, and that had nothing to do with me. And she argued with me this shit for a whole hour. She just stayed, even though we was in front of the store, she could have went in there. She saw me go to the Starbucks window. She didn't see me look, talk to no woman. Went right in there. Napkins are in the thing where you just go get them and walk out. And she accused me, and she held that shit for a whole hour. She held court for a whole hour. That's through my observations. Through that observation lets me know that eternally she was having these insecure things about me, and she just was unstable in her emotional response, and I could not get through to her with logic and reasoning. So I just let it play out, and then went on about our night.
How many excuse me, how many baby mamas did you have at the time?
I only had one baby mama at this time. My son, I got grandkids.
Okay, so you had a baby mama at the time, correct?
Yeah.
So she had no reason to suspect you. And let me tell you my opinion, because I really don't care about the topic or the story. Who knows whether you're telling the truth or not? But if I were a woman and you had a baby mama, I'd always be suspecting you were looking at another bitch.
Huh? What I got?
You heard what I said? You
Women-
got a
men
baby
could-
mama, son.
She knew my baby
You
mama.
got a baby mama. Your loyalty will always be in doubt.
No, listen, she met my baby mama.
I
We
don't
drove
care.
together,
Dude,
all three of us.
that's even worse. Now she
And
now she
look,
knows you're a baby mama.
She has my location. She had my
Okay.
location.
I don't need
and she
you to
looked through
tell
my
me
phone.
all that. I'm not interested. My point is that you'll always be suspect if you got a baby mama or two.
But she never ever once tripped on my baby mama, ever.
Yeah.
And my
That-
baby mama met her.
Okay, all I have to say is that you don't
Yeah.
know what she was thinking. She did not
Mama-
give you a data. She did not give you a data set. You don't know what she was thinking.
Oh, I knew what she was thinking. She was, see, and this is the one thing I learned, Stanley, is that women is easy access from the devil, right? You put all this shit and thoughts in her mind, and she get to tripping about some things that don't even exist. And this is everything to do with her eternal battle of these thoughts going through her mind that she believes, which are unreal. And even if
can
you tell her, look,
prove, can you prove that she was having an internal battle? You can't prove any of this shit. It's just your opinion. See, this is exactly what I mean. You have no clue what she was thinking. All I have to say, look, and I know this kind of from personal experience, but not, look, when I met my wife, her husband had died like 14 years before I'd met her. There's some irony in my life. I probably never would have gotten with her had she been divorced. Her husband was dead for 14 years. So, and we kind of met by accident, etc. But if there had been another man in her life, I'm not absolutely sure, because I don't, I've told, I've expressed this before. I am not necessarily red pill, but I'm very jealous of my territory. I am not going to have another man dictate, what time someone living in my house is going to be where. It's just a thing, and it's not a very pretty picture of how I think. Luckily, I've never had to go through it. My wife was a widow, and I was perfectly fine. I didn't have another man to deal with. If you got a baby mama, There's no way that woman is ever going to trust you 100%.
Well, of course not. No person going to trust anybody
Okay, well
100%. That's
then I'm right.
the law of average, right? Period.
Of course not means I have a point. If she thought you were in
But if you're watching me,
okay, yeah, watching you has nothing to do with it. We're talking about what's
I'm
going
saying she's
on in
watching
her
me.
head. Okay, listen
Right,
to
that's my
what
point.
I just said. She could watch you and still think it.
That's my point. That shows that through my observation, that this woman has
Her observation
leans
is
on
more important.
the way she feels and her emotions, right? That leads her. And in my opinion,
What does
this is
that
why
have to
men
do
and
with
women don't,
anything that I said?
because I'm giving you my point of my
I
point
don't
is you
care
said
about your point of
observation.
view. What if I don't
The
believe?
brain,
What if I
the
believe?
brain
What if I
is a
believe
computer.
her point of view? I believe her point of view. I don't believe your point of view.
Fine. But once again, right?
I have
You
no
can believe
evidence one way or
it don't
another.
matter.
It's just as
The point
you
I
are
but
so
I
fond of
wasn't trying to
saying,
get you.
as you
I'm not
so
trying to,
presciently said,
but
it's just
I'm not
my
trying to get you to
opinion.
believe me, Stan. I'm not trying to get
Okay,
you to believe
it's
me. What
just
I want you to
wait,
do is
hold
to
it.
understand is
It's
my
just
point
my
is
opinion.
from
There
my
is no
observation.
data set to prove your point.
Even if I had data doesn't mean, even if you have data, that does not make your data correct. Data have been proven to be wrong too.
Well, let me put it to you this way. It's better to have data than no data, correct?
Depending on what you're talking about. Depends on what we're talking about.
No, it's better to have data than have no data. Even if you prove the data wrong, you had something to work with. When you tell me this story, who knows who is right? Who knows? I wasn't there.
But the point I'm making, my point is made, is women, through my observation, through careful studying them, observing them, by studying them, they are unpredictable and very emotional.
I think it's the type of women you pick.
No, I think all women fall in that category.
No, I think you've made some bad choices in your life. Not every man is as bad at picking women as you are.
There's no woman that's good. You just what you can put up with, right?
Listen to what I said. I'm blaming you for your bad choices.
I ain't had no choice. It is what it is, right? I accepted her who she was, and I got rid of her. So, okay.
You have no choice in the women you pick? Ooh, how does that work?
Yeah, I just I learned.
So men have no choice in the women they pick?
I mean, I'll still hold the level. I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole because that would have to lean into my Christian religion, which you don't believe in. So there is no way you can understand.
I didn't believe it. Okay, listen, but see, it is so easy for you to go, oh, he doesn't believe in religion. Dude, I think there's more. I don't have any baby children. I don't have any baby mamas. I was like 40 when I got married. I did it the right way. I think I've lived a Christian life. I don't have any baby mamas, no children out of wedlock. Who's been the better Christian? Hello? You still there?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't believe in it, but I think I'm a better Christian than you.
Maybe.
There's no maybe about it. How many baby mamas? How many baby mamas do you have?
2.
And how many of them have you married?
Neither.
Okay.
But
One
why?
marriage.
Why?
Well,
See,
I've
and
had
this is the
one
problem.
child. I've had one
This
child from one
is
marriage.
your
Hold on.
problem.
Let me profess my Christian life.
That's not a
One
Christian
marriage,
life.
one child. And we would have had more, but she was 40 when my son was born. I wasn't really willing to risk her health or the health of another child. We got it right the first time.
You people think marriage is something to be proud of?
I think
That's fine,
marriage
right?
is a Christian institution, at least in the United
No, it's
States.
not.
I've lived a good
No, it's not.
Christian life. I've lived a good
No.
Christian life and am not that, devout. And you are devout and you haven't. What's up with that? Why are the agnostics living a
See,
better Christian life than the Christians?
you're not.
I'm
How I
not
say
going to
this? You're
give you
not.
mercy. You come up to my panel and you talk shit, I'm going to talk shit back. Dude, I'm a better Christian than you, is my point.
Okay, I'm not arguing with you.
You brought
said
up
100 times.
you brought up the Christian stuff, not me.
No, I'm making a point to something that you would never understand. So you might
I don't
think
need
in
to
your mind,
understand it at this point. I have one baby wife and no baby mamas.
but does it make you a Christian though?
It make no. It makes my life has been more Christian than yours.
I would take you down.
I follow the Christian rules and I don't even
No, you
believe
didn't.
in it
No,
that
you didn't
much.
follow the rules.
You are a devout Christian and you just had babies all over the place. How many babies did you have with those two?
Stanley,
How many
I have
babies
one
did
by
you
each.
have with the two baby
I
mamas?
just said. You didn't hear me.
No,
You didn't
I'm
hear
sorry.
me.
I was
I said
I was
I
too
have one
busy.
by each.
I was too busy being self-righteous.
Yeah, and that doesn't make you a Christian.
How many? Don't evade the question. How many? How many children
I
with
have
those
one.
two?
I have one by each child. I have one before my present term, one after my present term.
Good. Okay. Cool. Two baby mamas, two children, one for one.
So my
Nice.
first baby mama, I went to jail for a decade plus. Got out.
Well, wait. Why'd you do that?
Why'd I go to jail?
No. Why'd you avoid being? Did you go to jail after you had the kid?
After the first baby mama, yes.
So you went to jail after your baby was born.
After my son was born, a year after he was born, I went to jail.
Okay. I am going to render judgment, but please continue.
So my thing is, in Christian religion, marriage is not absolute. I don't know why people keep thinking that. The Bible is clearly not really. Marriage is something that is not necessary for a Christian. My point of observation is,
don't give me that
the brain
bullshit
is,
about the government can't sanction it. Dude, I think the Bible has something to say about marriage.
Yeah, but it's not absolute.
Okay,
Like,
so it's not absolute. That's the excuse?
Yeah, it's not, meaning a lot of the brothers wasn't married.
Motherfucker, this isn't the Old Testament. Where America
New
is
Testament
a
too.
America is a New Testament country. It wasn't founded
America
on
is not a Christian country. America's
you
not
know
a Christian
what?
country.
That's even better. That makes my point even more solid. Apparently, America supports the wanton behavior of having baby mamas all over the place.
Yeah, America's not a Christian country. And the Bible, God made the first baby mama. What we talking about?
So being a baby daddy is a good thing. It's Christian.
Does the baby daddy, the baby mama don't matter?
Oh, answer my question, please. So being a baby daddy is Christian.
Yeah, normal.
Okay, let me help you out. Christian is not necessarily biblical. They're two different things sometimes.
This is biblical. This is completely biblical. Not because you haven't read it nor understood the Bible. It's clearly in there.
Son, I was reading the Bible probably 20 years before you were born.
No, you wasn't. No, you wasn't.
All I have to say is biblical and Christian are not necessarily synonymous. And you need to be very careful. I told you I literally grew up Catholic. I literally went 1st through 12th to Catholic school. I've been reading the Bible since I could read.
Well, I obviously, Catholics aren't Christians, so that's how confused you are.
Obviously, you have no clue about religion. Catholics are the original Christians. I'm not. This is not going to be a place where we argue whether Catholics are Christians. It's all about you.
They claim not to be Christians.
I don't give a fuck about any of that. Let's
go.
I will not be diverted by your goalpost moving.
Okay.
Let's go back. Okay. Let's go all the way back to the data point. What is data and what is not?
Data, it can be from a computer, but it also can be from a brain.
Okay, no. The difference between data and opinion is literally the data is recorded and the observations can be reproduced.
Once again, in a court of law, you can be convicted by somebody giving them data from their brain.
The law is not science.
The law is above science.
It can be, but not sometimes science determines the law.
Sometimes it doesn't.
And bottom line, computers compute. If you actually look up what computing is, there is a data set. Literally, when you compute, there is data. There is a set of data that is recorded somehow, whether it is on an abacus, whether it is written, whether it's on clay tablets.
Yeah, but
science is a data-based enterprise, and to go all the way back, you can't say that females are manipulative genetically because you fucking have no clue what you're talking about.
Oh, I have very much a clue what I'm talking about.
Based on your opinion, you are ruthless. You are ruthless, not data driven.
Hey, if a lawyer gets on a stand of 25 years,
dude,
gives his expert
if we were lawyers, the judge would have ended this shit about 2 hours ago.
Well, because I would have won. Yeah, I would have won easily.
Sure, you would have.
Sure. What do you mean? There's such thing as circumstantial evidence, and then there's witness testimony. All of it's data. All of it's used to convict one.
No, witness testimony can be data, but it is not it is not synonymous. Circumstantial does not have to be data driven either.
What I'm saying is the witness testimony corroborates
the
circumstantial evidence.
Okay, talk fast. Go ahead and talk fast so I can just come back and drag you again.
The circumstantial evidence corroborates with the testimony to make a strong case or a weak case. It's data. All of
Yep.
it's data.
Strong or
All of it's
weak.
gathered.
I
All of
agree.
it
I
is.
agree
All of it
about the
is
strong and
information.
weak. It
All
could
of it's
be
information,
strong.
which is
It
data.
could be
Data
weak.
is information.
And you have
Data is
zero.
information.
You have no data.
Data is information. Information
And
comes from
you
humans.
don't have either. You don't have
And
information
yeah,
because you don't have data.
information comes from the brain too. That's how you
And
graduate a law school and
and the
become a lawyer.
only
You
way,
have to
the only
study,
way I know, the only way I know what's in your brain is if you write it down.
or if I quote it to you, right? A lawyer can
Quote
get on and
what?
tell
What
the
are
judge,
you wait, hold it. What are you quoting if it's not written down?
the lawyer can quote a cited
Dude,
case
there's
out
no
the top of his
lawyer
head.
here. There's no lawyer here to defend you.
There is a judge can cite a case. A
Okay,
a
there is no
doctor,
judge
a
here.
doctor,
We are not in a
doctor can
courtroom.
give,
We're on a YouTube panel.
a doctor can give his medical
We are
opinion
on
as
a
data.
YouTube panel, sir.
So people honor professional experts' opinions as
And
data.
you are not a professional expert.
Yes, I am. I'm a professional womanizer.
Oh, okay.
Now, what?
Hey, I don't know what to say to that. If you say
Yeah.
so on a YouTube panel, I have no choice but to believe you or not believe you.
Yeah, that's facts. And just with an expert,
No, it's
right?
not
The jury
fact.
doesn't have to be an
No,
expert.
it is not
The jury,
fact.
the jury does not even have to believe
What
the circumstantial
jury?
evidence
What
because
jury?
because
It's a
I'm just
YouTube
saying
panel.
a jury of your peers do not have to believe expert testimony, even though it's
That's
facts.
right. Correct.
Even though he's teaching facts, even though everything he's saying can be found in the books,
You actually
everything,
think
data.
you're winning this argument, don't you?
And one last thing, Stanley.
Let
Data
me
can be
drag you
manipulated.
back to the original point. You
Data
can't prove
can be
shit.
manipulated.
You
Data can be
growing up
manipulated.
with 6 sisters is not scientific evidence.
Data can be manipulated. Am I telling the truth?
You are not. You have no data to manipulate.
No, but can it be manipulated?
Let me know when you get some, and we'll see.
So that yes or no?
It's a no. You have no data to manipulate.
See, you don't want to lose. You're a sore loser, Stanley. You're a sore loser.
No. I never lose these sorts of YN arguments.
You don't. If
What
you
is
answer
there?
that question,
What
you lose.
literally? What is there to lose? We're debating your opinion.
If you answer that
We're
question,
debating
you will lose this
we're
argument.
debating your red pill level expertise
Oh, now you
on
calling me red pill?
non-ex. Well, aren't you?
No, I'm not red pill.
Okay,
I'm
well,
gangster.
apparently thinking
I don't
women
believe in marriage.
are all emotion. Apparently thinking women are nothing but emotion, but they are from birth is not red pill. That's a new one.
No, I'm not red pill. I'm gangster.
Same thing.
I'm anti-marriage. I'm anti-relationship.
Same thing. Yep.
No, it's not. Red
Sounds
pill.
red pill.
All the red
Sounds
pillers
red
promote
pill to
marriage.
me.
No, Angry Man them preach marriage. Anton Daniels.
Let me
preaches
tell
marriage.
you, I don't care. Red man. Fucking Angry Man is
Yeah,
a fucking moron. Angry Man is literally a moron. He's an illiterate, he's Angry Man. His name
Red
says it all.
Red pill is pro-marriage. They're pro-marriage.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they are not. You want to know, and this is just well, I haven't thought about the data, but none of those motherfuckers are married.
I think
Anton's
Angry Man's married, right?
Angry Man's married. Anton's married, and all of them married damn near. Red Pill Rangers married.
And dude, you call Anton married?
Yeah, he's married.
Yeah, okay.
Whether you like it or not, he's married.
No. I don't
married.
care one way or the other. I predict his wife goes through hell with that dumb son of a bitch.
Hey, well, that's what marriage is all about, right?
Dealing with dumb son of a bitches? Maybe.
Yeah. Yes. It's all about the goods and the bad times. Rich or poor.
I suspect there aren't many good times being married to Anton Daniels.
I mean, you wouldn't know that because you're not the woman, right?
No, it's just my opinion. I have no data set.
Right, but she could perfectly be happy, right?
She could be.
Okay. So as long as she's happy, that's all that matters.
Well, it actually doesn't matter at all. I'm just saying I think Anton's an idiot. I think Angry Man's an idiot. There are a lot of idiots who talk shit they don't know. And I might be one of them. Who knows?
Red Pill is pro-marriage. Period.
No, I think Red Pill is anti-intellectual. I don't think women like old YNs like Anton.
I give you that. I'll give you that. But they are pro-marriage. They are pro-woman. Red Pill is pro-marriage.
Your definition of pro-marriage is different from mine.
And Red Pill is pro-woman.
Yeah, okay. Again, I suspect pro-woman, their definition of pro-woman is somewhat different than mine.
All Red Pill want women to do is be old-fashioned. That's it. Go back to the old days.
They want slaves.
Yeah, they want. Yeah, but they're paying for those slaves though. Yeah, they don't have no problem paying for the slaves, right? So that's the difference between men and women. Men, we're paying for our slaves.
Able to pay. Wait, hold it. Being able to pay for slaves makes slavery okay?
Yes.
Oh,
yes, because that's what they're charging.
And you're not Red Pill, right? You're not Red Pill.
No, I'm not Red Pill.
You're not willing to buy a slave?
Listen, if a slave sells herself, right? They're charging the price. This is what I'm charging for you.
Okay, if a slave sells herself, you have to buy?
You don't have to. If you want to buy, you can buy.
Well, then you just proven my point. You don't have to. If a slave sells herself, you don't have to buy. You might prefer a non-slave.
Women are for sale. They're not marrying a broke man. They're not marrying a broke man.
I think I'm going to lose every woman I've ever had as a subscriber to this channel. They will never come back here.
Now they like you, Stanley. They hate me.
I don't think they hate you. I think they fear you.
I think women are the new slave owners.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Women are the new. She took the white man's place.
Oh, wow. Now develop that point.
Yes, women are looking for men to serve them. Women aren't looking to cater to men. They're looking for the man to cater to them. That means she wants that man to worship the ground she walks on. Period. That's why women get rid of men, because that man does not comply to her full demands and expectations for him to serve her. She's going to get rid of him and find another man that will do it better. The women run the show. They make men pay for dinners. They're like, look, if you don't pay for this, you ain't doing this. I'm not even.
Wait, hold it. What's wrong with paying for a dinner?
when ain't nothing wrong with it, unless
because from what I understand, and tell me if I'm wrong, I've heard people on some of these old YN panels talking about taking women to like Applebee's.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
you know,
yeah.
I think the best restaurant you could take a woman is to your own dining room.
But women, it ain't nothing wrong with men paying for dinner, because I tell you, it's a part of chivalry, right? But it's a problem when
Not
it becomes
necessarily.
an expectation. When it becomes an expectation, it becomes a problem. When women expect you and demand you to pay for their time to be with them, that's a problem. Because now you are
I don't necessarily
demanding.
disagree with that point, actually.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying, right? Men, we don't have a problem paying for all these dinners. We ain't really tripping. But it's how women are being foreign in their approach. Well, I deserve this. Like we owe them that, and we don't owe them that. We just been chivalrous.
You know, years ago, I was probably 24, 25, and I had a woman say, hey, if you're going to be my man, you're going to spend some money on me. And you know what? She doomed the relationship. I didn't even say anything. That was the end. And yeah, we lasted, I don't know, another year. I had a deployment coming up, so it was a natural break. I was like, I'll see you when I get back. And just never saw her again. So, you know, the Navy, shout out to the Navy and their deployments. So I do understand the point about if she's expecting it, you kind of lose the joy of doing it. So that part we agree. Women should never expect.
Yeah, but that's what they're now. They're not only expecting just dinner, they're also expecting their bills to be paid. They're also expecting their lifestyles to be funded. All these expectations are in women's demands now. So
do all women expect that?
There are different levels to it.
Okay, I just asked, is that a yes or a no?
So I want to put this. I'm just trying to put you in a way where you can understand what I'm saying. All women.
Oh wait, I don't speak English well enough.
No. I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to say it. That's all.
You just say it.
I want to make sense. All women look for providers.
All women do? From the day they meet you? Yes. Every man they meet, could he be my provider?
That is part of their requirement to get a relationship with this guy.
Wow. Okay.
Now, just to have sex, no, you just want to have sex. But to get a relationship with her, she's demanding and expecting you to be a full provider.
Huh. Well, all I can say is find a woman who doesn't expect that automatically. They're out there.
Yeah. And a needle in a fucking haystack.
Well, sometimes you might have to work hard. There's nothing wrong with the needle in the haystack. Go find the needle. That honestly, if my son and I had this type of conversation, I'd literally tell him, go find the needle. No response.
I couldn't hear you. You went out for a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was saying, if my son and I had this conversation, I would tell him to go find the needle.
Yeah, of course you would. You had a successful marriage And to you,
well, I'm not the
you
only Negro who's ever had a successful marriage. My
no, but
parents did.
no, I'm not saying. What I'm saying is you had a successful marriage, so there's no way you're gonna say anything otherwise, right? You're gonna always, yeah, go find your needle in a haystack.
Well, wait, hold
But
it. So I had a successful marriage, therefore I'm gonna say marriage is perfect.
yes,
Okay, well then you
you're
don't know
gonna
me very well.
you're gonna no, not perfect, but you're gonna
No,
tell them to go
I'm
find a
gonna
wife.
say go find the needle. Look, if you are, and this is serious though, if you know that marriage is difficult, there's going to be some bad times to go along with the good times, then you need to find a woman that is worthy of you going through the bad times. You know they're going to happen. Okay. My wife and I, didn't, every day was not a perfect day. However, there will come a time in a marriage when you're gonna ask yourself, is this shit worth it? And if the answer better be yes. Because if it's not, it winds up very tenuous. I'll just use that word. Go find the needle. The shit's gonna hit the fan. She better be worth it. Or, from the other side, he better be worth it. But you got to know it. There are going to be difficult times going into it.
And this is what marriage is all about. It's never changed. That part hasn't changed and will never change. The problem is the women are not. They're not keeping their end of the bargain, right? They're divorcing men because they don't want to go through the struggle.
Okay, well let me just put it in your language. Go find the woman who's the exception.
That's I'm not looking for a woman. So let me help you out. I got women that deal with.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about general advice. Don't settle. Find the needle. Find the exception. Whatever the analogy or the metaphor is going to be. Find the exception. And look, there's a reason I didn't get married till I met my wife when I was 38, and we didn't get married till I was 40. She's a year younger. Well, 11 months younger. And it was kind of a conscious decision because I can remember my sister saying, "You expect these women to be perfect." I literally, when I met my wife, I honestly was thinking, well, God damn it. I'm going to be one of these old bachelors, I'm going to be like, my niece and nephews are going to be like my kids, never had any. And then boom, it took off. But for better or for worse, I really wasn't going to be able to settle with someone who is just pedestrian. And, my wife's been dead pretty much as long as her husband had been dead. It'll be 14, I think it'll be 14 years. I can't say I'll never get married. Of course, I'm 61 now. The chances of that get more and more remote, but I just cannot deal with someone who is just fucking boring. And I don't need drama every day or anything like that. But, people can be interesting, and non-dramatic. My wife was an interesting person. Not every day, not every minute, but she was. Sometimes she would just, I can't remember how many times. Dude, I remember her 2 times. We just bought a house, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to turn the whole front lawn into a, the part where the shrubs are, where the shrubs are. I want to rip all the shrubbery out and plant a garden. And I want to turn the front lawn into like one big wildflower field of wildflowers. And I literally was expecting pushback. And she said, okay. And I suspect it was because now she didn't have to help. I could just create that disaster. But you know what? We had a garden and we had a lawn. Yeah, I'd have to mow it maybe 3 or 4 times over the summer, but it was awesome. She surprised me, probably thinking I would learn a lesson, which I did not. But I like women like that. I had no clue. I literally thought she was going to go, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And she didn't.
Well, females like flowers, so I wasn't far fetched.
No, actually, no. The wildflower stuff. I have a thing for wildflowers. They look. It's a weird thing, but bees and the clover and all that stuff. I think if you've ever seen an English garden, it looks unkempt, but it actually is kempt. It actually is planned out. I think, and look, it looks wild, but it's actually planned. That's kind of my thought process sometimes. It seems scattered, but it's actually planned. So anyway,
Yeah.
I'm going way far afield. I like a woman who can surprise me.
And there's nothing wrong with a man. And once again, I'm not here to talk about a man marriage that he's happy in, right? As long as he's happy and getting his best life out of it, hey,
Well,
I'm cool with that.
I have a twin. Well, he'll be 20 in June. I will have the pleasure of advising. He's got a girlfriend. And I don't interfere, but I also know how I trained him. And look, one thing I do know, my son's girlfriend is not boring. I haven't even met her, don't need to. I know him. Look, every day, you don't need a surprise, but every now and again, there are flashes of brilliance that'll carry you for months. Like, oh shit, she said that.
Yeah.
The other thing that surprised me, and I never did it. There's a place in New Orleans that I ran into years ago that it was like a wool thing. It was like a wool shop. They had like really high end like wool capes, and it was just a weird thing. And I was gonna buy a fucking kilt, believe it or not. I don't know. And I never did because I talked myself out of it. Like, dude, they'll think you're crazy. But you know what? And we're talking like $500 for a fucking like decent wool kilt. And I told my wife, you know what? I'm gonna buy it. Take a look at this catalog. And now she did roll her eyes. She wasn't totally on board, but she's like, yeah, essentially, I'm not gonna say no, but I think you're crazy. And just that little I think you're crazy part, I didn't do it, but it's probably drunk on like fucking scotch or something when I was like, hey, I like this. So and now the thing is the miracle is she was like she knew, I think she knew, let's just humor the dummy. You want to spend $500 on a fucking skirt, bitch. Let's see if I can just roll. I can roll my eyes enough that you figure out that I'm going to divorce you. So that didn't happen, but you know what? I appreciated the kid gloves. She didn't just go, "Oh, fuck you, you idiot. I'll divorce you if you do it." She just rolled her eyes and changed my mind. And I still think about it, but I'm not going to do it now. But she did not. She kept her calm.
Well, once again, right? Those things are that's part of being married, right? And
Buying kilts is not a part of marriage. That's a little bit outside the bounds.
it's okay. It's okay. I mean,
She probably
you
went
gotta have a
silly,
little.
husband.
You gotta have a little bit of flair. You know what I mean? A little bit of flair.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm from Georgia. Black men don't wear kilts.
Well, we don't marry out here in Cali either, but right now, women are just they're just not. They're just not what they used to be.
How old are you? Are you under 50?
I'm a little over 50.
Are you? Okay. Well, then maybe you're right.
Women are taking a different position. They're no longer actually, in actuality, women are using less manipulation tactics, right? They are being very transparent. And I think that's the big evolution, right? That men are struggling with, right? That's what the struggle is right now, right? The men, they can't understand how these women can be this demanding and have all these expectations because men think that, oh, it's just they didn't have a good father or they just didn't have this or they didn't have that, when this is a universal sentiment for women. They are, through feminism, they are moving in a rate of independence that's never seen before.
Let me put it to you this way, and I've run into this a lot on these YouTube streets. I don't like hearing folks talk about feminism and all that stuff. Most of these, and you know what? It's my time. You are absolutely right. I'm having a good old time. Most of these people don't even fucking know what feminism is. They don't read.
But what they do know and understand is
they know nothing. If you don't read it and study it, you know nothing. You have an opinion, you don't necessarily have knowledge.
But what dudes do understand is women are demanding and voicing their opinions and living in their truth. That they do know.
And apparently those quote dudes have no fucking clue how to manage or handle themselves.
Oh, they do. They just don't know how to.
No. They don't.
Actually, you know what? I agree with you.
I watch the same YouTube channels you do. They literally have to get up on a panel. Hold on one sec. Let me finish. They literally have to get up on a quote super panel and talk to silly bitches about how to. Goddamn, dude, it's a travesty. You cannot learn about real life relationships on a YouTube panel.
I take that back.
Someone who's had them.
That statement I made, I'm taking it back. they don't know how to deal with them. You're right. I'm
Well,
agreeing
the
with you.
men are incapable, the women are incapable,
Yes.
and they meet on these
No,
YouTube panels.
so I agree with you half of it, right? The men are
Dude,
incapable.
I literally listened to a ladies panel, and I'm not gonna name her name, but I just heard like the stupidest stuff. And these are not young people. These are people who are
So
35 plus. Good looking women, decent looking men, I guess. And they're
but
just up there, yap, 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 yap.
but it,
They, you know, if this is some sort of drum circle or some sort of I don't know, like, you know, we want to sit and cry on each other's shoulder. There are no solutions, real life solutions that you can get from a YouTube panel, not on relationships. You have to live life.
yeah, I
Talking
agree.
about
But
life, talking
I would say
about
this.
life is not living life.
I would say this, Stanley. The women do know how to handle it. The women are
I think the women
requesting
are
what they're
as
demanding
dumb
for.
as the YNs.
No, they're requesting what they women are valuing themselves and saying this is where we value ourselves at,
They
and you
are
cannot meet
as
this.
dumb as the YNs who are listening to them
But
say this.
I'm
Dude,
not
if
saying
you
they're
are
smart.
literally listening to this, you're as dumb as they are.
No. I am not agreeing with them. What I am
I'm
telling
not
you
going to
is,
talk about you
I read,
specifically. When I say
I read.
you, I mean
Oh,
plural you.
okay,
Second person
okay,
plural.
okay. I
Not
don't. I
you. No,
listen.
no. I don't know
Yeah,
you that well. I'm not talking about you specifically.
yeah. But okay, okay. I understand. What I am saying is this: I agree with you and all the men that women don't really know are the route they're taking is not the best thing for them. But
I don't know
what
what
it
the best
does
thing
do,
for them is. Only they can decide that.
yeah. But I'm just saying this. But we as men, we see clearly that
No,
them
we
all these
as men,
superficial.
dude, I'm not like you. You are
Well,
not like me.
no.
I
I'm just
don't
saying,
live
Stanley.
that Hollywood Cali lifestyle. I'm some
No. I'm just saying.
Negro
No,
from
I'm saying
Georgia.
we. No, I'm not saying that, Stanley. I'm saying we
No,
as
I
men
know. It's
understand
just,
that.
I'm joking.
Okay, the superficiality which these women are chasing is unhealthy. We do agree with
But
that.
you don't think the men are doing the same thing?
No, not for the women, not to the women. We're not
Dude, I
expecting women to give
listen
us
to
money.
these. Dude, you get some dude called Fatty up there talking about a super panel. That's about as superficial as you can get.
Well,
There's
he's
a
just
motherfucker called Izzy Bands, and he's friends with Angry Man. Dude, that's like as superficial as you can possibly get. Izzy Bands. Angry Man. Dude, that shit is so fucking fake.
yeah, it's fake. It is fake.
Chaotic truth and psychopathic. Dude, it's a bunch of silly Negroes. No wonder they can't get women.
Yeah, I do believe that Fatty and I think Ed Ali is
No.
delusional.
I don't mean to attack them personally. I'm just talking about the persona. Who the fuck is going to take someone called Izzy Bands? Seriously, it sounds like dude. When I was a kid, there was the Muppet Show. Izzy Bands literally sounds like a goddamn Muppet.
And Izzy's delusional
Izzy
too.
Bands, I play the drums.
Izzy, he He's been hurt a lot though.
I don't give a fuck. Why would I care?
No, I'm just
No,
saying.
seriously. I don't know him. I don't even watch his show. I know of him. I've watched portions of his show. It's so silly, I don't watch it. I literally don't watch his show. And the motherfucker, his clothes match like it's gar animals. When I was a kid back in the 70s, there was gar animals. you could take like the clothes, and if the labels like the zebra match the zebra, they matched. It's how kids could figure out if their clothes match. The label could match the other label, and they matched. That motherfucker dresses like he's a kid in the 70s. Gar animals were kind of expensive, so he dresses like an expensive he is a like a talented 10th sort of Negro child in the 70s. But this motherfucker, his hat has to match his shirt. Dude, that is literally hilarious.
Yeah,
it's like his TV back in the 70s didn't have a knob that said contrast.
But that's just easy.
Oh, here's another motherfucking old man here. What's up, Brian? I'm sorry. Look, I've had a couple beers, so I'm kind of loopy, kind of just having fun with the silliness. So forgive me.
Fucking drunk.
I've been drunker. Now, Sin, here is the most interesting woman in the world. What story from the other night? Can you be more specific? I tell a lot of stories, ma'am. Most of them are true. And do me the honor.
How can we? Stories or data?
Not necessarily.
Yes, there is.
Have you ever heard of a griot?
What's that?
Where it's literally what? You don't know what a fucking griot is?
No, I don't.
Oh my God. Ooh, child. Hold on one sec, son. Here, let me help you. I didn't know it was a French word, actually. So, instead of writing history books, oral historians tell stories of the past that they have memorized. Sometimes there are families of historians, and their oral histories are passed down from one generation to the next. Telling a story out loud allows the speaker to use poetic and musical conventions that entertain an audience. This has contributed to many oral histories surviving for hundreds of years without being written down. Through their storytelling, griots preserve and pass on the values of a tribe or people, such as the Senegalese. The Wolof people in Senegal, many of whom cannot read or write, depend on griots to learn about their culture. The griot is a repository of oral tradition and is often seen as a leader due to their position as an advisor to members of the royal family. As a result of the former of these two functions, they are sometimes called bards. They also act as mediators in disputes. Well, as I learned it, a lot of African tradition orally passed down generation to generation. And you'll hear, people who are uneducated whites talk about, well, there was no written language. Well, that's because it was all in your head. And no, that's not data, it's stories.
So you don't have nothing called history class that's full of data?
Well, history's kind of interesting. The data points are specific events. History's kind of weird because you can take events, actual events, and weave a story from them. You know, history's kind of like, I won't say being a griot, but you remember we talked about you can see an event such as a crime or something, and two people see it differently. That's kind of what history is.
But it's still data. It's still used as information.
They're data points, yes. But remember, history is not like numerical data. And I'd have to think about it to give you a very cogent answer. You're not wrong, but I'm not sure you're absolutely right. But you're not wrong. So that's good.
Because the reason why history is data is because you can be convicted.
History's not data per se, it is interpretation of data.
So what about criminal history?
Stories are why data points happened, not the data.
What about criminal history? What about criminal history?
Same thing.
So your criminal history can literally be
no. Before you get to talking too fast, a jury returns a verdict based on data that they've seen. Essentially, a verdict is the story of whether that person's guilty or not guilty.
Now, this is where you lose because this is where I'm stronger than you.
I never lose these sorts of arguments.
So, in a jury trial, a guy
a what trial? A retrial?
No, a jury trial.
Okay.
A guy lost a trial completely on his history. All they talked about was his criminal past.
Lost a child. Lost as in the child. Hold on. Let me see. Lost a child as in the child is dead, or lost as in custody? Can you be more specific?
Well, he lost a trial because the jury believed.
Oh, child or trial?
Trial.
Which is it?
Trial.
All right. All right.
And there are guys who lost their cases completely on their criminal past, which the U.S. District Attorney has used as data to show a pattern of an individual. So his criminal past, which is history, is used to show a pattern to show that this is the person that is capable of doing this, and they have got found guilty.
So you're talking about a criminal DA?
No, a district attorney using a criminal's past to show a pattern of his by each case, and man, this is what this guy's capable of doing, and the jury believed it. And
okay, well, you're literally talking about data points from a criminal history, and the jury bought the story. Okay,
Yes.
so how does that deviate from what I said? You take data points, history, and hold on. You take data points, a criminal past, which is a criminal history. Can we agree on that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and they believed the story that the DA wove.
Yes.
Okay, how is that inconsistent with my point about history?
What I'm saying is that was the data the district attorney used to prove.
Correct. He took data and wove a story from it. Yes.
Yes. So therefore, history is data, is information.
No, you're missing the middle step. The history, literally, now HISTORY, literally, the story woven from the data points. How are you missing the middle step? The data points get run through the brain, and it goes through the brain kind of coerced. Let's use coerced by the way the district attorney presents the information to go into the brain, and the output is a guilty verdict. How is that not obvious?
The point I'm making is she used information from the past,
right,
to present a case before 12 members.
Correct. And
which is information is data.
Information is data, yes.
She used that information to convict a man, although
no. You missed the middle step. How did she convict? Not from the data.
She from the data. She showed that
she did not convict directly from the data. She did not convict
directly from the data. Directly from the data. That's the only reason he got convicted.
I'm sorry, the what from the data?
So this case happened. He did this. He was convicted of this.
Now, what's the case? Is the case the story? She took the data, made a case, presented it to the jury, and the jury reached a conclusion, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the case is also known as what?
A trial.
No. Really? Trial is the process where the case is presented.
Yes.
The case is not the trial. They're not the same thing.
Okay, I misunderstood that. So
the trial is where the data is woven into a case, the opportunity to present the case to a jury, and the conclusion is how they interpret the case based on the data. The trial is the process.
Yes, you're right. I misunderstood that.
Dude, I don't use these kinds of arguments. It's
history can be used as data.
History is the case taken from the data. Think of it this way. History is based on events, correct?
Yes.
Okay. History is the story taken from the events. The events are data. History is the case. And the historians are kind of like the jury. They reach different conclusions.
But the data, my point of data.
No, data are the events.
Data can be taken from the brain or from.
Yes, but what do you have to do with the data from the brain? How does it become something you can present to a jury?
Once you introduce the facts.
I need you to stop pretending. I need you to stop pretending. Just answer the question.
See, it's a distribution.
My patience is wearing thin.
The jury. It's informing the jury, right? It's informing the jury with the information.
Correct.
How you doing, Joe? How are you, man? I was just typing in out.
God damn it!
I'm enjoying your conversation. How you doing, bro?
No one enjoys these sorts of conversations.
I'm intrigued. I mean, hey, bro, no, thanks for having me up. I just tapped in like live chat or live panel, and I come across you guys, and you know what I mean. Actually enjoying this conversation at the moment. What you guys are talking about with trials.
Yeah, we're trying. This is a show about analogies.
But Alice, good to meet you, fella. Thank you for me. Let me say hello to you. No, man,
dude, it is cool. Fun. Who are you, and how you told us how you found me? You're gonna subscribe?
Yeah, I've subbed to you anyway. I've just subbed to you. because I tapped in our chat. You guys talking just, and I thought, this is.
Well, I am not always this pleasant.
I'm not always pleasant off the time, but I'm working, so well, not working at the moment.
Well, this is interesting. Liverpool?
No, near Manchester.
Really? Okay. All right. I don't know British accents that well.
My accent's a bit awful for me. My mother was Irish, my father's English, so I'm an Irish accent. Irish-English accent.
Well, Manchester has an Irish history.
Well, it does, but not as Irish as I am in my mum. Listen, you guys just about...
Well, motherfucker, what's your first name?
Michael. Michael, that's my name.
Michael. My brother's name is Michael.
And my name is Banks, a.k.a. Banksy. That's my name.
Wait,
yeah,
honestly, around before. Are you an RLM person?
I'm not the artist. No, I'm not the artist. I'm not the artist.
Well, no. I've seen the name, not that way. I mean, on around YouTube.
I don't go around YouTube too much, actually. I do my own thing, like my music and that.
Apparently, you're not the only Banksy.
Yeah, apparently there's a lot of people that look like keep taking my name. Stop it. No.
So what's going on? What's going on in Manchester?
Oh, not like I say, I don't live far from Manchester. I live in the Midlands, which is not far from it. I live in a small village. Let
me ask you an odd question, and this is going to be real odd.
Hey, I get a lot of questions. Don't worry about it.
Is the textile industry still a thing?
Well, no, I come to the potteries. I come to the
no. I mean, not your thing. I mean, a thing around Manchester.
It might be in Manchester, but like I say, I live outside of Manchester.
Is it the Mersey? Is it the Mersey?
No, that's Liverpool.
Right around Manchester.
Ferry across the Mersey is Liverpool.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm American. I don't know my geography.
Oh, don't worry, bro. Don't worry about it, mate. I don't know a lot about America. Don't worry, man. I'm getting used to it. I'm catching up all the time. But you do have one thing we do have. The same way on about trials, just guilty by a trial. We try, a lot of things in the UK with our shitty government. We're trying to take, well, not us. They are trying to take away trial by jury. To me, I think jury is one of the best. You get guilty by your peers, not by a person, not by the judge. Guilty by the peers. And that's discussing what's going on in my country right now. To try and take away that concept of us or anyone, you're guilty by a trial, a jury. And they try and take that away from us, and that's wrong. That's been going on for such many hundreds of years. That's like a kangaroo court.
Well,
I mean, you do trial by your peers. Your peers say guilty or not guilty. As your peers, the people,
right?
They have the right.
Well, people who know you from the same community, in theory, kind of the same value system. It's deep and complicated.
So when they come across your conversation, that's a really good conversation when you got just.
Well, you're here to participate. Where the fuck did he go? He dropped off.
He hasn't gone, has he?
Yeah, he went. But look,
I hope he comes back because he's a good guy as well. Yeah, he's good to meet, buddy.
Yeah. Look. I have this thing because I'm an older gentleman. I'm 61 this year.
I was 61 in March this year. March the 16th.
Okay, well, me too. March 12th.
So we can tell you what, we're not all that old. We just know a lot of shit. A lot of shit.
Well, let me put it to you this way.
That's good to hear that, man. We're young pups. We are. We're young pups. Don't worry about it. We're young.
Not knowledge wise. I think
we learn.
We're the old knowledge. we're either old knowledge wise or finally wise. Dude,
we're getting there, dude. We're getting there.
Dude, I'm literally having to argue about why jury trials are good.
Yeah, I know. Same here. Same in UK, bro.
Like why do I have to argue this?
I know you shouldn't have to. I shouldn't have to. It's like guilty by your peers. Guilty by your peers. Simple as.
It's not self-evident.
No.
Dude.
It's
you
crazy,
want
man.
to be
It's
judged
crazy,
by your
man.
peers. You might
you
have
do,
a chance.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't guilty by one person sitting there with a dodgy wig. I won't be someone guilty by 12 people, the jury, say yes or no. You know, and no. Guilty by
They
my
still
peers.
wear wigs.
Well, they do in the UK when you go to like a.
Well, no, I'm
court.
surprised. I thought they were getting away from it.
No, if you go to a junior court, there's no wigs. If you go to a court, it's wigs.
Oh.
Go to high court,
Well, you know,
it's a thing.
Your system is kind of. I've never been able to understand even the.
I know. I don't understand it.
A barrister.
Don't worry about it.
Like a barrister. There's
a barrister wears
lawyer,
wigs, and
there's
the court.
silk.
That's it. And a barrister in the court of a county court wears a wig.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to a normal court, which is like the misdemeanors, you don't. You go to.
Well, let me ask you a
court,
question. Isn't that and I'm literally asking questions now.
No, go on, bro. Don't worry, man.
Let me tell you how I have watched Rumpole of a Bailey. Please don't laugh. Dude,
no, man.
I have a friend of mine, and she is literally a barrister.
Yeah.
Has been.
I bet she got a wing. I bet she got a wing if she's got to the grade.
But what is a silk?
Yeah, it's crazy shit. It's silk is the.
I mean, a silk isn't a barrister. How do you become a silk? What's the difference in the education in the United States? Law school is law school. Now you can get like graduate degrees, like a JD, Juris Doctor, versus like some law schools offer JDs after 3 years. Some offer a lesser degree. But the bottom line is Britain's just way more complicated.
Yeah, it is.
So tell me about it, and it's a genuine question. Like Rumpole used to beat all the silks in court. How does that work?
It depends if you go towards our grade of crown prosecution. You go to the system.
I mean, the serious crimes are more.
That's usually crown prosecution. That means you go to the system, become a cell to become crown prosecution. As that means you are literally protecting the crown, or you are a sum to the crown, as when it comes to an high court judge or prosecution to the judge, which means you basically you're protecting the nation as crown prosecution.
Oh, so that's kind of like federal versus state in the United States. Okay, I think I see. So, but their law, you know what? Actually,
your laws are so different, man. I can't get my head around it sometimes. I really can't get my head around it.
Yeah, well, all I can say is it's
probably the same for you guys.
I don't necessarily understand your laws either.
I know, man. That's why I said it's probably the same for you guys. It's hard to get your head around it sometimes.
I think.
Well, we do believe in one thing: guilty by your peers. You should have. You should.
Well, you're going to have a jury.
Everyone should have a jury.
Pretty much any level, any serious level.
And they're trying. The UK right now, they're trying to take away that factor as guilty by jury. Our government are trying to take that away. To me, That's a no-no. And I want to live in the UK. All I was wanting you to leave the UK. Because
well, you go where?
Well, I'll go Talon. I'll go live with my cousin over there, and I'd rather get the fuck out of the UK. UK is fucked, mate. It's done. It honestly, bro, it's done. It's done. It's cooked. It's done. But everything changes so much by. I feel like, scorched earth. I think this government is doing scorched earth to everything. The only thing I feel sorry about now is my kids and my grandkids. It's scorched earth.
Well, let me ask you a question because there's similar arguments here. Is it like, I make a joke, and please don't be offended, where I seriously think,
I don't get offended.
well, it's a joke about, one day there'll be a Sultan Charles.
I won't be. Oh no! So Archie won't be a Sultan.
He's no longer the king.
Archie won't be a Sultan.
It's going to be a Caliph Charles.
Yeah, Archie wouldn't be assaulted with Archie because
it's a joke. It's a joke.
No, can do a laugh at that? Because I think that's fucking funny. I actually think that's fucking spot on and funny. And we all the way on that one, actually.
But is it? I don't think it'll go that far.
No, us people in UK, we don't want him as king. We want his son.
Really?
King. We want William.
Oh, wow.
As king.
Okay.
Why do you want William? Because he understands the fucking common person.
Well, no, I'm talking about Charles. I'm talking about Charles.
No, I call him Queen Charles. I don't call him King Charles. It's Queen Charles, mate. Get it right. It's Queen Charles.
Who's the king? Who's the king? Camilla?
Yeah, that's Camilla. That's the king.
Oh, no.
Yeah, King Camilla and Queen Charles. Hey, and I'm from England.
No. I'm just making a joke.
Hey, man, no, bro.
Really
I'm not fucking saved. I can't say that. I'm allowed to say that.
Right.
King Camilla, Queen Charles. And that's what it fucking is. That's what we believe, and that's what we all believe in. People that served, he's let us down. He can.
Oh wow.
And I'm allowed to swear to say, Charles, you can fuck yourself off. We want William and Charles.
Well, let me
abdicate.
Well, let me ask you. So you would. This is gonna be. I've always wanted to ask this question.
No, I will be honest, bro. I will be honest.
Well, so you don't want William either, right?
No, we do. Yes, we do.
Really?
Yes, we do.
Okay, well, tell me about William, and this is an honest question.
He's down to earth. He's down to earth.
Really? What makes him down to earth?
Down to earth, it's like he'll take his kids to McDonald's. He'll fucking chill out with everyone else.
Do they eat McDonald's?
Yeah. His mother did that, remember? Diana? She used to take him to McDonald's.
Well, I remember her. Did she really? I didn't know that.
Yes. She took her to McDonald's before she got assassinated. We think in England, assassinated. Screw yourselves. She was assassinated.
No, I had no clue. I've heard
that was the best queen we never had. The best queen we ever had was Diana. Or to all of us.
But she wasn't a queen, remember?
No, but if anyone got common sense, that was a queen we never had.
Well,
that's
how
we feel in England. That's how we feel.
I always suspected that. Well, let me, from an American, and I'm a Black American. I don't really get it.
Bumped off.
I'm sorry, what?
Bumped off.
Bung tough? No idea what that means.
No, I meant bumped off because basically bumped off means like adios, bumped off out the equation.
Oh, bumped off. No, I always, and I'm 61, so we're peers as far as age.
Yeah, exactly.
I just always.
You got wait a bit. I was 61.
I always thought, let me tell you something. Is it Princess Margaret, Charles's older sister?
Yeah.
Which one was His sister.
Margaret was the eldest sister to Queen Elizabeth, who passed away.
Okay, who was Charles's sister? The
Princess
older
Anne.
sister?
Princess Anne. We love Princess Anne.
Okay, that's right. She had the dark hair.
Yeah, and she says
she
what
was
she
married to that naval officer.
Yeah, and she says what he fucking thinks. He doesn't fuck about. Princess Anne is the one.
Now let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. You're gonna laugh. I always thought she was fucking hot. She looked like a fucking rebel.
Hey, fair play, man.
She was kind of a rebel.
Good on you, fella. Good on you. The rebel.
She looked like she literally looked like someone who, dude, she was down.
Bro, you're 6'1", same as me. Well, you are soon. 6'1", same as me. Margaret went to the fucking goddamn America when everything was going flatliner in America. She fucking danced around the White House and they were like, holy shit. What the hell is this? And then we got Elizabeth in the UK going, my sister's gone there. And
well, no, I
loved it.
I like Queen Elizabeth too.
Hey, mate, God bless her soul. This wouldn't be going on the UK right now.
No, but Margaret, I would have dated Margaret.
Yeah, fair play, man. She could fucking
drink and fucking.
Exactly. She was a party girl.
Hey, you know what? I guess she knew she wasn't going to be queen.
You never
was
know.
she the younger sister? She was the younger sister, right?
Yeah, but Elizabeth could have been the same. You never know, but she had to take the responsibility of wearing that crown.
Right.
Wearing that crown.
Well, you know, in the United States, she's kind of Queen Elizabeth is kind of seen as a hero. You know, she was young, took over World War. You know, in World War II.
She was. I mean, taking that crown at the age of 21, that's never duty. That's never duty to take on. To serve the Commonwealth, to serve your nation. At the age of 21, I don't think I want to know that as a fact. That's why a lot of people in UK, like people like me, who are 61, believe in it. God bless her, and she passed away. But we believe in all them years, when you look at her, the fact says she believed in this country, she loved this country, she loved so many countries, America, everyone. She loved so much with her heart, and she never changed. But responsibility becomes before everything. Before everything.
Right. Well, there's a such, but dude, you know, that's like that is like nobility. That's like fucking nobility. Look,
to me,
I'm some dude from America.
I know, man, but it's like you
see nobility in that though. She sacrificed.
Exactly. Thank you, bro. Exactly. She sacrificed everything.
Even from America, she sacrificed.
She sacrificed to be everything to everyone, to be a monarchy, to serve and protect, and she served all her damn life, God bless, until she died. She served. She actually served England. Not like these fuckwits now. Man, I'm completely, you know what I mean? No, I'm coming from, bro. She served. This Swindlicker is nothing like his mother. Nothing. We've got no faith in him. We have faith in him.
Let me, there's a video I saw a while ago, and if I knew right where it was.
Well, if you understand where I'm coming from, it is sacred to me, but I will always have faith in Queen Elizabeth. Always. Always.
Oh, look, there's a thing, like, I'm an Obama fan, and apparently, you know, there's this one video I saw, it's a very short video, where they, like, drove the Obamas to Balmora. Dude, but they were like, like, Philip and Prince Philip, Queen Elizabeth, they were just fucking like loose. It's like, let's go pick them up.
Yeah.
I was like, really?
Yeah.
Dude, that is so fucking cool.
They were so fucking,
That's
they're
cool.
just so relaxed, so just down to
Yeah.
earth people. And now it's just changed. You know what I mean?
You
to
know
they
what?
were.
Look, let me tell you something, and this is, you know, again, from a Black American's point of view. Dude, those Elizabeth and Philip, they're like, fuck. Dude, so relaxed. It's like I remember this one thing where, you know, I can't remember, Michelle like touched the queen on the shoulder or something. That woman didn't flinch. That woman did not. She's like, oh, hey.
You just said that concept, a Black point of view, right? Do you remember when she went to Mubarak, he started dancing to the president there? I said, let's dance. And she did. And everyone's going, what the fuck are you doing? She was enjoying herself. She's been a queen. She is. And God bless her for that. She was the queen that we love. No one's ever going to replace her. No one's going to replace that. And everyone, people in the UK were going, that's our queen. But the government going, what the hell's she doing? She was doing what she thought was right. And do you know what? He was fucking right. What she did was right. Because the people behind her, fuck the government, the people were behind Queen Elizabeth for what she did that day, dancing and enjoying herself with her diamonds and chilling out. We loved her for that. We love her for that.
Good for you.
It's nothing to do with color, creed. It's about enjoying yourself.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think Catherine will be as good a queen? Well, now it's going to be different because she is queen, not like the actual regent. I don't know the language, but you know, William is the king. You know, Catherine is his wife. You think she'll be as regal?
Yeah, she will. She will be as regal. Catherine will be as regal.
Interesting.
To me, you know, to be honest, I mean, you got the young one.
Well, you know where I'm going to go with this.
Yeah, I got a feeling I know you're thinking you go with this fucking thing. I can hear smiling.
Is the American estate?
I'm sorry, guys. I can hear this guy smiling over the pod.
No. Let me tell you something, though. Let me tell you something. I'm not that enamored. Look,
it's good at quality time with some good some good guy from the pond.
You know, the kids should get together, the cousins should get together.
yeah, too many fucking cousins from Germany there, mate.
And I have to say this. William, those kids are cute as
William's good, but
they just seem kind of cute.
Yeah, I know. I was a loose cannon. It's a young woman, loose cannon. Well, you know, God bless him. He's doing what he's wanting. And she's selling goddamn misfit fucking candles and shit in the US. God bless her.
Let me tell you something.
It's given me a long time. It's given me a long time back.
Hot as, dude. I'd be after her too. She's hot as hell.
Yeah, but it's gonna be a long time back, man. Give me a long time back. She's good, but what they've done, going to Australia, trying to pretend is like a visit from the royal family. No, it's not. Don't forget, if you want a picture with them, it's going to cost you $2,000. Don't forget that. And that's what's going on. So to us, that's very disillusional. When you start to turn around and say you need $2,000 to have a picture, that becomes very, well, I don't know, out of line. Wrong.
Yeah, let's see what else.
Sorry, can you tell me, bro?
No, dude, I'm actually having a good time.
Like, sorry, I don't know if you could hear me, bro. But you know, it gets wound up. Like these guys from Australia, it's not an official visit, but you want to have a picture with them. It's going to cost you $2,000, man. Why should you pay $2,000 to have a picture with these guys? No, that's just be normal anyway. You should not pay $2,000 if you're going to Australia to have a picture with them. They're just visiting the tourists and they give up.
Wait, hold it. Are we talking football?
No, man, about the visit to Australia now. What's going on with the Henry?
Well, dude, fucking look, you've got. Are you near a computer? Because I had no clue there was a visit to Australia. I don't.
Oh yeah, yeah, man. Yeah. Sorry, bro.
I have no clue.
Yeah, they've had a visit to Australia the past week and this week now, and they're asking $2,000 for a picture with them. $2,000 costs you to have a picture with
them. Hold it. Wait.
Yeah.
$2,000 for a photo?
With them too. Yes, it's going to cost you $2,000.
$2,000?
And it's not. It's not an official.
Find a Polaroid camera. It can be for free.
There we go, man. There we go.
Oh, okay. Now I got you.
Now you can understand why a lot of people.
Hell?
Now you can understand why a lot of people in the UK are pissed off with what's going on with
pissed off
because we want him come back home and dump her like a sorry fucking son of a bitch. Because all she's doing in Aussie and Australia right now, she's promoting her product. She's promoting $2,000, please. Have a picture with me. Fuck yourself off. $2,000 kicked up your ass. Shocking, man. Absolutely shocking. And those in the UK, sorry, bro, I'm going, fuck yourself off. $2,000, put up your fucking candy ass. It's shocking, man. And anyone pays $2,000, it must be fuckwits to win the liquors, to be honest, man. I mean, we know better than that. I mean, we 6-year-olds, we know better than that. We're better than that. I mean, why waste money on shit like that? Nah, it's not going to happen. Not going to happen. Crazy, man. Crazy. What the fuck? Come on.
Well, all I have to say is that I have never been.
Honest, bro. Do your homework. Honest, bro. Do your homework. You will find it out. You will find it out. Honest, bro. It is legitimate. You can check it out, bro. It is there. That's what they've been doing elsewhere. Like I say, it's not an official visit because they are not paid by. They give up their official duties to the royal family 2 years ago. So that means they're not on official duties anymore. They don't get bodyguards from the official duties anymore. So they're doing their own thing from America. So they're going to Australia. And Australia are not happy with them because they want $2,000 per picture. What the fuck? Fuck off. I say to Harry, get a life, grow up, get like your brother William, the next to the throne. I hope we don't get you. No, honest, hey man, I'm allowed to say that, bro. I'm from over the pond, mate. I'm allowed to say that, and you're allowed to say that anyway. You are allowed to have freedom of speech. Hey, simple as, bro.
And thoughts on Andrew? No,
Andrew,
hey, let me make the joke. Andrew, formerly known as Prince.
I love that one though. That's an insult to Prince.
No, that's literally original.
I know. No, we use that in the UK quite a lot. Andrew normally from as Prince. The symbol.
Oh, okay.
So
Well,
everybody-
God damn it. I thought it was original.
No, it's not, man. We do that. We've done that for quite a while, man, to be
Wait,
honest.
Andrew, formerly known as Prince. Well, it's original on this show.
Well, yeah, sorry, bro. Well, yeah, it's original for you,
No,
bro.
that's all right. I'm
mean,
not
yeah,
disappointed. Dude, there is nothing new under the
Come
sun.
on,
You
mate.
know this shit, motherfucker. You're over 60. There literally is nothing new under the sun.
Oh, definitely not. But I'll tell you what, bro, there's no such thing as Andrew over Prince, mate. I mean, Andrew didn't get to fucking symbol.com. He's shit. He's awful. And we can't stand him. We can't wait till he gets does about 62 years in prison until he fucking dies, to be honest. Because he deserves it. Prince.com.
Okay.
No, we don't like
Let
him.
me
In the
let me
UK, bro.
say
No, honestly, basically 90% of us in the UK, we dislike him. He's a letdown. He's a fuckwit. He's a winner-licker. He's a nonce. And definitely, full name is Prince. That's his name, Prince. He's a good singer. That one's nothing. He's nothing. It's like, yeah, he's a fuckwit, man. It's a disgrace. It's a fucking disgrace to our country. A disgrace.
Oh wow. Well, let me say something to my executive producer. Hey, Kimmy, Speak Radio did this. He's done like several of these. I don't know. He kind of gets the point with this one. It is adorable. And you know, I'm a 61-year-old, you know, old YN, but no.
You mean Sue? Sue.
I'm sorry, what?
I was listening to your birthday soon. Mine was in March, which I'm sick.
Oh, no. Look, this background that's on the
screen. Oh, right.
Stanley,
okay, bro.
The Stanley versus the world thing.
Yeah, like that. That's a good background, actually, to be honest.
Well, a friend of mine, Speak Radio, did
right.
And, you know, it's so funny. The Stanley, there's a whole kind of lore behind how this show came to be. But he kind of gets it. The Frederick Douglass, that's kind of the person on the left. It's an inside joke. The world, that's obvious. But, you know, the serious Frederick Douglass looking at the world who's got that who me look. It's an inside. Who me? I'm serious, and this world is like, yeah, stop being so serious. Who me? So, Speak Radio, who is we have to get this dude.
No, put it this way, man. I came across you and I was sub to you. I listened to you for a while. I subbed to you, and I basically
let me tell you something.
Guys,
I totally
hit the bell, guys.
I totally appreciate it, and you better not be a stranger. This is
no, man. I forgot
to be honest.
I'll swing by.
To be honest, I've not had this much fun in quite some time. You know, I've had a few Coors Lights, dude. I'm just having fun, and let me tell you something, dude. I just fucking. You better not be a stranger.
No, hey, cheers, bro. Thanks, man. Thank you, man. Same back, man. Thank you.
Or I'll just be bored.
hey, no, thank you to the guys in the chat have been beautiful as well. Thank you so much for being really lovely in the chat. To be honest, you got a lovely chat going on as well. So respect to them.
Well, I have an interesting chat. Everyone is more conservative than I am. But we all love to. Hey, you're gonna love this. I got a bunch of Nigel Farage voters.
Oh my
goddamn chat!
Hey, we all slip now and again. I mean, to be honest, bro, I mean, this is not my normal channel to use. I mean, this is a channel I use right now, 2.5. It's no my chat, like my chat channel. To be honest, man.
Oh, wait, you
my
got a
normal channel? I have two, but the one I'm on.
You better, dude. Wait, hold on 1 second here. Oh,
what? Hey.
Drop the goddamn. Drop the
No,
link.
no, I'm okay, man.
Yes. You're gonna have to drop the links.
No, bro. I'm sound. I mean,
no, dude. We want to see what you do. Look,
here's
the deal.
I play a lot of music, man. I have two channels, one for chat and one for music. All in one. I like playing music.
Let me put it to you this way. They are a bunch of Nigel Farage.
I'm shy.
But they're also, well, why have a channel if you're shy? Look,
because I do like music videos. That's
we have an audience. Look, I said they're Nigel Farage. I didn't say they were kids. We're adults here. And look, there are times we're talking like history. Dude, how many Americans actually know that Queen Elizabeth made a sacrifice during World War II? Was her father George III? I can't remember which George. Or have I got it right?
It was George III. That was her father.
Well, how many Black Americans know this?
Not too many.
I actually got it right.
Yeah, you did. You did, man.
Dude, I'm not. Hey, I just happen to know it. Who knows how I know it? I just know it. Look, don't be shy here. Fucking speak your complicated thoughts are welcomed here.
I'm going to put in the chat. This is me. If anyone goes spun, they can always check.
You don't have to. It's not forced, but all I have to say is
all I do is
good here. We have thinkers.
I don't do drama.
Okay. Just click on the. Okay, got it.
I like to have fun. I like to have fun, but play a hell lot of music. I've got a girlfriend. I play a lot of music. What I make.
Well, no one's gonna be asking you to date.
It all depends.
Ooh, okay.
No.
Well, so fine. You're a moderator.
I like debate, man. I think it's just tonight. It's just nice to chill out. It's nice to chill out.
I also have to say, everyone who's a moderator here, you literally don't have to ask to drop the channel. It's if you got stuff you want people to see, just don't put porn up. But other than that,
yeah, don't be doing that.
I'm not gonna go every 2 minutes drop. If you're
I don't do that. I don't do that.
Well, no. There are other content creators. As a matter of fact, maybe we ought to advertise this place as a content creator channel.
Actually, I might advertise this place because you know what? It's pretty. If you don't mind, it's pretty fucking cool place to chill out. But want to keep to me.
It's not always.
I was going to say I'd rather keep to my friends who can actually have a conversation with.
No, we do a lot of American politics here.
I can get straight and deep. I'm not going to say it. I will not say balls deep. Balls deep. That's a bad word.
I get American history.
But politics, but I'll tell you what, I know that's what loved you about it. That's what got me. You knew that just, and that's what.
Oh, do I? Well, I'm 61.
Listen to you,
dude. I've been doing politics or thinking about it, talking about it, reading about it, literally since I was like 10.
Who was our good buddy on there before me? Because he knew a lot about it as well.
Ruthless?
Yeah, he's good.
Ruthless,
I was listening to you and thinking, you know a lot about your event, America.
Well, he knows look, he's not, it wasn't his first time. Look, these kids these kids, dude, I love
Yeah,
talking to Ruthless.
fucking. I never thought
Dude,
I'd be
he's
saying
motherfucking, he's
that.
motherfucking 50. He's a
No.
kid.
Dad, I don't even say that nowadays. I mean, fuck me, bro. 61. I think I never thought I'd see the
Dude,
days.
my father's
these fucking
82.
kids. Man, they're gone,
actually,
man.
oh
Man,
shit,
they're
he's
gone.
older
Man,
than
they're
that
gone.
now that I think about it. He's like
Man, they're gone, bro.
84.
My father passed away at 63. My mother died in the line of service.
I'm sorry to hear that. But here's the deal.
They got
Look,
and they got stronger and they got better.
let me tell you how I feel about it. Now, I got a son who'll be 20 in June. So I was 41 when he was born.
Hey, do you feel the grandkids that age?
Well,
My
let me tell you,
grandkids had a
let me tell
birthday.
you, 2
I feel
times
old.
I felt old with my son. Well, 3 times. First time I got down on my knees, once he started crawling, I got down on the floor to play with him. Next morning, I woke up and my left knee was the size of a grapefruit. And it was painful. And luckily, he had a doctor's appointment, a pediatrician's appointment, and it was a family practice. And you know what? So I go in there because my wife and I used to go, like, for the first couple years, I always took the day off so, mother and father could go, to the doctor. So luckily the doctor just looked at my knee and went, "Oh, that's bursitis." And the first thing I said was like, "Well, wait, Granny Clampett used to get that." I don't know if you know the Beverly Hillbillies, but like, dude.
Oh yeah.
Bursitis is something
I know.
Bursitis is something old people get, and I got like a fucking 6-month-old. It was it was a good joke. The second time I felt old was at my son's high school. He was a senior, and my brother and I, my son's pretty smart, so we're there at some award ceremony. So one of my sisters, I'm sorry, what my sister? It was my brother. But my sister loved the joke. So this little girl who's a classmate of my son, we're signing out, because when adults go to American schools, they got to know who's there. So I'm signing out, and one of my son's female classmates from behind me, and she doesn't think I can hear her. She goes, "Well, he looks just like Frederick Douglass." And my hair is kind of long. So, dude, you know what? I turned around and I went, "Well, dear, I'm so happy to know you even know who Frederick Douglass is at your age." Oh, everyone was it was like 30 seconds and everyone started laughing, but goddamn, okay, I made a better joke.
I was like, drop the mic. Like, oh, okay.
It's kind of nerdy joke, but everyone got it. So the third time at my son's graduation, high school graduation, 18. So this girl comes up and shakes my hand and goes, "Well, oh, Mr. Cross, you're Trevor's father."
Oh, this is when it gets you.
Oh my!
That's
No. This girl, my father-in-law, was standing next to me. My son never mentioned her. Oh my God, this girl was
beautiful.
Like, oh my God. I'm like,
I know.
How could you
I know.
never mention this
know.
girl was fucking just, she wasn't drop dead gorgeous. I'm like, what?
I know, my son
You-
did that to me.
What?
What the fucking who that? Why you been keeping?
God damn it! Just don't go to college
yeah,
and marry
yeah.
her and give me grandkids.
Yeah.
It's like this girl is.
It blows your mind,
gorgeous.
doesn't it? It blows your fucking mind. It does blow your mind as a granddad.
No, how could you never tell? Dude, I was even my father-in-law, and he's like 80 something. I looked at him, he looked at me, and we were both like, really? You know, this nerdy boy. So,
hey,
so when she walked up and said, Mr. Cross, and shook my hand, I'm like, who are you?
I know.
Like, you know my son? I didn't think he could. I didn't think he rated a girl like you.
No, but you know why?
Fucking nerd.
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree when it comes to people being
No.
respectful.
No. This young lady, it was, and I still, my son is in college and he's got a girlfriend, but I still.
My son's getting married after 3 years, man. My son's getting married in July this year.
No, my son came home because someone had a birthday party, and I asked about that girl. Well, who is so and so? Have you talked? It's like, is there still a chance?
Yeah, but he's proud, isn't he? He's proud.
I don't care.
My son's met someone. He's getting married July this year after 3 years with her.
Oh, really?
I am so proud of him. This is gonna freak you out.
Good for you, Dad, and good for your son.
No, this is really gonna freak you out. This is really gonna freak a lot of people out. But honestly, this is true. And if I got here right now, she would tell you the same statement. I held the school on my arms when she was 18 months old. This is my son, same age.
Oh wow, yeah, I know. I know how you feel.
Yeah, and they hooked up, and guess what? They're getting married. On July this year, they're getting
other
married.
than the nurse. No, I know how you feel.
But I married it. I held her. It was my best friend's fucking. It was his daughter. I never saw this coming. I never saw it coming. What's going to happen? But fuck me, man. I'll tell you what. I love it. I fucking love it. It's like something happens to man in the world. Something goes right, and it does go right in a positive way. It goes fucking right in a positive way. Right. Some things time. It's meant to be, isn't it? Sometimes things are meant to be.
Right.
And I'm so proud of them and so proud of them, the way they are.
Well, I mean, that he can make that kind of commitment, though.
Oh, yeah. He will. Well,
dude, who the fuck taught him commitment? you bitch. No, I'm just joking. I don't know you well enough to call you that, but dude.
No, bro. I don't mind.
Where do young men learn how to be a man from? Their father.
My daughter's been with a boyfriend since 18 years old. They got 3 lovely grandkids. They're still together. My son's done that now after like 4 years of being with her. He decided to get married. It's up to him, and he didn't need to get married, but he wants to do that. And I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud of them. All of them. All of them.
Good for you.
And
I only have the one.
I am. But I tell you what, mate, I can't tell anyone anyway. Too old for it now.
Look.
Do you know, guys, when you go to the guys and they turn around to you and say, do you know what, Mr. Banks? Well, my name's Mr. Banks anyway. You know Mr. Banks? You can't tell me kids. I went, woohoo! Like on my fucking set. Yeah, we are. Job good.
You're gonna scare the grandkids when you do that.
No, the grandkids. It's about. I don't do too much in front of my granddaughter. My grandkids, my grandson is like. I feel now because my grandson was 20 the other day. My granddaughter is my little star, mate. She's 14 years old. She's my little star. Anyone's going to have to go through me before they get to her. I cherish her so much, man.
Well, you're not looking for you're not looking for those sorts of situations, are you?
No, but I cherish her so much. Let's see, I'll put me out anything before her. Anything. The thing is, UK is like every country. It's got so fucking twisted. You worry about your kids nowadays. You worry about your kids. You worry about your grandkids. It shouldn't be like this anymore. It shouldn't be like this. And US, UK, it shouldn't be like this. As you're worried all the time when your kids go out, you shouldn't have to be worrying about them. In the old days, your kids went out to play football. You didn't worry about them. Nowadays in the UK, even in small villages like mine, you worry. And I live in a really small village, like about 2,000 people.
Really?
Weird shit.
Interesting.
It's weird shit. It's weird shit, man. It's weird shit.
Why?
Because you never know.
Let me tell you why I asked the question. You know, I live in a small Georgia town in the United States, but it's probably 10 times your village size. But you know, for a small city,
it's gone up. It's about two. It's probably about 2,500 now. Well, it's just. So people you don't know moving in your village, or you don't want the government to move in your village. That's
well, where I live, you know, it's even remote. Like it's not in the city; it's out in the county. I mean, I can literally, you know, I'm 5 minutes away from cows in a field. So you know,
I can look at them every fucking morning. It's basic Greenland around here.
Right. But I'm shoot, I hope that you know, at some point in time, look, if you're gonna raise kids, they need to be outside.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Small towns are where it is, where it's at.
And that's what, you know, but you know, that's what's scary. I mean, small towns like we live in America or the UK or wherever, you know, when that starts creeping in the equation, like you worry about the community around you, what's moving in, and you tend to see a lot of things creeping in that shouldn't be there in the first place, and think, what's going on here? So that's when you start going, narrative is shit things happen. Shit things happen. It's going crazy around the world. It's not just America, it's the UK, it's a lot of places. It's, you know.
Well, I don't know. I think that we got
to look after our kids and the grandkids. We got to look after them. That is ours.
Right.
We got to look after our children. No matter what. No matter what. We've got to defend them. We've got to look after them. Who else can stand up to anyone else? People
well,
like
I think
me,
one of the ways you actually defend your kids is teach them how to actually think for themselves.
Let me granddaughter.
You literally have to start rather young.
I know, yeah, which I don't like, man. I don't like that shit. I mean, I know my grandsons can box because
it's not your job to necessarily raise your grandkids. It's
it
starts with your children.
I know. My son knows what to do. My daughter knows what to do. They pass on, but I shouldn't need to do that. I shouldn't.
Well,
No.
If you get the kids, your actual children, they'll know how to pass on.
I know, man. I just freaks me out
Don't
sometimes.
overdo it.
Oh, my granddaughter.
Your job as grandpa is to reinforce.
I tell you what, man. My granddaughter's got the unique kick ever. I learned to one unique kick right between the fucking legs, sweetheart. Right between the legs. And it pisses you off right between the legs. Job's good. That's my granddaughter. Anyone even touches her, I've told her, kick them between the legs and run.
Well, what does her parents say?
What, my daughter?
Don't
No,
be
my daughter.
defying the parents.
No, my daughter.
Well, I heard what you said.
No, I told my granddaughter.
I heard what you said.
Yeah, my daughter be happy. My daughter's happy with her.
What does her mother say about it?
Yeah, listen to your dad. Listen to your granddad.
No. What does your daughter? Or did I miss something? Your daughter's still in your granddaughter's life, right?
No, I was on about granddaughter. I said my granddaughter meets the equation.
Understood. What does your granddaughter's mother say about it?
My granddaughter's mother say about it.
Mm-hmm. Does she have a say? I assume her mother's your daughter, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so what does your daughter, who is your granddaughter's mother,
She's okay with it. She's okay with it.
Okay.
She's okay with it.
Well, that's all I was asking.
Because.
Well, you don't have to tell me why. All you need to tell me is she's okay with it.
It's gone to shit in the UK, bro. It's gone to shit in the UK. I mean, really gone to shit. Where, like, even in small, I live in a small village. Where they live, it's a town called Stoke-on-Trent. It's a town. And I go down there, mate. It's my buddy. I don't say mate. If I say mate, it might sound different to you. Mate means buddy.
No, it's fine. I don't have a problem with it.
That place is really fucked up to where I live. And I worry all the time, to be honest. Like our fathers or grandfathers, I worry all the fucking time. I always do. I do.
Well, that's rather interesting. I
don't know if it's stupid or not, but I actually do worry all the fucking time.
Well, do you live near those kids?
5 minutes away. 5 minutes away. If I need to get in the car.
Okay, I see. Well, that kind of makes
I don't
sense.
get in my car. I don't drink and drive. If I get in a taxi, I'll be down there.
Well, no, I didn't. I wasn't wondering about whether you drink and drive. I'm kind of like
I get pissed off, mate. When I go to work and I work, damn on. I'll just work same as you or anyone. I'll just work my ass off.
Oh, I don't work. I'm retired.
Yeah, look, rub it in. But you know what I mean, man? We expect our kids to be safe. You know what I mean? I expect my kids to be safe.
It could just be because I only have one. I trust he knows what he's doing. He doesn't have kids yet, but as long as I text or talk to him once or twice a week, know he's still alive. I trained him to be able to think for himself. If he needs me, he can call me. He's got 2 grandfathers. He's got an aunt and an uncle. He's got a support system. I'm not going to spend every 2 minutes thinking about it.
Right. No, I don't. I'm not going to do that, man. I'm not saying that.
Okay, well, I'm going to think even less about my grandkids unless I have to.
No, I do with my grandkids.
Now, I don't have any grandkids. Oddly enough, my sister's 60, will be 60 in July. I'm 61. My brother's quite a bit younger.
Yeah, coffee top.
However,
I've got mine in pot.
none of us have grandkids. And when my son has kids, unless I have to, it's gonna be him
I tell
and
you,
his
man.
wife's problem. I am not even gonna get close to caring about grandkids
Honest, bro.
unless I have to.
Honest, bro. It's if you got grandkids, it's like what the
I
fuck,
don't.
and then it gets a different level. But
And
if
I depend on my son to raise his kids when he has them. If he needs me, he'll call me. But
exactly,
you better not have kids that you can't raise. That's kind of the rule.
Exactly. My kids have always followed the same rules, same as me.
Look at this!
No, honestly,
oh my Lord, this woman
maketh the man. Simple as.
All I have to say is that Brooklyn Watson lady. It's so good. Dude, I am way more difficult at my age than I was 20 years ago. No woman's gonna consent to that.
I can't even.
She is kind and
no,
a wonderful young lady.
I like message.
Well, no. She is a wonderful young lady.
I was gonna say I like message.
Whoa. She is married. So
I said like her. I'm not gonna fucking go. Mate, I've got a girlfriend. Her name is Lisa. I have a girlfriend.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, I have a girlfriend named Lisa.
Well,
I'm not here. That's not the one.
One of these days, I'm going to find my Lisa.
No, I've got a girlfriend. I'm quite happy.
For you.
I'm quite happy, bro.
Oh, you thought she was offering you?
No, it's all you talking to them. That's no. Don't get me drugged into this shit. No, bro. No. You're not turning that around, man. No. I'm happy the way I am now.
It's a joke.
I know, man. I know, bro. Like I say, it's nice though. Some fucker can actually, I can chat with you and chat with you guys in the chat. It's been fucking legendary, to be honest. It's been a fucking pleasure.
It has been a pleasure to have you here. And quite frankly, I probably need shoot. It's
bro,
it's coming up on 8 hours. It is just after 2300 here to do military time. So
I'm
oh, we lost him. And no, I did not. Well, it's good to see you. Where have you been, Miss Brooklyn? I have actually missed you. And by the way, my new email address is Stanley versus the world. The whole Stanley versus the world gmail.com. I think the Stanley at JGHB info is still there, but I'm probably going to just go with the Gmail address, but I'll have to talk to Portia about it. I also, in your absence, got a PayPal account. So there is, Hey, Kimmy.
Sorry,
Come on back up if you want to there, Banksy. Yes, ma'am.
I had to unmute. So I've been just kind of going to the gym a lot. So the gym things I've been doing that.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just, want to look good.
Tired.
And then when I get out, I'm tired. And then
what are you becoming a power lifter?
Not at all. I do like Zumba, bar classes, Pilates. I do
that's
like
right. You're into
girly
Pilates and stuff.
exercises. Yeah.
I don't know. That's Pilates is girly.
I think so.
Can men do that?
Men do.
They'll
Men
they'll get their butts kicked too.
And then I've been I had spring break recently, so I just took that time to just like sleep.
Oh, that's right. You know,
and,
it is so funny.
and then my birthday was
my
yesterday.
son came home for spring break and we went to Savannah.
I remember.
So the following Monday, my across the lawn neighbor. So her truck was here for 2 days. So I text her, are you sick? Are you okay? Dude, she's like, well, she's a public school teacher. And I didn't realize, I thought everybody has spring break the same week. I was so embarrassed. I'm like, dude, can I help? And no, I'm on spring break. I'm like, I was so embarrassed. I was like, holy fuck. She's never here 2 days in a row. So anyway, everything's fine. I forget spring break doesn't always happen the same.
Hey, sorry, beat myself. I can be cakes. Sorry, beat myself.
No, that's all right.
Sorry about that.
So every shoot, when do you go? Are you back at work now, Kim?
Yeah, I went back today. I had a birthday yesterday, so also.
Oh, wait, hold it.
Oh, happy birthday!
Thank you.
Well, she's 48.
You young pup. You young pup.
I'm 42.
Young pup.
Oh, I thought. I'm sorry. I
pup.
thought it was 48.
No.
Oh,
Not
dear,
yet.
dear,
I got some
dear.
time.
Even 48 is still young pup.
Well, you don't know this young lady. She doesn't
I don't.
look 42. She does not look 42.
No, most people actually think I'm younger.
I don't know you, but nice to meet you. Nice to talk to you.
Same. And then I have surgery tomorrow because I had like a black. This might be gross, but I had like a blackhead on my back, and I was trying to like take it out, but I don't know what happened, and it just turned into like one of those.
So it's just an office procedure.
Pretty much.
I'm going to.
Did they test it, or is it a
I'm
biopsy?
doing it tomorrow.
Is it a biopsy, or did they test it?
It's just they told me I could just leave it alone, but I don't want to leave it alone, and then years from now I have a problem.
Well, no. You're doing the right thing.
Yeah, so they said I could leave it alone, get a steroid injection, or just take it out. I'm like, just take it out.
Yeah, if you got anything like that, it could be a blackhead, it could be anything else, it could be cancerous. You never know. You got to be careful.
Well, no, they'll test. They'll know before they take it out.
Yeah, that's exactly what they said. They said right now it doesn't look like anything, especially because it hasn't like gotten worse. So, in the time
Now,
that I've had it,
are they going to do any treatment afterwards, like topical?
well, yeah, I'm gonna have to get stitches. I can't work out.
Hold on one sec. No, go ahead, Kim.
They're gonna stitch me up. They said I can't work out for 2 weeks, and then I got to go back.
Right, but are they concerned beyond the stitching up?
No, they were just like, let it be. Once they remove the stitches, buy like these
So
Band-Aids
they've asked
that-
about your family history and all that, right?
Yeah, they did.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm done.
They said they'll still test it when it comes out just to make sure, but
Right.
they said they think it's just like a cyst.
Okay. Good for
Yeah,
you.
it was a blackhead that just went crazy. They said that sometimes what happens is it goes deeper in the skin instead of coming out, it goes deeper in the skin. So
Probably
So
probably a good decision.
Yeah, it buries itself in there. It doesn't come up. It buries itself in the skin.
Yeah.
It doesn't go up. It buries itself in.
That's exactly what they said. So they said it should be fine, but they'll still test it after they take it out just to make sure.
Yeah.
Well, has it got
that just give me fucking some thingies for another fucking song, to be honest. for a tune, a video.
So how's the
I'm
weather
making
up
a lot of
there?
things.
We're finally starting to warm up. This was a really long winter. We're finally starting to warm up. It makes
Well,
me think of Groundhog's Day.
past couple days, yesterday, today, 81 degrees, about
nice.
perfect.
See, we don't need degrees. I mean, we up in the UK forget 20 Celsius.
You know what? I would literally have to Google. Can you do the Fahrenheit?
Nah, don't do fucking Fahrenheit shit.
Well, there's a whole joke about America being undisciplined. How are you going to get?
I know.
Anything? We had the chance.
You guys do pounds. You guys do pounds. We do stones.
No, we actually do American. We're American.
I'm trying my fucking best.
We've literally taken Fahrenheit. It might as well be American.
But one thing we're gonna do goes at is we're the same years though. 6-1 and 6-1. We're doing fucking pretty well.
Well, I remember because I'm roughly your age. I remember back in like the late 70s. There could have been a tipping point where we could have done all Celsius and Fahrenheit. America was like Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit. We went with the F for FU.
We went the flow.
We're doing the F.
You had the F. We had the flow with the Fahrenheit. We just took off the equation.
Yeah, and it is 64 degrees Fahrenheit right now. I could do Celsius.
Real messy
but I would have to Google it.
Is Savannah cooler than where you are?
No, I'm not in Savannah. I don't live in Savannah.
I know this was a good old day.
Oh no. Cooler? No.
Good old day. This was a good old days back in the 70s.
Kim, let me look it up right quick. No, it's probably 70 there. It's 64 here.
Oh wow.
Probably 70 and much more humid.
So when I was in New Orleans, it was really hot and humid. Then
New Orleans is Savannah except bigger. It's 66, so it's a couple. Oh shoot, their weather's somewhat like ours temperature wise. It's gonna be way more humid though.
Well, that's it. I mean, my friends in the town right now doing Songkran, which is time you get, they're hitting basic humidity of 82, and they're doing like 70. Well, that's my cousin in Thailand.
Fahrenheit?
Yeah.
Good. Now we're speaking the same language.
It's burning, but that's Thailand. Though. That's Thailand language.
Are you in the countryside?
What on? Yeah, I live in a village. Yeah, village, countryside. Yeah.
Nice.
It's nice and quiet. Thank God. Sometimes, until I kicks off my fucking techniques and go on, basically go fucking to town.
So are you taking a couple days off for the surgery?
Yeah, I think I'm taking tomorrow off, and I'll see how I feel after that. Maybe I'll take another day.
Take the day.
Do you know I've been off?
Take the day and come up to the Stanley versus the World panel.
I will do that.
What's the name of this lady here? What's the name? What's
her name is Brooklyn Watson.
Brooklyn. Nice to meet you, Brooklyn. Take as much time as you need. I'm taking time off now. I'm not had a sick day.
She's not elderly like you.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you know what,
okay.
You same as me, right? I'm not had a sick day for 10 years. Not 10 years.
You do realize she's married, she has.
I know. That's not gonna be girlfriend.
She has someone who will take care of her and
But I think
Most
what
are better
Nancy's
than
saying,
you
like,
do.
I'm just saying the same as you.
She.
Take your time. When you get older, it gets older and older and older. Take
I
your
knew
time.
that's where he was going to go with it, and you're right. A lot of people tell me the same thing. Like,
Take your
while
time.
you're still young, just
Take
get your rest,
your
take it
time.
easy. You need a day
You
off.
are
you can't
literally going to
do it.
defy me.
Not true, though. Man, you know as well as me.
Okay,
Take
dear.
your fucking time. Take your time, man. We know. It's fucking... It's easy to rush it like we do through the years. Take your time after.
What?
Just take your time. Take your time. I know, bro. Bro, I mean, we always find ourselves in the same direction. We can't
Bansky,
rush
I have a
things. We
question for
can't
you.
rush things.
I have a
Yeah,
question for you,
go on.
Bansky.
Can you say Banksy? Banksy.
Banksy.
Thank
I have
you.
a question for
Thank
you.
you very much.
What does a proper Sunday roast consist of?
Well, I'm going to have I'm having Sunday roast today anyway, of yesterday. Wow, Sunday roast. I've had Yorkshire pudding. I've had mushy peas. Nah, I've had fuck. But mashed potato, Yorkshire pudding. I've had goddamn fucking Fruit Loops, loads of vegetables, sprouts, gravy. What
I
else?
have no idea what a Yorkshire pudding
Now,
is. I have no idea.
What else do you think I'll go with that one? Come on. The topping on top, we don't always use that red substance. You think is something. Mint sauce. Use mint sauce on top of chicken. Mint sauce. If you have a steak, use cranberry.
What?
So it
So
depends
is
what
it
you're
a
having.
pot roast? Is it a pot roast?
No, yeah. If you have a roast, if you have a pot roast, what do you mean pot roast?
I don't know what they call them in England. I'm sorry.
You don't have no Sunday dinner is Sunday dinner. A Sunday you have a beef roast or you have a chicken.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
beef roast.
let me help you both
you
out.
have a
I
different
can literally Yorkshire pudding. The way the British do it is just.
I fucking got me. I'll tell you what.
Son, don't make me discipline you. Okay. Yorkshire pudding is actually just horribly greasy bread. The best way to do it.
Come on.
I know what a Yorkshire pudding is, and quite frankly, the American way is better. It's a bit drier and somewhat healthier.
What goes
It's
in Yorkshire
literally,
pudding?
it's literally you take pan droppings, put it in some dough, and then you bake it in a muffin pan. They actually make No, I literally have made it from scratch, so I know what I'm doing. Have you ever made Yorkshire pudding from scratch?
Of course I fucking do.
I don't think you do. I don't think you have a stove.
Are you
an oven?
Are you on this
again, the way you're describing it, it's horribly. You could take an ice cream cone. Do they have ice cream cones over there? I bet they don't. You could take an ice cream cone from Dairy Queen in America, douse it in beef tallow, and you would get a version of Yorkshire pudding. The best way to do it is from scratch, and don't put a whole lot of beef tallow in it. It'll be nice. You can eat it separate from the roast if it's made well. Now you go ahead and tell us what Yorkshire pudding is. Don't let an American make better Yorkshire pudding. And quite frankly, I know how to do it. So go ahead.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I never have done. And mushy peas, goddamn.
I am shocked. I am shocked, to be honest. I am absolutely fucking shocked.
Oh, be shocked at the knowledge I just dropped.
What about turnips? Are turnips in
So,
there?
what ingredients would you put in Yorkshire pudding?
I'm sorry, what?
So Yorkshire pudding, yeah, you use your eggs and that. Use your eggs, you use your milk, your flour. How would you pitch them? How would you pitch them in Yorkshire pudding?
I have no clue what pitch 'em means.
Pitching means how you
Look,
pitch them together.
You just
You mix them. How you mix
It's been a while since I've done it, but all you
No, I'm
dude,
just saying.
do you know how to make bread? See, let me tell you
Yeah,
something.
you-
if you
no,
know,
I'm just saying,
if you know
you
how
from
to
scratch.
make bread, son,
From scratch.
all
yeah.
you only need 4 ingredients to make bread. You
Yeah.
need basically flour, water, salt, and yeast. That's all you need.
Well, Yorkshire
You can
pudding, you use
literally
pitch.
you can
pitch.
make a decent loaf of bread that will rise with just those 4 ingredients. Yorkshire pudding, you add beef tallow and you got Yorkshire pudding. It's literally that simple. 5
It depends how,
ingredients.
it depends
You
how
don't
you use.
need more. Do you disagree that you only need 5 ingredients?
Nah, I won't disagree, but it depends what ingredients
Well,
you
then,
use.
because I'm right. I know what I'm doing.
No, what you just said, that's the to the point. I won't disagree with it. That's why
There's no reason to disagree because I know how to make it. And I also know don't use too much beef tallow. The shit will be disgusting. You want want a little bit. You just put the beef on.
How long do you bake it for? How long do you bake it on the baking tray?
But probably.
Let me
tell you that it depends on the temperature you want to cook it. I'm gonna guess 350, not more than 30 minutes.
Nah, not really.
Nope, I'm right.
Not really.
I have no doubt. It's just a complicated muffin.
No, come on, man.
Oh no, I've like I said, I've done it
There's
before.
always a secret ingredient.
Let me put it to you this way: I could literally do it without measurements. I just feel my way through it. It's I've been baking bread for like 10 years.
No, that's how I know you know how to do it.
Not only would I do the Yorkshire pudding,
that's how I know you know what you do.
Sourdough. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't need no Yorkshire pudding is not. You can make sourdough, I guess, but
no, it's not.
Why would you do sourdough?
What is God saying right here now? He knows what he's on about. You know what you're on about, man. You know what you're on about. And that's not
to you this way.
It's not
Yorkshire pudding. I imagine you could do sourdough Yorkshire pudding, but why the fuck would you want sourdough would literally complicate the process by like a day. It would take you 2 days. It would take you 2 days.
What flour would you use? What flour do you use?
Bread flour. If you want to be fancy, you could use regular. Now the flour, by the way, I know where you're going with this. Flour in America is not the same.
Yeah, I know. You know me with this one.
Yes, I bread flour here is not the same thing. They do like 00. I don't understand the system, so I understand
because that's it. I've only got one flour here. I've only got one flour.
Really?
I've got sour raisin.
No. This is not just one flour.
No, I said I've got 2 flours here. I've got soft raisin or non-flour raisin.
Mm-hmm.
Which one do we use on the Yorkshire pudding?
I don't know. I've never cooked in Britain. I know how to do it here.
But man, I do love you because
I know how to do it here.
That's what I meant. Yeah, you know what you're on about. That's what I love you, bro. You know what you're on about.
Yeah, I know flour here. I mean, I don't understand the system. I know 00 is the closest to what we call bread flour.
Yeah. That's probably the same thing that you use there, called blood flour.
Got it.
Normally, use non-self raising. You whisk. It's all in the whisking of it.
Oh, no. The self-rising is totally no. The self-rising, you don't, dude. If you can make self-rising flour, you don't need to buy self-rising.
No, I just on about the opposite of it. I was
Right,
on about
but self-rising, you
whiskey.
never use self-rising flour. Never.
Yeah,
There's no
never.
reason to.
Never. Go on, bro. That's what
Yeah,
I was on
yeah.
about.
You
Go on,
add
bro.
baking soda and a little bit of
Yeah.
salt, and you got self-rising.
It's in the whisking. It's in the whisking. And what you do with it in the mixer.
Right. Yeah. Dude,
you know what, God? I'm
you buy
enjoying this because
self-rising flour, you are
you know what?
literally wasting money.
Guys, at least that guy knows what he's on about. Come on, bro. At least this fucking guy, God bless him, knows what he's on about when it comes to fucking cookies, Yorkshire puddings. Fucking 10 out of 10.
Dude, I don't talk shit on my show.
Nah, cheers, bro. It's nice to hear that. It's not very often I fuck. Do you know what? You know more about the fucking about a Yorkshire pudding more than a lot of these fucking idiots in the UK know about it. And I'm English. No,
dude,
good on you,
I
man.
have
Good on you.
all kinds of arcane knowledge.
Hey, we get older, we get wiser. It's when we come to the beers, we've got to be careful, guys.
And you read useless books.
We don't. We learn.
Well,
we
I
fucking
do.
learn. No, we all. I do. As well as probably.
Dude, I grew
Probably.
up in the American South. We don't do Yorkshire pudding in the South.
Well, you know the fucking concept of it.
We do cornbread.
Fuck off. You know the context of it anyway, straight away by the mixer.
Oh, look at this motherfucker. Half
It's-
my show.
it's the
You know,
mixer is
actually,
perfect.
that's kind of a compliment. Half my show is devoted to chatting shit. I don't know that that's actually how is that not?
No,
that's good.
I was gonna say,
No,
I don't know about-
I'm looking at one of my
yeah,
buddies
Justin.
here.
Yeah, don't worry about that, man.
Oh no, he's cool.
Anyway, guys,
he's
I've got
a
I've got
shit talker himself.
Yes, I'm gonna drop off and get off and do.
All right,
work on some
dude, you
videos.
better not, dude. I enjoyed
Yeah, I'm not
the
gonna drop
hell
off.
out of this.
Hey, no, thank you for letting me up here, and bro, I appreciate it. All in your chat, and including the lady on the channel.
Dude, it was
here right
our
now.
pleasure.
And this lady on the chat right now, I don't know her name. I
No,
can't get
she
her name,
is.
thank you.
She's
That's
she's
all of you.
a managing. Yeah, I don't know. I think if we need her.
Well, hey, bro, if I got chance sometime,
float
I will-
away and be an old man.
If it's okay with you sometime, I might float over me and my girlfriend and float over to you and say hello
Oh,
to you.
dude, you
And your
better.
girlfriend, man.
It's a requirement
Uh,
now that you mention it.
Her name is Lisa. If you see me like Banks and Lisa, it's my girlfriend. I'll pop over and say hello to you guys, man. I've basically
Please
got the
do.
bell on you. Keep in touch, bro. I'll keep in touch with you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
man.
Thank you so
I
much.
tell you what, it's been great to happen tonight, last stream, and I've come across you guys. It's been fucking epic. Thank you
Yeah,
all.
this,
and the
this
chat,
is
and thank you all.
YouTube at its best. Is totally random.
It is at its best. Take care. Good night, bro.
Yes, sir.
All of you, take care. Good night. God bless. Have a great one. Talk
You
to you
too.
soon. I will talk to you soon. Thank you very much, bro. Thank you
Take it
all.
easy.
Take it easy, man. God bless.
And we won't talk bad about you. Oh, damn it. He didn't hear that. All right, ma'am. Go ahead and give me your criticisms.
Oh, I don't have any. I'm so
I
sorry.
actually had a whale of a time.
I can see it. It was a great show.
Yeah, well, one too many Coors Lights, but there are. I didn't curse anybody out that bad.
No, you sound like you're in a great space, like you're in a good mood.
Yeah, I actually am. So
I love that. Sorry, I just I sound low energy because I feel low energy.
I am so. What time's your surgery?
It's that time of the month, Stanley. I just want to be in bed with a cup of tea. You know.
Well, all I can say is tea and sympathy, but
Thank you.
You know what? I remember back in the day. It's been quite some time now, but all you can do is I remember being a husband, and you really, that's when you take care of your wife. Like, don't make too much noise, Trevor. I'll deal with you in a minute. You need to give us some time. Your mother, let me walk your mother into a dark, cool bedroom.
I think it's just one of those experiences where just
the sheets are crisp and clean and smell good. I made the bed myself. Don't worry, dear. Don't worry, dear. I'll deal with the boy. It's like I'm not coming back in here till I hear you snoring. I know. I know. I don't want to. We were playing outside with the cars.
Oh God. It's like such a weird experience, Stanley. Like you're
and then
tired.
She wakes up in the morning and she's like, "Oh, everything's okay." Like, yeah. What do you expect?
I'm honestly shocked that I'm here. I don't like to talk when it's that time of the month. I can always tell when it's coming.
I'm
I just
honored.
stop talking.
No, I actually am honored, but you know me. We old men who have been married, we kind of know. Don't make loud noises. don't make sudden movements. Do not upset.
Oh gosh. And it's just an interesting
You
thing.
You do know I had a mother. And
you have a sister?
I have a sister who's a year younger.
Mr. Pam.
It's not so much we talk about it. Men can feel the mood. Don't make sudden movements. Don't make loud noises. Boy, I know you're only 4, but you want to shh.
It is so weird.
Keep the lights off. Keep the lights off.
I get extra clingy, and then I don't want to talk.
Do you really? Oh, that's actually
in the days leading up to it, I'm very clingy,
Oh.
and then after that, I just don't want to talk. Like I just.
Well, he probably appreciate. Hey, this means there's silence. It's dark. I can put her in there. I made the bed myself, dude. That's extra time.
Oh my goodness! Stanley, say hi to us,
no, seriously, there are advantages. I know she's gonna get a good night's sleep.
What?
Dude, you don't think men know this? Shh, son. Shh. I'll make you pancakes. Shh. Wait, Ruthless will never tell you this. But of course. Look, I'm not God. I can't change the biology or the physiology. But come on, son. It's me, you. It's us. we can sit here in
she'll never know that we're watching The Simpsons. We're watching The Simpsons. The language might be, dude. Let me tell you a funny story. I think I told you this story. I know I've told it on this show. Roz, hit the link, please. I think it's pinned. Dude, I know I've told you this story, and it has nothing to do with any of this. It was like a Daddy Trevor story. My wife used to work a rather late shift, and I worked like 12 to 10 or 12 to whenever. So I'd usually be home around 7. So it worked great because, I'd wake up. My son was actually a really good sleeper as a child. He'd sleep through the night very shortly. He literally, you could get 3, 4, 5 hours of sleep. But, I can be an early morning person. So, he'd stand up in the crib, and yes, of course, we kept the crib in the bedroom. So, he'd be like, oh, I'd eventually wake up. He'd be standing there. So I'd take him out, put him in the bed. So, of course, somehow or another, we get into Bite. My son and I, it sounds so fucking silly, but no, I don't know why. And of course, it was my bright idea. Like, no, you can't bite. You got to know how hard to bite. Sometimes you bite light. Sometimes you bite hard. You got to know your bite strength, literally. So we used to play the game called Bite. So, he nibbles a little bit, and I'm like, when it got too hard, I go bite, which meant you're biting too hard. Dude, we played that game for fucking 6 months. It was just Daddy and Trevor's game. And oh my God, the little idiot fucked up the game. I get a call at
Not a
work.
little idiot. He's a child.
Well, I'm joking about the little dude. What was he gonna do? And I was the idiot. I should have told him not to bite your mother. He was like, he thought it was just a game. It's just a Daddy and Trevor game. You don't play it with your mother. What the fuck? Dude, she calls me at work, and she's like, what? So I chuckle lightly, like, oh, yeah, the game's called Bite. Oh shit. What the? Honestly, it was just, teaching him not to bite hard. And, when it got to, oh, dude, oh, she took it like a champ. He bit her and he bit her. Didn't draw blood, but she was like, what the fuck? Am I raising an animal? She asked me that. I was embarrassed. So anyway, never look. Let the woman go into the dark room. Don't tell your mother what we're doing. You don't get it. You don't think it's funny. She didn't either. Dude, I did have to tell him, don't do that ever again. She made me do it. We never played Bite again. It was fun. He used to climb up my leg, and I'd toss him down on the bed, just push him off my leg, and he would laugh and bounce. And then I don't even understand how it became Bite, but it was fun. And honestly, it was a boys' club.
That's so cute.
It was
I
a
didn't know the story.
goddamn boys.
Would you say that Trevor was spoiled as a baby, as a young child?
I wouldn't say spoiled.
Okay.
We just no, honestly, he was a this is one of these, and I read an article, a news article. I wouldn't say he was difficult, but you had to figure him out because sometimes he wasn't. You had to literally figure him out. Like sometimes what we thought like normal children, and he's normal, but you actually have to figure him out sometimes. He doesn't bother to figure you out. And
Right.
Again, another, the Bite thing, dude, I will remember Bite till I die. I literally, it is so weird, but those are the best fucking days of my life. It was Bite. No. Ow, ow, ow. That hurt. Bite less. Dude, we used to literally like, ow. If you say ow, you're biting too hard. That was our language. Don't bite. Ow. He'd know not to bite hard. Dude, it's so fucking caveman. But it was fun. Potty training him. Oh my God. You know what it really came down to? Because I used to, and it's going to be rather graphic, but I used to take him into the bathroom with me, to poop and, so he knows how to, this is how a man does it. So we had a little Sesame Street potty thing. And yeah, he'd sit there, but he would never use it. He would pee just freely. It was like this dude, this motherfucker is, and I never called him a motherfucker. This is YouTube. Dude, this motherfucker's a Cocker Spaniel. He just shits where he wants. It's like, what is up with this boy? Well, here's how this worked out. I don't know how we figured it out. We had to figure him out. He never learned potty training. We had to figure out how to potty train him. Dude, I used to use the big toilet, and he didn't want to use the little Sesame Street bullshit. Dude, one day we figured out we'll just put him on the actual big toilet. Dude, I used to have to go in there with him because I was afraid he'd fall in. It's like if this little dude falls in, he's gonna drown. Dude, he wanted to shit like a big boy. Dude, he used to be holding on for dear life on the adult toilet. And I used to sit, I should have taken a picture just to embarrass him. Dude.
No.
Oh, no, seriously. Seriously. He's sitting on the very front of that toilet seat rim. And if he falls back, God damn it, I'll have to fucking do mouth-to-mouth resuscitation because he's gonna drown in the toilet. It was hilarious, but kind of scary. And then, we figured out he won't fall in, but it was amazing. He literally, once we figured out, maybe it was sign language or something, we never had to fucking deal with him again. All it was is he didn't want to use the little Sesame Street toilet. He wanted to use
the regular toilet,
the adult version. Literally, never had to deal with him again. Never had to buy diapers again. It was like, oh, that's what it was. But that's what I mean. We had to figure him out. He was not playing by the Trevor. P goes in here. He wasn't. It's like, well, I want to do it like you. He has been a fascinating child. And maybe all children are like that, but no, fuck your rules. How do you do it?
Yeah.
So anyway, I have gone on and on and on about, raising a child, but it was fascinating. And he is, dude, I was going to call you Pam. You were my sister. Dude, I've literally, you know what? I've been waiting, and who knows, it may still happen. He has never, he's annoying at home, but no, I honestly, I figured at some point, and who knows, it might still happen, he'll finish up his sophomore year. Never had a problem. I know he does shit I don't know about. I did shit my parents didn't know about. I just knew how far to go sometimes. But let me tell you something that's so weird. I kind of secretly hope, he fucks up in a little way so I can hold it over him. Like, oh, you fucked up. You remember the time? That motherfucker has given me no leverage. I can't go, well, you fucked up. Dude, he might be as spiteful as me.
Oh, Lord.
How did I fuck up? Tell me how I fucked up. Dude, that is
Wait,
so...
what's Trevor's sign?
What's June 8th?
Gemini. He's a Gemini.
I guess. No, so far he hasn't it's not like he's abnormal. I think he knows how to play the fucking system. That's what I'm afraid of. This motherfucker played the system like, fuck you. Put me on the adult toilet. I know how to shit. I've known how to shit all the time. I was just peeing in the corner and shitting on the carpet because I wanted to see if you could learn me, bitch. That's what I felt like.
Yeah. I want to go, Stanley. I need to lay down. Go to bed.
Right. Well, I hope you feel better. This is not the best time to have surgery, or is it?
I feel like it's not, but I don't think they care.
Oh. All right. Well, ma'am, please, tomorrow afternoon, or I don't know. I'm not going to do a show as late as this. I've gone rogue here.
Yeah, I should be home by
do check in.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely check in.
Well, I'll start the show around 3 or 3:30, the normal time, but check in, please.
Can you email me from your new email so that way I have it?
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. I'll do it now.
All right, cool.
All right,
Stanley. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
We'll get some sleep.
Yes, sir. You have a good night. I'll still be on the show for a little bit, but I just can't talk anymore.
I'm not sure I'm going to be on the show for a little bit.
I just have to be in my bed and growly. All right.
No, just go to sleep. Get sleep, damn it.
Yeah, get sleep. You're right.
I was hoping Roz would come up. Mm-hmm. Well,
she might.
Yeah.
I'm out.
She
I'm in the chat. I'm in the
knows.
chat, but I'm dropping down.
No, go to sleep. Why are you still here? So, folks, I probably should drop off. Let's see here. How many hours? I don't usually do shows this long. Haven't in quite some time. I'm at 8.5 hours. I'm hoping Ms. Roz will come up. If she doesn't, then I will drop off. It's all on you, Roz. Roz, if you don't come up,